defending champions, because we will give tough challenge to them. So I will put them in Grandmaster.
ये Esports इनका अभी रिसेंटली बहुत डाउन है और थोड़ा वीक है ये लोग, तो उनको रख देता हूँ प्लैटिनम सिल्वर पे रखना चाहिए।
Pink Tamlas, दोस्त का team है. They have played pretty well qualifying this stage. They need to work so much, so I will place them in silver.
और ऊपर WindGodxTHW ओपन क्वालिफायर्स में फर्स्ट कर गया है, लेकिन इनका एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं है, फायर पावर भी थोड़ा कम है एज कम्पेयर टू अदर टीम। विंगड स्पोर्ट्स इनका भी फायर पावर अच्छा है, इनको ग्राइंड करना पड़ेगा और एक्सपीरियंस भी चाहिए। सिल्वर पे
गोल्ड पे रखना चाहिए था, कमबैक किया था ये लोग।
TSG, they have been like eliminated for past official tournament. They have improved so much, so I think they will do pretty good this as well.
Esports खेलते अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है, लेकिन इन लोग का थोड़ा है हमारे साथ कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम है, तो इनको रखते हैं ब्रॉन्ज में। पता नहीं क्या प्रॉब्लम है, इमोट करना व्हाट्स रे। इन लोग का अभी गेम बहुत अच्छा है, ये लोग अच्छा करेंगे तो ग्रैंड मास्टर वही है, ग्रैंड मास्टर।
Go Alec. We have confidence we will do good in this tournament. Last time we choked real hard. I think this time we won't do that. So we will be grandmaster.
सही है ऐसे। 4MD स्पोर्ट्स अब इनको थोड़ा और ग्राइंड करना पड़ेगा, एक्सपीरियंस की भी बहुत ज़रूरत है। सिल्वर
भाई एटलीस्ट गोल्ड तक तो रहना चाहिए था यार।
Fireeyes game, I think the top undercard team, so I think they will do good. So I will put in heroic.
स्पोर्ट्स ये लोग का रिसेंटली थोड़ा सा डाउन है, सुना भी नहीं है अच्छा इनका, तो इनको जाएंगे भी। लीग स्टेज में अच्छा कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फाइनल्स में मेरे को नहीं लगता कर पाएंगे। करेंगे तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, इनको डाइवर्ट
RIC Sports. Like I hear one of them player has injured in his right hand, and they still he played very good. So I think they will do good. So I think heroic.
नाम रखना चाहिए था।
जी इंस्टिंक्ट ये लोग का भी थोड़ा अच्छा ही है गेम प्ले, लेकिन और इम्प्रूव करना पड़ेगा, तो इनको प्लैटिनम में रहे।
डायमंड डिजर्व करता।
अब स्पोर्ट बातें ज़्यादा करते हैं।
RNX को लास्ट में नहीं रखना चाहिए।
Hello guys, I am K9 Ani from K9 Esports.
So guys, I am K9 Zoro from K9 Esports.
कौन सी टीम उठाना है पहले बता।
रेवेनेंट उठाते हैं, प्लेटिनम डिजर्व करती है भाई। अगर चले तो चांद तक है, अगर नहीं चले तो शाम तक है। अगर इससे भी बुरा रख सकते तो रख सकते, बट
ठीक है, इनका भी वैसे
इनका ऐसे ही नहीं है, इनका भी अब की बार ये किस्तों पे क्वालिफाई करे हैं।
टीम रेकनिंग का रखना है।
रेकनिंग गोल्ड
गोल्ड क्यों?
जीते हैं, गोल्ड से हिलती है भाई।
फिर ब्राउन्स पे रख देते।
ब्रॉन्ज पे मत रख, थोड़ा ऊपर रख दे। फिर
TSG
डायमंड
क्यों रखने?
ज़्यादा अच्छे से खेलेंगे तो और बेटर कर सकते हो। डायमंड
ये वो टीम है जो फर्स्ट टाइम आई ऑफिशियल में।
टोटल के भी
इनके बारे में तो क्या ही बोले, रख दे टॉप पे, रख दे ग्रैंड।
ब्राउन्स में रख देते एडिट बनाने के लिए। टोटल के रखे फैन।
चलो कोई बात नहीं, ब्राउन्स में ऊपर कर दे तो सही नहीं लग रहा।
लेकिन एडिट नहीं बना पाएंगे फिर वो लोग जीतने
बात नहीं, हम गली पे गए तो हम पे वो एडिट बन जाएगी।
पर बोलने वाले भी वही है।
और लाइक
उठा ले। गॉड लाइक को तो बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है, क्वालिफाई तो हो जाएंगे।
क्वालिफाई तो इजी है भाई, गॉड लाइक बेटर है।
अगर ये लोग चल गए तो अच्छा है, नहीं चले तो
ये टीम वो है जिसको हम सेंट्रल पे थर्ड पार्टी में हर बार मारते हैं।
मेटा निंजा
मेटा
निंजा को तो नहीं आता खेलना, नीचे रख देता हूँ।
नीचे इतने नीचे रख सकते क्या? और
उससे नीचे नहीं है कुछ, हम हर बार पिटते हैं।
ये तो पहली बार लोगों देख रहा हूँ।
100 OH की टीम है,
अच्छा
अच्छा खेल रही है।
तो फिर डायमंड भाई
अच्छा खेल रही है, लोग कर सकते हैं अच्छा परफॉर्म। इन तक हमारे डायमंड क्यों अच्छा नहीं खेलते अभी,
तो गोल्ड पे रख दे।
गोल्ड पे रख देते हैं। इनका भी ऐसे ही है।
कौन से
टीम को तो ब्राउन्स पे रखूंगा, हमारे से क्लैश लेने आते हैं।
ऐसे ठीक है
जी
लगता है। ये जो ड्रॉप चेंज कर देती है।
हाँ, ओलिगार्स ये लोग तो नहीं चले गए, पता नहीं कैसे आगे आता। इनका मिला CB100 हो गए।
इनको भी डाल दे ब्राउन्स से।
तेरी फेवरेट टीम थी क्या?
RNX
अच्छा खेल के भाई। और अभी
इमोट बैटल भी कर रही है।
फायर पावर भी अच्छा चल रहा है अभी टीम का।
कैसे खेल रहे हैं?
हीरोइक पे रख,
हीरोइक रख देते।
यंग गेमिंग इनका
क्यों नहीं होने वाली क्वालिफाई, रख दे इधर नीचे।
चल ठीक है भाई, तू बोल रहा है तो रख देते हैं। और फ्रेंड
तो रख दे ग्रैंड मास्टर पे, ये लोग तो हो जाएंगे।
इन तो ईजी हो जाते भाई, इजी जीत जाए क्या पता।
K9 Esports उठा ले, इधर रख दे ज्ञान के बाजू में।
यहाँ पे रख देता हूँ, जगह नहीं मिलेगी फिर।
कोई नहीं, Fireeyes Esports थोड़ा गेम पे ध्यान दे मेरे भाई। कुणाल वाली टीम है, इससे खेलती है ये लोग, अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे मेरे हिसाब से। टॉप 3 कर सकते हैं लोग ग्रैंड में।
ये भी अंडरडॉग टीम है।
ओरेंज अंडरडॉग टीम है भी।
इधर पे नहीं लिख देगा, अच्छा खेल रहे तो फिर भाई प्लेटिनम पे रख दे भाई।
गोल्ड अच्छा लग रहे हैं दोनों साथ में। ये टीम को हम जानते नहीं तो हम इसको सिल्वर पर रख देते, शायद ही क्वालिफाई हो ये भी। हमारे साथ खेलेगा तू?
My name is Struggle from Team Corsair. I'm Proxies from Team TEZ.
गोल्डस्लेम स्पोर्ट्स एवरेज टीम है डायमंड।
फायरस गेमिंग अंडरडॉग्स आई है, बहुत अच्छा कर रही है ये, तो हीरोइक।
रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क एक्सपीरियंस टीम है, अच्छा करेगी, तो मैं इसको हेरिक देता हूँ।
iQOO TSG फायरपॉड अच्छा है और ठीक ठाक कर लेगी, हीरोइक।
गोल्ड लाइक स्पोर्ट्स काफ़ी अच्छी टीम है, विन मस्ट भी रहना चाहिए सब।
जैन गेमिंग स्पोर्ट्स एवरेज टीम है, कर जाएगी। इसके क्या कर इसका
इसको प्लेटिनम में रहेगा।
प्लैटिनम में रख देते इसको। सही।
मेटा निंजा प्लेयर चेंज हुए बट मुझे लगता है कि काफ़ी अच्छी टीम है। डायमंड
टीम हिंद काफ़ी पुरानी टीम है, कोऑर्डिनेशन भी है।
मुझे लगता है ग्रैंड मास्टर।
ग्रैंड मास्टर।
K9 स्पोर्ट्स काफ़ी अच्छा फायर पावर है, चल गए तो चांद तक वरना शाम तक, तो मैं इनको हेरिक पे हूँ।
एराइज स्पोर्ट्स अंडरडॉग टीम है और अच्छा कर लेगी, प्लेटिनम।
iQOO टोटल गेमिंग पिछले FFMIC की चैंपियन बनी है, बट मुझे लगता है इस बार हमारी साथी रहेगी, तो डायमंड।
जी इंस्टिक्स कुछ टाइम से अच्छा कर रही है, आगे अच्छा करेगी तो सही है, प्लैटिनम।
RNX स्पोर्ट्स अच्छा कर नहीं सकती, नहीं भी कर सकती है, मेरे दोस्त है तो मुझे लगता है कर लेंगे। इसको डायमंड में रखते हैं।
टीम था मिलास, ज़्यादा जानता नहीं,
इसको गोल्ड में ले आते हैं।
गोल्ड वाला।
TMZ स्पोर्ट्स अंडरडॉग टीम है, फर्स्ट ऑफिशियल है, नहीं बोल सकते, तो मैं इनको गोल्ड पे रखूँगा।
रेकनिंग स्पोर्ट्स अच्छी टीम है, मेरे दोस्त भी खेलते उधर, डायमंड।
4LD स्पोर्ट्स मुझे लगता है किधर
गोल्ड ही रख दो।
ये खुद से नीचे जा रही है तो मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, दोनों से मुझे और इनमें करती है।
इसके बारे में कहते जानता नहीं हूँ मैं। ये सिल्वर, मुझे लगता है इसमें कुछ गलती है चार्ट में, तो कोई तो टीम इधर से ब्रोंज रिजर्व कर देते हैं भाई।
ऐसा
हाँ
चलो मैडम बिल्डा आई तो टोटल गेमिंग आना चाह रही है बट आएगी नहीं वो।
हेलो नमस्कार सत श्री अकाल आदाब, कैसे हैं आप लोग। बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल के एपिसोड नंबर 3 में आप सबका स्वागत है। बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल एक ऐसी आईपी जहां पे हम कमाल के गेस्ट को बुलाते हैं और कमाल होस्ट भी होते हैं। आई नो मैं तो कमाल का हूं, लेकिन मुझसे ज्यादा कमाल के मेरे साथ मेरे को होस्ट रॉकी एंड RDX। कैसे हो आप?
स्मार्ट एलिजिबल बैचलर एज ऑलवेज। और वो देखिए अब तो मैं दत्तक पिता भी बन चुका हूँ।
दत्तक पिता वो क्या होता है?
अंग्रेजी में इसको फॉस्टर पेरेंट कहते हैं, बट मैं इसको बाद में अनुवाद करूंगा कि कैसे मैं इसका दत्तक पिता हूं। बट मुझे लगता है कि हमारे जो दो कमाल के हमारे यहाँ पे आईजीएल्स जुड़े हैं, इनका इंट्रोडक्शन देना काफी जरूरी है। तो why don't you have the honors and welcome the two of the finest guests and two of the finest IGLs in Behind the Glue Walls.
हमारे साथ फौजी भाई जुड़ चुके हैं, कमाल के आईजीएल, कमाल के कैप्टन, कमाल के मेंटोर, और भी बहुत सारे टाइटल इनके नाम को शोभा देते हैं। और साथ में एक और कमाल के आईजीएल मेंटोर डिवाइन। कैसे है गाइस आप? स्टार्टिंग विद फौजी भाई।
बिल्कुल मैं मस्त रहने वाला हूँ, और आपकी बातें सुन के तो जो एकदम मेरे चेहरे पे जो स्माइल जुड़ी है वो लाजवाब रहने वाली है। लेकिन हाँ, अभी के लिए टीम का जो आईजीएल रहने वाला है वो एस्टेक रहने वाला है। मतलब मैं आप गेम के बाहर आप आईजीएल लीडर या फिर वो जो कैप्टन कह सकते हो वो चीज़ में रहने वाला हूँ। बट अभी जो पर्टिकुलर गेम खेली जा रही है तो उसके अंदर रोल डिफाइन है, तो वहाँ पे वो रहने वाला है। लेकिन काफ़ी मज़ा आया। एंड रॉकी भाई, जो आप ये बैचलर बोल रहे हो आज के इंट्रोडक्शन में, मैं चाहता हूँ जल्द से जल्द हटे एंड आप भी वो टैग हटा के इंसिन भाई की कैटेगरी में जुड़े तो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगेगा मेरे को।
I wish बहुत जल्द है। एट द एंड मेरा प्रॉमिस भी है कि शादी में सबको बुलाना है और सब एक बार में घेरे में नाचेंगे। लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट। कम से कम यहाँ कोई नहीं हारेगा, इस वाले में सभी जीतने वाले।
चलिए, रॉकी भाई की शादी की चर्चा हम करेंगे गाइस। उसके लिए ना एक रॉकी का स्वयंवर हम एक अलग आईपी बनाएंगे। लेकिन अभी डिवाइन भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। डिवाइन कैसे हो आप?
बढ़िया यार इंसिन भाई, आप बताओ।
मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ यार। और बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल में ना हम नए नए गेस्ट के साथ मुलाकात करते हैं, तो हमें आपके साथ बात करने का मौका मिलता है तो और ज़्यादा मज़ेदार हम लोग का पूरा माहौल हो जाता है। बट माहौल को थोड़ा और वेवी बनाने के लिए अब पहला सवाल राइट अवे 7 करोड़ की धनराशि का सवाल पहला हमारे फौजी अजय से पहला सवाल। फौजी भाई, हमने ग्रुप स्टेजेस के मुकाबले देखे थे, पहला सप्ताह आपने भी टेबल टॉप किया था एंड साथ में एस12 एलीट ने भी टेबल टॉप किया था। बहुत ही जबरदस्त उन्होंने खेला था, लेकिन अगले सप्ताह ऐसा क्या गड़बड़ी हो गई कि एस12 एलीट दे कुड नॉट क्वालिफाई। आई नो मुकाबले टफ थे, लेकिन 150 का स्कोर क्रॉस करना पहले हफ्ते में, टेबल टॉप करना पहले हफ्ते में और दूसरे सप्ताह में बॉटम पे रहना, इन दोनों चीजों में बहुत बड़ा फर्क होता है। तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ फ्रॉम योर एक्सपीरियंस कि ऐसा क्या मोमेंटम में ड्रॉप आया कि क्वालिफिकेशन ही वहां पे मुश्किल हो गई।
इसमें 2-3 पॉइंट हो सकते हैं, लेकिन एक जैसे सबसे मेन चीज़ बोलूँ, एक तो होता है दिन, चलो दिन नहीं था, लेकिन दूसरा जो गेम का नेचुरल गेम पे रहता है। जैसे कि बात करूँ मैं, सब बोलते हैं कि एलीट अग्रेसिव है, खेलती है, वो खुद भी कहते हैं कि हम तो अग्रेसिव हैं। तो अग्रेसिव के साथ में उन्होंने फर्स्ट गेम देखा, उन्होंने अपना जो ड्रॉप पॉइंट होने वाला था, जहाँ पे क्लैश फाइट होने वाला था, उन्होंने वहीं पे अपने आप को बैक साइड कर लिया था अपने आप को कि ड्रॉप पॉइंट अवॉइड कर दिया कि दूसरी लोकेशन पे चले गए। तो बस वहाँ से थोड़ा सा जो बैक स्टेप किया और फिर वो जो दिन खराब था उसके कारण चलते वक्त जो था कमबैक से जो गेम था वो इतने खराब जाते गए, और जो एलीट थी, जो एसेट वाली एलीट थी, वो हमें बाहर हो चुने से।
कमिंग बैक टू द सेकंड क्वेश्चन, मेरा जो दूसरा सवाल दागा जाएगा वो आप दोनों में से कोई भी जवाब दे सकता है। नॉकआउट स्टेज में एक भी गलती बहुत महंगी पड़ सकती है। एज अ प्लेयर सबसे कॉमन मिस्टेक क्या होती है जो टीम्स को अंडर प्रेशर ला देती है?
चलो डिवाइन, ये आंसर
डिवाइन यार,
नहीं डिवाइन, ये बारीक क्वेश्चन है तुम्हारी।
देखो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ यार मेरे हिसाब से ना, ऐसे जब कम मैचेस होते हैं और क्वालिफिकेशन करना होता है तो फर्स्ट मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है, क्योंकि फर्स्ट मैच में अगर अच्छा मोमेंटम मिल जाता है फिर तो प्रेशर बहुत इजी लगता है। फर्स्ट मैच अगर 15 पॉइंट्स पे आ गए एवरेज तो बहुत इजी हो जाता है, फिर तो मेंटेन करके चलना रहता है। बाकी अगर फर्स्ट मैच खराब भी होता है उसके बाद भी प्लेयर्स को ऐसे रखना चाहिए अपने माइंड पे कि भाई एक मैच चाहिए, एक मैच भी 30 नवंबर आ गया तो विल कम बैक। और अगर मतलब सेकंड मैच पे अगर खराब होता है तो फिर भी होप्स ऐसे छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए, आपस में ऐसा लड़ाई झगड़ा ये सब नहीं होना चाहिए। बाकी नॉर्मल अपना जैसे बेसिकली ऐसा खेलना चाहिए जैसे अपने माइंड में नॉर्मल, जब अपने को 30 पॉइंटर्स होते हैं हम लोग प्रेशर में होते हैं कि डू और डाई है, कुछ होने के लिए तो है नहीं, वैसे ही माइंडसेट से हमें उस समय भी खेलना चाहिए। और बस एक मैच ही लगता है कम बैक करने के लिए, बाकी फिर प्लेयर्स पे रहता है कि कौन कैसा खेलता है।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, बिल्कुल आपकी बात से अग्री करूंगा। और देखिए अब आपकी बात से तो हमें अग्री करना भी पड़ेगा बिकॉज आप लोग इतने एक्सपीरियंस खिलाड़ी हैं। लेकिन फौजी भाई आपसे मेरा अगला सवाल है, टीम गॉडलाइक ने 40 पॉइंटर लगाया था, साथ में टीम अराइज स्पोर्ट्स ने भी 40 पॉइंटर लगाया था। तो जब आप इतनी कमाल की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, आप शुरुआती मुकाबलों में इतना बड़ा गेम निकाल देते हैं, तो इससे लॉबी पे किस तरीके का इम्पैक्ट होता है? क्योंकि एक टीम अगर 40-45 अंक पहले ही मुकाबले से निकाल दे रही है तो फिर ऑटोमेटिकली लॉबी पे आई फील कुछ दबाव तो होता होगा। तो आपके हिसाब से कितना इम्पैक्ट आ जाता है पूरी लॉबी के टेम्पो में?
देखो किंसन भाई, मैं ये कहना चाह रहा था कि इसमें ना इम्पैक्ट आता है, लेकिन हर एक का माइंडसेट और हर एक की जो इम्पैक्ट आने का तरीका है वो अलग अलग होता है। जैसे कि कोई टीम ने अगर एक बड़ा गेम मार दिया तो बाकी सब लोग सोचेंगे कि यार उन्होंने बड़ा गेम मार दिया, हमें भी पॉइंट करने पड़ेंगे। लेकिन वो उस टाइम पे फॉर्मेट भूल जाते हैं कि क्या फॉर्मेट चल रहा है। उस टाइम पे जरूरी नहीं आप टेबल टॉप करो, आपको टॉप 6 में क्वालिफाई होके जाना है आगे। मतलब आप नॉर्मल अगर टॉप 6 में आते हो, आप बेयर पॉइंट्स मतलब 80-85 पॉइंट्स ग्रैब कर लेते हो, मतलब आप क्वालिफाई हो चुके हो। तो आपको प्रेशर लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, चाहे सामने वाला 200 या 300 पॉइंट मार दे, मेरा ऐसा मानना है। वो स्टेज पे डिपेंड करता है कौन सा स्टेज कौन सा राउंड रहने वाला है। यही अगर मैं बात करूँ कोई फाइनल होता तो उस टाइम पे प्रेशर अलग क्रिएट होता, तब होता कि हमें उससे ज्यादा पॉइंट ग्रैब करने हैं, उसको टैकल आउट करना है। अगर हम पिछले वाले स्टेज की बात कर रहे हैं तो टीम्स को या फिर मैं खुद अपनी टीम्स को ये बोलता हूँ, कोई प्रेशर की जरूरत नहीं है। जहाँ पे क्वालिफिकेशन जितनी जरूरत है हमें उतना वहाँ पे ग्रैब करना चाहिए।
वेल सेड फौज भाई। अगला प्रश्न जो है वो आप दोनों के लिए ही है। मैं चाहूंगा दोनों अपनी अपनी प्रतिक्रिया जो है बारी बारी से दीजिएगा। ग्रुप ए की मैचेस में एक इंटरेस्टिंग मोमेंट था जहां पे गॉडलाइक ने एस12 और K9 के बीच में जो फाइट चल रही थी उसमें थर्ड पार्टी किया। एस12 अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो फर्स्ट स्क्वाड बन गई जो एलिमिनेट हो गई। ऐसे क्योटिक मोमेंट्स में प्लेयर के डिसीजन मेकिंग कैसे काम करती है कि मतलब क्या करना चाहिए कि आप थर्ड पार्टी से अपने आप को बचा सकें या वो फाइट जो है आप आसानी से निकाल दें? बारी बारी से, पहले रिवाइंड फिर फौजी भाई।
देखो ऐसी सिचुएशन में पहली बात तो फाइट लेने से पहले ही सब कुछ माइंड पे रख के चलना चाहिए कि आसपास का सिनेरियो क्या है, पोजीशन कौन सी पोजीशन पे हो तुम लोग, अटैकिंग पे हो या फिर डिफेंसिव। तो मतलब बेसिकली फाइट को लेने से पहले ही हमको जज करना चाहिए कि मतलब ये फाइट कितना टाइम लेगी, और एक्सपेक्ट रहता ही है एज एन आईजीएल, काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस आईजीएल है रोनित, तो मतलब इतना तो एक्सपीरियंस हो जाता है कि कितनी मिनट की फाइट लेनी चाहिए। अगर उससे ज़्यादा एक्सीड कर जाती है फाइट तो थोड़ा सा मतलब रखना चाहिए अपने माइंड पे कि फॉल बैक करने का टाइम आ गया। और लाइक उसमें ऐसा हुआ था कि मैंने देखी थी फाइट वो, उसमें 2 प्लेयर्स मर गए थे, फिर रिवाइव भी हो गए थे। उसके बाद लाइक थोड़ा सा पैसिव अप्रोच कर लेना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से। उसके बाद वो लोग चाहते तो पूरा आउट ऑफ द जोन जाके भी आराम से कर सकते थे कवर अप, वो सब वही स्ट्रैटेजीज होती है। बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली उसमें भी क्या पता उनको जोन के बाहर भी शायद टीम मिल गई थी। बट वही है कि थर्ड पार्टीज को अवॉइड करने का बेस्ट वही है, अगर ज़रा सा भी तुमको ऐसा फील होता है कि फाइट आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल जा रही है तो टाइम के साथ परफेक्ट टाइमिंग पे बैक ऑफ कर लेना चाहिए। फाइट इनिशिएट करते हो उसके बाद ही तुमको पता लग जाता है कि मतलब लाइक 10 सेकंड्स में अगर नॉक फिनिश मिल रहा है तुमको तो ठीक है, फाइट कंटिन्यू कर सकते हो, अदरवाइज मेरे हिसाब से तो फाइट को फिर अवॉइड ही कर देना चाहिए।
दैट्स अ ग्रेट पॉइंट। 10 सेकंड से ज्यादा किसी फाइट में अगर आप एंगेज्ड हैं तो कोशिश कीजिए अपनी प्लान बी को आजमाने की। फौजी भाई, आपकी प्रतिक्रिया क्या है उस पर्टिकुलर थर्ड पार्टी के उदाहरण ही हमने दिया कि जब एक टीम एलिमिनेट हो गई, तो आपका क्या मानना है कि क्या करना चाहिए वैसी विकट परिस्थिति में?
देखो, जो पॉइंट अभी डिवाइन ने बोले वो बिल्कुल सही बोले, और इसके अलावा मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगा, जैसे कोई भी टीम है, अब कहीं पे फाइट इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो रही है, तो हर टीम को पता है कि कौन सी टीम कहाँ पे ड्रॉप पॉइंट ले रही है, कहाँ पे क्या रोटेशन लग रहा है, क्योंकि मोटा मोटा इस स्टेज पे आके हर कोई एक दूसरे को स्टडी कर लेते हैं। तो हमने स्टडी करके रखा होता है, प्लस जो हम खुद एक टीम उतरती है एक स्ट्रेटेजी लेके उतरती है गेम के अंदर कि हमें यहाँ से क्या करना है, एक गोल होता है। अगर आप उस गोल पे जा रहे हो, आपको जोन होल्ड करना है, तो आप जोन होल्ड कीजिए। अगर आप उस टाइम पे कंफ्यूज हैं कि जोन होल्ड करने के टाइम रोटेशन लगा रहे हैं, आप बीच में रुक के फाइट इंगेज करने लग गए, क्या पता उसी सेम टाइम पे दूसरी कोई टीम जो है वहाँ पे रोटेशन लग रहा हो, आ रही हो, और वो किल्स उठाएगी, क्योंकि सामने वाली टीम पे आपको स्टडी करके आई है। तो जरूरी आपको टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करना है, जो चीज़ आप करने के लिए आए हो वो चीज़ आप फोकस करो और बिल्कुल सामने वाले को पढ़ के रखो। थर्ड, अगर कोई भी फाइट लंबी चल रही है उसको लंबी नहीं खींचनी होती है, आपको बिल्कुल जल्द जल्द चीज़ को खत्म करना है, क्योंकि अगर आप जितना टाइम लगाओगे टीम्स आती रहेंगी, थर्ड पार्टी फोर्थ पार्टी होती रहेंगी। तो ये एक तरीका होता है कि आपको अपनी स्टडी को जो कंप्लीट करना चाहिए कि हमें क्या करना है। प्लस जो डिवाइन ने जो पॉइंट बोले मैं उससे सबसे एग्री करता हूँ कि हमें फाइट को ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं खींचना चाहिए अनटिल वो कोई ऐसे जगह पे फाइट ना हो रही हो, स्टार्टिंग फाइट ना हो। अगर आप रोटेशन में फाइट कर रहे हो तो कभी भी लंबी फाइट नहीं खींची, क्योंकि कोई भी टीम का वहाँ पे आगमन होने वाला होता है।
वेरी वेल सेड।
काफी बढ़िया बात कही है फौजी भाई ने कि सारी टीम्स यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी के फिराक में रहती है, और अगर आप एक फाइट में एंगेज कर रहे हैं, ज़्यादा समय लगा रहे हैं, तो फिर शायद ऐसा हो सकता है कि कोई और टीम आपके ऊपर आके अटैक कर दे। बट ऑन दैट नोट, एक और सवाल मेरा फौजी भाई आपसे है। ग्रुप स्टेजेस के मुकाबले पहले सप्ताह की बात करें तो आप लोगों ने टेबल टॉप किया था बिना किसी बूया के। हम अगले सप्ताह की बात करें तो वहाँ पे भी हमने देखा था टीम ज्ञान गेमिंग को बिना किसी बूया के टॉप करते हुए। अब यहाँ पे दो चीजें हैं, क्या आपकी टीम बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर हो चुकी है कि बूया ना भी आए तो भी टेबल टॉप कर रहे हैं, या फिर कहीं ना कहीं कोई कमी रह जा रही है गेम के अंदर कि इतना बेहतर करने के बावजूद भी बूया हाथ नहीं लग रहा है?
इसे मैं देखो, पहली बात तो कोई भी इतना परफेक्ट नहीं होता है, या फिर कोई भी इतना पॉलिश नहीं है कि वो बिना सब कुछ करे सब कुछ हो रहा है और सब कुछ सही हो रहा है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली। मतलब कौन सी टीम ऐसी नहीं है जो ये चाहेगी कि उसको बुया ना हो। मतलब हम खुद बुया करना चाहते हैं, जो बुया नहीं हो पा रहा है वो किसी रीज़न की वजह से, मान लो थर्ड पार्टी फोर्थ पार्टी रोटेशन लेट हो हमारी तरफ से, या फिर हमारे प्लेयर्स ने गलती करी हो, उसके कारण जो हम लोग बुया मिस कर रहे हैं। तो ऐसे कोई भी टीम नहीं है, ना हम इतने परफेक्ट बने हैं कि हमें बुया की जरूरत नहीं है। बुया की जरूरत सबको होती है, क्योंकि बिना बुया के तो आजकल टूर्नामेंट नहीं जीते जाता, क्योंकि जब से वो चैंपियन रस का जो फॉर्मेट है वो चीज़ ज़रूरी है। तो नहीं, मतलब इतना कोई टीम परफेक्ट नहीं है, वो टीम की गलतियाँ ही हैं, गलतियों के कारण हमारा बुया मिस हो रहा है।
वेरी वेल सेड। अगला प्रश्न है, ग्रुप स्टेजेस में एक पैटर्न देखने को मिला है, आप दोनों से ही प्रश्न है कि अंडरडॉग टीमें जो हैं वो काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग परफॉर्म कर रही हैं बनिस्बत टीयर 1 टीम्स के, और टीयर 1 टीम्स को अच्छी टक्कर भी दे रही है। क्या लगता है आपको ये मेटा शिफ्ट के कारण हुआ है या किसी किस्म का प्रिपरेशन गैप है? क्योंकि अंडरडॉग्स को आप प्रिपेयर नहीं कर सकते, कभी देखा नहीं होता इससे पहले, और अचानक से आपके ड्रॉप पॉइंट पे आना और रोटेशन में गेट कीप करके बैठना। क्या लगता है डिवाइन की क्या वजह है कि इस बार जो है अंडरडॉग्स इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं?
इसका एकदम पॉइंट मैं वो बता नहीं सकता आंसर, बट स्टिल भाई इस बार मैं भी शॉक था काफ़ी अंडरडॉग्स को मैंने देखा था क्लैश ले रहे टीवन टीम से एकदम फेयरलेस होके, और काफ़ी सारी क्लैश फाइट उन्होंने निकाली भी थी। तो सही में मेरे को भी ये समझ नहीं आया था, मेरे को भी एक्सपेक्ट किया था मैंने कि वो लोग क्लैश अवॉइड करेंगे, बट मानना पड़ेगा अंडरडॉग्स को बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं इस बार, और काफ़ी सारे अंडरडॉग्स इस बार क्वालिफाई भी कर रहे हैं, और इस स्टेज पे इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म करना बहुत अच्छी बात है हमें और कंपटीशन मिलेगा नए लोग के साथ, और नई स्ट्रैटेजीज क्या पता हम लोग को अंडरडॉग से सीखने के लिए मिल जाए, जो कि काफ़ी अच्छी बात है।
सीम्स टू बी दैट डिवाइन ने भी कहा कि इस वक्त तो अंडरडॉग्स ने जो है बिल्कुल एकदम चकित करके रखा हुआ टीवन टीम्स को। फौजी भाई, क्या आप इस बारे में प्रतिक्रिया देना चाहेंगे? क्या आपको लग रहा है कि क्या खास वजह है कि अंडरडॉग्स इतना अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं? क्या इनके लिए प्रिपरेशन नहीं कर पाई टीवन टीम है?
बिल्कुल रोकी भाई, देखो ये जो क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा, ये जो मूवमेंट है, मैं बहुत टाइम से बोलता आ रहा कि मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ उन चीज़ों का। मतलब जैसे अभी हमारी गेम की तरफ से कंटिन्यू टूर्नामेंट्स रन हो चुके हैं, और ये बीच में कुछ टाइम पहले नहीं थे, तो उसमें क्या सीन था कि जब नहीं थे तो सेम रोटी सब्जी सेम दाल चावल मिल रहा था, सब सेम खा रहे थे, कोई स्ट्रेटेजी डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो पा रही थी। और जो जैसे अंडरडॉग्स हो गए, हमारे जो नए प्लेयर्स हो गए, वो जो इनएक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स जो मेहनत करे जा रहे थे, उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म की राह नहीं मिल रही थी। तो भी जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म की राह मिलने लग गई ना, वो जिस प्रकार से खेल रहे हैं, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ नए कंपटीशन में बहुत मजा आता है, क्योंकि नया कंपटीशन, नया स्ट्रेटेजी गेम को आगे, मेटा को आगे, हर चीज को आगे लेके जाता है, और उनसे फाइट बैक करने में, उनसे कंपटीशन करने में जिस लेवल का मजा आता है ना, मतलब डेफिनेटली वो काफी हमें चीज देखने को मिल रही है। तो शायद वो पॉइंट रहने वाला है, और अभी तो आदत डालनी पड़ेगी जितने भी बड़ी टीम है, T1 T2 मैं ये सब नहीं मानता, क्योंकि ये तो सब हमारा बनाया हुआ तरीका है। बस एक एक्सपीरियंस टीम और एक अनएक्सपीरियंस टीम, ये चीजें हमें जो समझ में आती है। तो जो एक्सपीरियंस टीम है, जो बड़ी टीमें जो रह चुकी है कि भाई पुरानी चावल जिनको हम बोल सकते हैं, अब उनको अपनी जुराबें कसनी पड़ेंगी, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से ये नए प्लेयर्स आ रखे हैं, तो मेहनत तो करनी पड़ेगी।
वैसे इनसे मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, फौजी भाई ने बात कही कि वही सेम दाल चावल खा के बोर हो गए थे। फौजी भाई, डिवाइन आपके पालक पनीर और शाही पनीर पे निगाहें हैं अंडरडॉग्स की, तो आपको भी अपने खाने की रक्षा करनी पड़ेगी इस बार।
बिल्कुल, हर एक टीम को यहाँ पे ना मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। बट मेरा सवाल ना ये दोनों से है। फौजी भाई ने जो जवाब दिया, इससे एटलीस्ट ये तो मेरे को समझ आ रहा है कि ये, क्या आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं फौजी भाई कि क्या तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग देश की नंबर 1 टीम ही नहीं, बल्कि नए चेहरों को खोज करने की एक उम्मीद है, एक मुहिम है आप लोगों के हिसाब से?
बिल्कुल इंजन भाई, देखो नंबर 1 टीम तो जो है वो चीज़ें रहती हैं कि कौन नंबर 1 है, नंबर 2, वो अलग चीज़ें हैं। लेकिन हाँ, जो ये अभी कंपटीशन चल रहा है, क्योंकि हमने देखा कितना कंपटीशन सा, बड़े से बड़े नाम हमने इस इवेंट से बाहर जाते हुए देखा, और कंपटीशन नए चेहरे हमने एकदम से टेबल टॉप जो करते हुए दिख रहे हैं, टेबल टॉप 3 में देखने को मिल रहे हैं, वो चीज़ हमें देखने को मिल रही है। तो डेफिनेटली ये जो टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है हमारा FFC स्प्रिंग 2026, इसके अंदर जो प्लेयर चैंपियन बनेंगे, वो काफ़ी मेहनत और डेडिकेशन से, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने मेहनत करके रखी हुई है, वो रिजल्ट हमें उनके सामने देखने को मिलेगा, और डेफिनेटली बहुत मजा आने वाला है।
डिवाइन, प्लीज आप भी अपने व्यूज दीजिए इसमें।
एब्सोल्युटली।
मेरे हिसाब से भी काफ़ी, मेरे को लग रहा है इस बार काफ़ी अंडरडॉग्स अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे। आई थिंक कोई एक टीम टॉप 6 भी कर सकती है, क्योंकि ये मेटा ही ऐसा है कि लाइक अभी जैसे देखा है हमने, स्टार्टिंग के 1 मिनट रिवाइवल होता है, तो इससे ना अंडरडॉग्स पे थोड़ा प्रेशर कम हो गया है। लाइक वो लोग भी फेयरलेस होकर थोड़ा फाइट्स ले पाते हैं। पहले तो ऐसा रहता था कि मतलब एक बार मर गए तो बहुत प्रेशर भी था, बट अब ये मेरे हिसाब से मेटा और वो M590 भी एक ऐसी गन है जो पूरी गेम चेंजर गन है, तो काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंस आता है इससे प्लेयर्स के बीच में भी। तो मेरे हिसाब से तो ये है टूर्नामेंट जो काफ़ी अंडरडॉग्स को शाइन कराएगा।
वेल देखिए, गेम की महिम चीजें भी यहाँ पे डिवाइन ने एक्सप्लेन कर दी, और दुख दर्द पीड़ा भी बता दी कि जब से M590 का कहर बरपा है, उसके बाद से अंडरडॉग्स काफी तगड़ा परफॉर्मेंस दे रहे हैं। मेरा अगला प्रश्न अगेन दोनों से है। हमने काफी टीम्स ऐसी देखी है जिन्होंने बूया करा भी, लेकिन नॉकआउट स्टेज के लिए क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए हैं। अब ऐसी जो जीत है, इतनी तगड़ी लॉबी में आने के बाद भी क्वालिफाई ना कर पाना, इससे टीम के मोराल पे क्या असर पड़ता है? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम डिवाइन, देन फॉजी भाई।
देखो मेरे हिसाब से समटाइम्स इट्स अबाउट लक आल्सो, कि कम मैचेस थे तो कभी कभी हो जाता है, जोन पे बैठे हैं बट स्टिल फिर कोई कभी कभी सोलो बंदा निकल के टीम के 2 प्लेयर मार देता है, वो सब होता रहता है। तो मोरल डाउन नहीं करना चाहिए अपना। इतने बड़े स्टेज पे आप आए हो एज अ मतलब बेसिकली अंडरडॉग्स अगर आप हो और इतने बड़े स्टेज पे आए हो, आपने इतना अच्छा खेला, काफ़ी लोगों ने मतलब लाइक काफ़ी टीम्स ने अंडरडॉग बुया वगैरह भी मारा है, जो कि बहुत बड़ी बात है मेरे हिसाब से अभी। और काफ़ी मतलब उनने दिखाया अपना पोटेंशियल क्या है, और आने वाले टाइम से काफ़ी T1 टीम्स के मन में भी डर बैठा दिया है कि भाई देखो कंपटीशन तो बढ़ गया है, अब मेहनत तो सबको करनी पड़ेगी, अब चलेगा नहीं ऐसा। तो वही है कि मतलब मोरल डाउन मेरे हिसाब से तो नहीं होना चाहिए, अभी काफ़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ और आने वाली है, तो मेरे हिसाब से और ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस करनी चाहिए, और ग्राइंड करो और शाइन करो।
फौजी भाई
बिल्कुल, जैसे कि बात की जाए, आपने कहा था रोके भाई कि जो टीम बुया मार के भी क्वालिफाई नहीं हो रही, तो मैं कहूँगा देखो उनको ना मोटिवेशन की तरफ लेना चाहिए कि चलो देखो दिन होता है, आप नहीं खेल पाए ठीक है, आपके मैचेस खराब गए, लेकिन आपने एटलीस्ट जो है एक बुया अचीव किया, वो भी किस लॉबी में, एक FFIC का जो टीम चला, यहाँ पे टॉप 48 टीम्स थी, मतलब समझ रहे हो इंडिया की टॉप 48 टीम में, वहाँ पे अगर आप बुया कर पा रहे हो तो लाइक वो बहुत क्रेजी चीज़ रहने वाली है, आपको उसको एज अ मोटिवेशन, और आपने अपने आप को प्रूफ करके दिखाया है कि आपका बस दिन खराब था, आप बुया लेना डिजर्व करते हैं, तो आप जो और मेहनत करके आएंगे, जो छोटी मोटी कमियां रह गई हैं उनको अपग्रेड करके, तो वो बिल्कुल मोटिवेशन की तरह चीज़ों को लेनी चाहिए, और वो लेंगे भी, क्योंकि बुया कर पाना ऐसी लॉबी में हर किसी की बस की बात नहीं होती रही।
क्या बात है,
वेल सेड।
काफी बढ़िया बात कही आपने। सो आई नो गाइस, ये शो हमारा काफी लंबा हो चुका है, बट एक आखिरी सवाल के साथ हम इसको अंत करेंगे, बट इस सवाल का जवाब रॉकी भाई आपको भी देना पड़ेगा। सो स्टार्टिंग विद फौजी भाई, देन डिवाइन ऑफ कोर्स, उसके बाद आखिरी में रॉकी भाई जवाब देंगे। मेरा सिंपल सा सवाल है, तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग की टीम जो भी विन करती है, जो भी विजेता बनता है, जो भी ट्रॉफी उठाती है, क्या उसे इस पहले सीजन की मैं कहूंगा नंबर 1 टीम का खिताब दे देना चाहिए? क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा कंट्रोवर्शियल सा सवाल है, काफी कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी इसके जवाब होते हैं। हम अक्सर अगर दूसरी कोई टीम जीतती है तो स्टैट्स कंपेयर करने लग जाते हैं। सो आई जस्ट वांट आप लोगों से जवाब कि क्या ये तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग जीतने वाली टीम को इंडिया की नंबर 1 टीम का टाइटल हम दे सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल इंसिन भाई, इस चीज़ को मैं अगर बात की जाए तो हर एक के थॉट्स अपने में अलग होते हैं, तो मेरा ऐसा कहना है कि हाँ डेफिनेटली वो टीम अगर उस सिनेरियो में चैंपियन बनी है, मतलब FFIC के अंदर क्वालिफाई करके बनी है, तो डेफिनेटली उस टूर्नामेंट की नंबर 1 टीम रहने वाली है, क्योंकि वो तभी चैंपियन बनी है। और अगर हम बात की जाए सबसे बेस्ट टीम का, नंबर 1 टीम को उसका अवार्ड दे दिया जाए, तो वो तो क्या बोलते हैं, पूरा टीम के स्टैट्स चेक किया जाता है ना, कि भाई टीम है, उसने उसकी हिस्ट्री क्या है, कैसा खेलती है, क्या परफॉर्मेंस है। तो अगर बेस्ट टीम देने की बात आती है तो कहीं ना कहीं वो पूरा हिस्ट्री चेक होकर बेस्ट टीम किसको मिलता है, नंबर 1 टीम का अवार्ड मिलता है। लेकिन उस पर्टिकुलर टाइम के लिए, उस पर्टिकुलर टूर्नामेंट के वो नंबर 1 टीम है, तो वो जो चैंपियन टीम बनी है वो नंबर 1 रहने वाली है। अगर हम ओवरऑल नंबर 1 टीम ढूंढ रहे कि भाई नंबर 1 टीम ही कौन है, तो प्रॉपर स्टैट्स होके उसने बैकएंड में क्या किया है, क्या अचीवमेंट्स है, कितना क्या बाकी टीम से कंपैरिजन में, फिर जाके वो नंबर 1 टीम निकलती है।
डिवाइन, अब आपका जवाब मैं चाहूंगा।
हाँ, मैं पॉजिटिव से टोटली एग्री करूँगा, क्योंकि बेस्ट टीम तो ईयरली देखा जाएगा कि मतलब पास उस टीम में कैसा परफॉर्म किया है, काफ़ी सारे टूर्नामेंट्स को देखेंगे फिर जज कर सकते हैं। बट हाँ, अगर कोई टीम जो अभी कोई नई टीम अगर जीतती है, बी इट अंडरडॉग और प्रीवियस T1 टीम और कुछ भी, तो करंट की तो वो बेस्ट टीम कहलाएगी टिल द नेक्स्ट इवेंट कम्स।
हाँ, देखिए मेरा ऐसा मानना है इनसेन कि डेफिनेटली जो टीम FFMIC जीतती है वो कम से कम कुछ समय के लिए इंडिया की नंबर 1 टीम डेफिनेटली रहती है। जैसे कि मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि पिछला जो FFMIC जीता था उसके बाद से iQOO टोटल गेमिंग अभी भी इस भारतवर्ष की नंबर 1 टीम है। अगर किसी को जीतना है ये खिताब इस बार भी 2026 का, तो बिना इनको हराए नहीं जीत सकते हैं। फौजी भाई ने भी बहुत अच्छी बात कही कि स्टैटिस्टिकली देखना पड़ेगा। गुरु, स्टैटिस्टिकली कहिए, प्रीवियस सालों में कहिए या पिछले साल का ही कहिए, सब आप ही
With Group B playing their final 6 games, will they be able to put up a mark? Or will they be able to set standards to make sure they will be in the top 12 of the first week to be played? With me on the desk is going to be Ozora and me, myself, Arka, welcoming you guys to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. Ozora, right at the beginning, I'm going to put you under the bus, okay? Be prepared for this.
Please, go ahead.
Do you think that anybody from Group C can do the unthinkable and overtake everybody else to put a big number?
I believe to an extent, yes, Arkan. It is going to be possible. Specifically, as you can see, the entire roster is so good. It's star-studded, so the performance is going to be imminent. Moreover, Group B, they've already warmed their hands up. They know how to go ahead and hit the place where it hurts the most. Plus, they know the entire momentum of the game as they played yesterday, and few teams even called out each other, and that entire banter was on a different level. So we're going to be setting foot on that track as well. But talking about that question, yes, I feel that Group C will do the unthinkable.
Because today we have a new group, right? And some big names are coming in over here. Before which, I believe it's time for us to, look at the timeline of the tournament. For somebody who's tuned in new, for you to make you understand what the timeline looks like. So far, we had the SETI qualifiers and the FFC mode way back in February. Now, in the group stages also did get completed in February. Now we have come to March. By the end of March, that's the knockout stages. It's day number 2. The 21st of March is where you would like to keep your eyes on, because 2 different groups are going to be playing today, and tomorrow finally you're going to be playing with the other 2. So after which we're going to go with 2 more weeks of this knockout stages, from where we're going to get the 12 best teams to duke it out in the grand finals.
Indeed, man. And all of that, the grand finals, it's going to be amazing, as we all understand LAN is a different ball game altogether, and how well the players are going to be performing then, it all depends upon how well they can at least make themselves rest assured that they are reaching towards the top 12. And that's the entire fight towards a knockout stage. The entire format is going to explain you even more in detail onto what's going to happen next. Week number 1, this is the current week that is going on. We have 6 teams in each group, A, B, and C. 3 days of round robin action, and from there, top 12 are going to head all the way towards the week number 2. Rest assured, the other members from 13 all the way to 18, they're still going to be here. They're not going to be completely eliminated or knocked around in the corner. They will get their chance, but in days after days.
Yeah, so that means the first 12 teams or the top 12 teams will have more chance to qualify.
Yes.
Because they're going to be playing the maximum amount of times. That's week 1. If they don't make it through, on day 1, they can go into day 2 of week 2. Then they can go into day 3 of week 2. So, and so on. So ultimately, for those who's placed at the 17th or the 18th position of the overall standing, which is right now taking place in the knockout stages, they'll have to prove themselves on a single day. So nonetheless, we'll be able to see teams get into the grand finals. That is, from every week, we're going to have 2 teams which is going to get to the grand finals, and 2 will be replaced from that of bottom of the table. But it doesn't end there, right? Week 3 is going to be a day where the rest of the teams, the bottom 12 teams which are remaining, they'll duke it out with 6 games per day, and the top 6 from there will qualify. That means finally in the grand finals, we're going to have 12 teams duking it out.
You know, the best part here is the ones who are going to reach towards the grand finals in the initial week itself, which is week number 2. They will have more time to analyze, assess what's going on with others. And that itself is a lot of information right there. And once they go ahead, contemplate a very nice strategy right across it, it's just going to be super good for them. So let's see who are the top 6 or who's going to be the next following 6 moving forward. But we are still stuck in week number 1. We're just going way ahead of time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, in the grand finals, right, it's 2 different days. Day 1 is going to be point rush. How do you make the maximum use of this point rush? So what basically is point rush? Point rush is where every single team on a single day are going to duke it out. Yeah, and ultimately in the overall standing, whoever comes in the top position or the first place are going to have 10 additional points before they kickstart the very last day of the grand finals. So I think that's a big advantage if you ask me. The second place are going to get 7, the third one is going to get 5, and so on until it's going to dwindle down. From the 7th to the 12th position are going to walk away with 0 points. So you do the hard work on the point rush day, you're going to reap benefits on the grand final day.
Indeed, man. And having 10 points and the next following day itself, you don't have a very nice first game, that'll at least give you some kind of a safety net. And with that safety net, you can at least contemplate, understand what can be done in the next following game. So all of that is going to be a later part of the story. But talking about the Champions Rush, it's pretty simple. Let me just go ahead and break it down for you all. Team with 80 plus points, they're going to enter towards the Champions Rush stage. And once they reach there and get a booyah in the next following map, they're going to be crowned the champions of TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. And being crowned the champions is going to be a lot more beneficial when it comes to overall performance alongside the bragging rights.
Absolutely. Now 80 points, right? Just imagine if more than one team is able to accumulate that, because the grand finals is going to be played with the new a new card altogether. That is, there's not going to be limited amount of games. So until a champion team or champion rush team is able to pull off a booyah, we're going to keep going and going and going. And just in case more than one team is able to activate those points, it's anybody's ball game.
That's right. Moving forward, the kind of incentive that the players are going to receive on all of this is the prize pool. It's a whopping amount of 1 crore, which breaks down to the champions getting 35 lakh, second place with 17 lakh, third place with 7 lakh, fourth place with 5, fifth place with 4 lakh 30,000, and sixth place with 4 lakh. And all of those numbers are going to keep dropping down. And there's one thing which is even more beneficial, specifically for the ones who are going to be claiming the MVP trophies alongside the team of the days.
Oh yeah, the grand finals MVP is going to walk away with a whopping 1,50,000 rupees, whereas in the knockout stages, every team who turn out to be the team of the day will also be rewarded with 10,000 each. We already saw one team take it away yesterday.
Yeah.
So that means today the gates are still open for the rest of them to grab it. But look at this. If you have made it into the knockout stages, that means from the 18th position itself, you're going to walk away with a bit of a prize pool in your pocket. That is 77,500 rupees. So no losers if you make it into the top 18 of the country.
That's right, man. And here's the thing, right? I just want to go ahead and highlight this. It's like a very nice thing as well. 90,000, 10,000 is already gone. So you have 80,000 still left. We can also see the similar kind of a team coming in yet again first, as they already have embarked such good journey on day number 1. And this is how they did it. They got a booyah, they got 12 placement points, and they did it again, which makes it into a total of 24. And that's how you can keep reaping rewards if you enter and last longer in the entire BR mode. Second place, 9 points. Third place, 8 points. And all the way till 10th, you get some points. But 11th and 12th, it's all thanks to your eliminations if you have any points in your pocket. Other than that, there are going to be no points awarded whatsoever. The tiebreaker rule, I would really love for you to shed some light on it, Arka.
Yeah, it all depends on how many booyahs you've got. Just in case you and your tiebreaker team has got the same amount of booyahs, then we're going to look at the total eliminations. And just in case even that is going to be matching, then we're going to see the rank of the final game. So ultimately, if you have attained the booyah in the last game, then you walk away with the championship. If not, it's the team above you walking away with the championship. Ultimately, it all comes down to, keeping the math very simple. We have been seeing this happening from before. You need to rely on eliminations. The reason being this on our screens, every single player will have to abide by this rule that his team will have only one active skill being used for each player playing in the team.
That's right. No more 3 Wukongs, no more 3 Tatsuya dashes or Oscar dashes. Nothing more of that. It's just plain and simple having one active skill, and you can go ahead and tell your teammates that you can use this. You can use a similar loadout in the form of passive, but in active, it's just one skill being locked in each member. So all 4 players, different skills.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's look at the teams who are going to duke it out today. It's going to be Group B versus Group C. From Group B, we have big names who have already proven themselves. Reckoning Esports, Aerobotz, Team Hind. All 3 of these teams are at the top of the table right now. RNX, even though they kind of fumbled, they were able to, have a strong footing by the end of the day. WindGod and Fireeyes as well. They are looking for a good day. Whereas in Group C, we have some really big names, Ozora.
That's right. We have iQOO OGxTSG. We have iQOO Total Gaming. We have EMZ Esports, God's Reign Pros, Fireeyes Gaming, and Revenant XSpark. These are the fresh new players who are going to set another benchmark. Whether it's going to be high or low, it all depends on their firepower. But Group B is pretty stoked about this, as I can already see Reckoning Esports, they are already dotting some I's and dotting some T's onto iQOO Total Gaming. So let's see how well that banter is going to go even within game.
I'm waiting to see, because yesterday I see a big statement coming in from the side of Reckoning where they said that Team Godlike is just some eliminations in the lobby for them. Whereas they also added another point telling that Total Gaming is going to be one of those teams who are very strong when it comes to their 4v4, and they'll be looking forward for that battle. So just in case we see these two teams collide, I would love to see how things are going to turn out for them. But before we speak more about the rivalry amongst these teams, let's try to understand what the lineup looks like, right? Reckoning, we did see them yesterday. Hamo, my god, the sniper was unstoppable.
Indeed, man. Plus, he was always going incognito everywhere, any given opportunity. So, good amount of tactics coming in from Reckoning Esports right in the first day itself. So, I'm expecting more from their end. And of course, we can see another benchmark being set. Plus, if they go ahead and attain the maximum amount of number, then they can yet again receive the Team of the Day award. So, that's one of the best things for NC Sport. I could not see any individual brilliance coming in from them yesterday, so I'm hoping that today will be a very nice day for them, as it's the final day for Group B. It's not that anyone is going to get eliminated. I'm just going to go ahead and clarify that out to all of our beloved viewers. Nobody is going to get eliminated. It's just that the opportunity that they receive is going to be at the very end, if they reach towards a point of 13 to 18 spot.
Yeah, but I know, looking at the lineups in front of me, all of these teams are going to thrive to make sure that they remain in the top 12, so that, you know,
Right.
they are ready to fight it from the first week itself, or the second week rather, when you look at the timeline. But Group C, this is where the danger arises. According to me, this is one of those groups to watch out for because of all the big names. Imagine Shanky Mafia and Delete going off on one side, and right opposite them you have Ayush and Legend kicking off from the side of TSG. So if you look at the rivalry point of view also, there are certain players who look forward for some early battle.
Indeed, man. I would love to see the initiation coming in as well. EMC is yet another team, even though we haven't seen them in the knockout stage to go ahead and perform. This is the first very day. I would love to see them shine as well. It's going to be all-round performance. iQOO, OGxTSG, iQOO Total Gaming. We have even God's Reign Pros, Fireeyes, Revenant, XSpark. All of them just to go ahead and see how well they can duke it out, get those eliminations early off the game, and then later on set the pace towards the end game.
Yeah, and I am just waiting to see whether Revenant XSpark will actually meet their challenge today, because Revenant XSpark are one of those teams who were at the tippity top of the overall standing in the previous weeks, right? They've already proven that they are the team to watch out for. But before which, I would like to bring our attention to two teams out here who had a little bit of things to say with amongst each other, right? We saw Total Gaming speak about TSG, OG, and OGxTSG as well. So before we jump into the stats, let's understand what Total Gaming has to say. So Total Gaming claimed that they do respect iQOO, OGxTSG, but they're not here to admire them. They're here to stop them. They might be, pushing right now, but they are the people who always set the standards. And hype is just one thing, and proving it against them is another ball game altogether.
That's right. And on the other end, there's another banter being flown right across. iQOO Total Gaming is a team with sharp coordination and solid strategies. I do understand there's a lot of glazing, but I need the masala part of it. Standard setters tag, we're not buying it. All right, now I see some masala. They're a strong contender for the grand finals, but so are we. So setting that benchmark will be super important for OGxTSG to showcase that they are the ones who can enter towards the finals, and they can do much better than iQOO Total Gaming. And when it counts, all that coordination gets tested the moment they step into our lobby. Well, it's an open challenge to iQOO Total Gaming onto how well they can perform, but the stats, they're saying otherwise.
I mean, I like that part where they both respect each other, but also giving that slight warning, telling that, you know what, it's my lobby, and the other one says, no, it's our lobby. So yeah, it's a good banter for us. It's a good entertainment for all those people who are watching out there. But if you guys are watching this head to head, which team do you think will be actually shining out bright? Do let us know in the chat. But for now, we're going to break down some stats for you. So far, Total Gaming have been very, very strong when it comes to the damage and elimination. They've been leading it, and they've got better knocks as well, even though both of them share the same amount of booyah.
That's right. And there's one thing that the audience need a lot. That is booyah, booyah, and booyah. So I already know where the audience is going to be inclined towards, and the statistics itself is showcasing that very same fleet. 133, 169 knocks, that's insane. And a damage of over 89,900 is insane, man.
Yeah. And then we have another interesting facts for you guys. Previously, these two lads were friends. In the sense, they used to play under the same banner, and now they've turned out to be foes. And we had a little chat with them to understand what they feel about each other now. And this is what KD had to say about Black. He said, yes, they've spent 2-3 years building a chemistry. And most teams can't fake that off the game, right? But the bond stays. But in-game, he's on the other side. And we don't hold back. So I wish him the best. If he's in our path, then decimation it is. That is what KD is saying. So brotherhood on one side, but in-game, you're just my enemy.
Well, Black on the other end, he has already mentioned this, that, you know what, the Team Hind chapter was a really good chapter. He has learned a lot of lessons. But no doubt the chapter always comes to an end. And once that chapter ends, there's always going to be mutual respect. But I didn't leave to stay the same. Of course, there's going to be a character development which Black is going through. Right now, I'm focused on my team and proving that I have leveled up. All right, so leveling up has been his forte. Facing them, I don't think so it's going to be any issue for him, as he's not going to go emotional. So it's just another chance to show why I moved on is Black's entire mindset, which is really good. No kidding in that.
Yeah, I like the last line which he has spoken out. Another chance to show why I moved on. And that means there's a lot behind this statement which is given. So that means whenever is given an opportunity for him against the side of Team Hind, he's going to show them why he's moved on. So I think it is an indirect kind of, welcome into his arms. Telling that, hey man, I'm open for that boxing ring.
And I'm hoping that it's going to happen real soon. And moving in, we have Revenant XSpark, the closers. They have been the game changers so far. The Wolves don't hunt early. They survive, they close. It's as simple as that. You can look at the percentage. Vincent with 47. Eliminations come in the later part of the game. 36% for the likes of Arsh. And X-Divine. Late elimination rate is at 55%. What's going on? This dude is the IGL. And he's even bringing in a lot of flavor by getting those eliminations. Damn.
I mean, by showing this, Zora, I think we have revealed it. Because Revenant XSpark are one of those teams who like to close the game. They do not take early fights, and that is why their success have been so phenomenal. Look at that. Vincent, as you correctly pointed out, 47% of eliminations which he takes comes in the late game scenario. And Harsh's late game ratio is somewhere around 3.36 KD. Oh my goodness, that elimination to death ratio being so high, it's unbelievable.
It's massive, man. And I don't think so anyone can even close the gap. That's the reason Revenant XSpark are called the closers. They remind me of MS Dhoni. Wow.
You bring in another aspect altogether to this game. Okay. They might be the, team in the yellow right now with a little bit of white mix and all, whatever. But Divine as well, right, is maximum amount of eliminations has also come in the later stages. And the best part is he's been the survivalist for the team. So he tries to survive until the end and also picks up frags, which is a big advantage. Nonetheless, guys, today, this is what the battlefield is going to look like. We're going to start off with Solara, the Nextera and the Kalahari, where we're going to end the day with Bermuda and Purgatory. So the basic maps being coming to an end means that the teams will have a greater challenge in the initial phase of this day.
Indeed, man. Solara specifically close quarter battles right off the bat, and then later on next year, to go ahead and bamboozle, see, switcheroo, get a lot of rotations on point. Kalahari is the only map known to all of these folks. Of course, they have played Kalahari more than Nextera or Solara. So Kalahari being one of the maps where it's going to be a very nice close to the first half. And in the second half, Bermuda and Purgatory is just going to help teams gather that confidence back again. But I believe Bermuda and Purgatory are way too late in the end game. So I'm just hoping that the players are going to be prepared for this bit.
I hope so. But at the same time, I'm also looking forward to see which among these teams will be able to restrict a team which pronounced themselves to be the team of the day yesterday. And let me remind you, not until the final moments did we realize that Reckoning Esports could be the team of the day. With 1 point, they snatched away the limelight from that of Team Hind. So Reckoning Esports, somebody will have to challenge them.
Indeed, man. Reckoning Esports yesterday itself, they had given a very bold statement that the only competition that they look forward towards is iQOO Total Gaming. That's it. Total Gaming is the only competition. They have ignored the entire lobby. In a lobby, there are like 12 teams and they have ignored all the 10.
Let's see whether they're going to get ignored or they're going to be finding a lot of
the hub.
Uninvited guests at the hub region, where we see that it's going to be Total Gaming who are in close vicinity with them. That's not the only place of clash, my friend. Look at the eastern side of it, Delta Isle as well. We've got WindGod and RNX.
I mean, it wasn't about the skirmish, it was about the storyline, but it's all right. Delta Isle, yes. Windmill, yet another spot where I can see a couple of teams trying to go ahead and duke it out. TV Tower as well. Finally, I can see few teams wanting to get that me time. Casa Vista, Revenant XSpark. I bet they're going to be focusing more towards the rotation and end game, as they're called, the closers. And 4Ns, this is one of the teams that I would love to see ignite the spark in the beginning itself and feel the fire till the very end. Because 4Ns, yesterday, the way they have ended the game, ended the day, it was not a good festival for them. Aerobotz on the other end, third position. So I don't know what happened to them in the later part of the games, but they have been playing super good.
You know, thinking about the games yesterday, I just realized that Reckoning Esports, once they call themselves home, as any part of the map, they've always been strong with their defense. So if Total Gaming try to challenge them, and if they put them down, probably Total Gaming will be one of those teams who have achieved an impossible task. So let's see whether that's going to be the case. But I'm sad to see that Bloomtown has no action whatsoever, because that is one place, so much of open fields, you have got so much of space to loot, yet nobody wants to go there.
So yeah, I do feel bad for them, but I know for a fact that Archway is going to be contested, as it's going to be a very close proximity towards TV Tower. The moment couple of teams are going to start taking a battle, it's going to be a third-party opportunity which Archway will present on its own. As the slides, they're going to help teams to reach towards those third parties, uninvited guest lists, and they can just crash the party. And that's the expectation earlier on in the game itself. Aggression, and post that there is a slight bit of neutrality in Nexera and Kalahari. We all know it's Sniper's Paradise. So it's a very versatile map, plethora through which these players are going to just keep moving further and further. So the mindset needs to be on point.
Yeah, but before we head into the game, we all know how it goes, right? First, we look at our predictions, and we also request you guys to put your predictions in the chat. Make sure that you let us know which 3 teams you believe will be, getting the booyah or be in the top 3 of the upcoming map. So, my friend Ozora has gone with Total Gaming, Hind and RNX. Even though we think the same with the first 2 teams, it seems like RNX versus RNTX is going to be the game between us.
That's right. Revenant XSpark, well, in the map of Solara, they have been performing good, but again, reaching towards the very end and calling it a booyah has been slightly difficult, as most of the places, they have lost the man count early, and whenever they start moving around, those opportunities are left squandered. So I believe yesterday, the way RNX performed, specifically in the first map itself, I have the kind of confidence that they can do it yet again. But on the other end, I did not see Reckoning do the same, else Reckoning would have taken the same spot of RNX.
Yeah, again, I went with, a brand new name, because we don't know anything about them. Yesterday's team strategies are like open book now. So every single team would have watched the games, they would have known how to stop a specific team, and then after that, everything would have fallen in place for them. Hopefully, the homework is going to come in handy. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to prepare ourselves for the first map of the day, and I hope you guys are ready, because this is going to be flaring with sun, as Solara is going to be coming on our screens anytime soon.
Solara, one of the maps where versatility micro adjustments are gonna matter a lot. And in the midst of all of that, it's about feeling the fire, the confidence that is being brewed right inside you, and the explosiveness. All of that is gonna matter right about now. As for group number B, it's going to be the final 6 maps. And for group C, this is just the beginning.
The flight path, dissecting the map to the very center, giving way for everybody to go to their respective drop location. Reckoning Esports, now they can spread their wings, right? The Wolves, they can go in for a split, and they're going to have some hefty amount of loot, if you ask me. And I wonder where Total Gaming went. Oh, there it is. They go to the hub. So that means Reckoning Esports have changed it, and that's going to be a great one to watch.
Indeed, man. They have head all the way towards Bloomtown. But there's a drop clash through which I can see Cropsy just trying to reach further and further, but the opponent got the car, instantly hits the evacuation, and it's Fireeyes. They're just trying to run away from initial battles as they're not that confident towards taking that fight. But I can see one player who's still sticking around just to get one knock or two. And same thing goes for Struggle as well.
Yep, Struggle got information and now he falls back. A clever move, if you ask me. Knowledge is power at the end of the day. Whereas WindGod, for now, they've got that early elimination against Hind. And let me remind you that it's a strong team to face off. Whereas on the other side, Cropsy says, no matter how many players are in front of me, I'm going to execute one at a time. And he gets one elimination in his name as well.
Good start. God's Reign pros. They know that this entire area is going to be contested, and Fireeyes, they do have a vending machine. They can call in the following comrade, but here's the part where we can see a very nice skirmish. WindGod versus Team Hind, and Team Hind so far, they are crumbling down like paper. Not a good sight for them. This is the place where WindGod initially, they took a battle against RNX. They were completely left stranded, but this time it's going to be a different story altogether.
NYM trying to avoid this fight. Probably he's going to be the last resort as he falls back from this fight. But RNX versus OGxTSG. This is what I'm looking forward to. It feels like two big bulls will have to lock horns now. As eventually, we're able to see that Team Hind was not far away, but they do fall back after losing a player.
Oh well. Getting the information, where is Troll? It's going to be pretty easy for iQOO OGxTSG to just rush forward, and that's what they're doing, taking the slide. They know a couple of players from RNX are still on top of the entire area, but they have just kept it completely vacant. They just want to exit from there, head towards the arms of WindGod, and take them down by surprise as the buzzer rings for the circle to start closing. This is warning for Django to run away as he's going to be caught. Those shots sublime, and there's the elimination that iQOO OGxTSG is going to keep dear to their hearts.
Oh my goodness, iQOO OGxTSG are looking unstoppable from the get-go. And look at them. They knocked down a player. They were not bothered about the other one. They first finished him off. Then they go into hunt for the next one. So, I mean, no wonder they had stats which were so clinical. But for now, what I look forward to is the skirmishes, right? Until yesterday, we saw that there were many fights taking place in the first circle itself. With the first circle siren already coming in, I don't see much, but 4 ends. They're going to be rewarded with 1, as WindGod have knocked on the wrong door.
Them wanting to go ahead and make those ends meet, they need those points. Specifically, yesterday's day was not that great for them, and now taking the battle against iQOO Total Gaming is not at all advisable. Windmill is one of the areas which is being heavily contested, and look at Raichu, he's trying to run away incognito instantly, and that's how he escapes from such a good battle. Total Gaming, they're very close, and 4-end, they're still going ahead and contemplating some kind of strategy here, but they need to cook it very well.
Aztec almost misses it out, and due to which Avjit will be able to land one perfectly. Shanky in deep troubles. Avjit, he understands that Delete is in the backline. Surya changing position, putting up some glue walls, trying to buy some time as Sniper. He's going to be making sure to rush in forward. whereas Shanky keeps changing position, but ultimately will have to kneel in front of the opponents as Delete is going to be running away from this position because he knows that in case he gets taken out, it's the end of the story for iQOO.
Well, they're back once again. All 4 members back into the lobby. Back into the game, sorry, not in the lobby. But unfortunately, Delete, he has been taken off guard. One elimination comes through. Shanky, he's still landing down. But I don't think so. It's a good sight for them. Overall, the battle, the skirmish that they initially took place right against Fireeyes, they could not go ahead and get it to a perfect part of it. So now comes the time for the other iQOO OGxTSG to shine, and it is RNX who gets instantly deleted. Now they're back to the lobby.
RNX, we really thought that they're going to build up that momentum, and eventually it's going to be the orangutans thumping their chest, making sure that they eliminate the second team to exit from this lobby. And before we could complete our sentence, there's another team which gets taken out. Reckoning first to put an end for EMZ, and then we see that Team Hind sends WindGod home.
That's right. Now heading all the way, trying to scout out, see what they can get, salvage those weapons if they want to get a better one, and keep moving further. Delta Isle is still one of the places where I can see Team Hind. They're taking it very slow. There was a launch pad and now it's gone. So KD God, he's just gonna think, wait a second. The moment I think about running away from this area, launch pad just heading out, it's not a good omen. So let me just stick around here for a longer time.
Raichu needs to be careful. Anubhav is rushing in with that shotgun. Will be landing one perfectly as Surya watches his team get decimated. He's going to be tucking his tail and running away. Whereas Cyber on the other side betrays his team for now because he realizes the nearest vending machine or the recall tower is a better place to be.
That's right. God's Reign Pros against Fireeyes. I can see one player healing, trying to do it so valiantly, but it's not going to be rewarded as he goes down and the elimination is imminent. God's Reign Pros with 7 eliminations, currently second in the entire chart, and iQOO OGxTSG, my oh my, what a beautiful start for them. They have 9 right off the bat, and it's not even 8 minutes down.
You know, 1 point away from having a double digit in elimination. Yesterday we did see that take place from that of Hind. Were not looking so great today, but OGs are not at all feeling the pressure, that's for sure. God's Reign on the other side are one of the other favorites in the lobby, and they are living up to that expectations. Look at that, 7, and Anubhav alone has taken 5.
The buzzer, it's signifying a lot of things. The circle slowly closing in, and Aerobotz, so far they've been very, very silent. And I'm hoping that they go violent as the moment passes by. Vincent far away, still I believe tackling the blue, trying to enter towards the circle. And I can see iQOO OGxTSG, even though one player's HP is way too low, they're pretty confident in order to get more points. Mafia, a sniper lord, is trying to scout out, know where the opponents are, and it is Team Hind. So, not a good sight for them. And let's see how well iQOO OGxTSG, iQOO Total Gaming is going to take this situation under control.
I still feel everybody are trying to play for that late game, right? And that could be a bit of a problematic situation for one team in this lobby right now, and that's Reckoning. We always rely on those end games. We did see the stats early on today, and since they need to, kind of be careful for all the other teams, they might have a bit of an advantage as well because they're more experienced in the final games, so they might know how to tackle it out.
Of course, having such good LAN experience as well is going to showcase a lot of spirit in them. Total Gaming, pot shots taken, Team Hind. For now, they're just mellowed down, trying to understand what's happening here as so many teams are just sniping in and out, knowing where the location is. That tag from Moko is going to help a lot, but it's just one player, and the others, they are raking it up. That's the shot that we all are waiting for. Mafia instantly puts one player, isolates him, but it is going to be a return fire that even Team Hind is showcasing right now.
Just burning resources, striking fear in the hearts of the opponent so that they don't get in closer to them. Total Gaming as well as Team Hind, both of them a fair trade if you ask me.
Oh no.
Since they are the known neighbors, they're just gonna wait it out. But Mafia says, you know what, you might be KD God, but I am also a Sniper King in the lobby. This Mafia is looking forward for another knock altogether. KD God, he's gonna be healed quickly with that treatment gun.
You know what the worst part is? Team Hind needs to worry even about Aerobotz now. They have a hit list lodged right on top of Team Hind, and this is not at all a good sign. That's the reason they hit the evacuation button, and now they're heading all the way towards the circle in order to not be gate kept. Total Gaming, they're already inside the circle. They're healthy. They're just going to keep an eye on where the opponents are rushing towards as the circle closes right about now. And this is just the third circle, so...
Team Hind, they're heading to 4, and at this point of time, a 2v4 situation. Surya and Avjeet, will they be able to pull this off? As the Siljat gets in closer, we can see they're trying to tuck their tails and run away with one man already down. The other one is also gonna lean and making sure this vicinity is right now in control of Hind as they rake up 7 eliminations, and they've got a strong footing inside the circle.
Lovely switches, the backstabbing, absolutely top-notch. Team Hind have done their homework, they've done their assignments, and they know how each and everyone plays, even in the other groups as well. So, lovely performance. There's just one player. Wait a second, 4 ends, they are completely eliminated? Oh no, that's not a good sign, but this is another place where Revenant XSpark, they've been taken care of. Not at all a good start for them. Wait a second. Is that a third-party opportunity? Yes, it is. Aerobotz.
Reckoning. Sabo. He's going to grab all the attention as his teammates going to go outside of the circle to get his teammates revived. And he does it. He does it. Heimu and Ash are back in this game. I hope that Aerobotz look up to the skies. Yes, they do. Mad God. He looks up and he doesn't find anybody. Whereas Sabo on the other side is still buying time. Trying to find a hard compound for himself. He's going to be accompanied with another teammate to come in quickly. But Heimu gets knocked down mid-air. But I don't think it's going to be hard for his teammates to go in for the revival. But have they got a Thiva? Because Aerobotz are looking forward for some battle.
That's right, they need it right about now. Instant fixes, instant patches, and that's the shot. It was right on the leg. That's the reason Sabo is still alive. Else he would have been perished long time ago. It's a 4v4 battle where Aerobotz, they're just taking it slow for now, but they know where to hit. Reckoning. Ash is trying to cocoon himself, but that Riptide Rhythm is just gonna break his ankles down on the ground, and the team, they are crumbling down. They don't have the manpower advantage. Heimu is right behind. Did he just pop in the incognito and he's just trying to run away? Yes, I guess that's what he wants to do.
I don't know how come Aerobotz are looking so unstoppable in this lobby. Reckoning, even though they were very clever in their gameplay so far, they have done a bit of a damage to Aerobotz, that's for sure. But yes, Heimu, as you correctly pointed out, incognito mode and immediately runs away because Reckoning are well known for their survival as well. Remember, they had a survivalist in their team.
Always, it has to be Heimu. You've seen him. The entire team taking a very nice fight against Godlike. And Heimu always prioritizes to be inside this circle. But this time it's not going to happen as we have 4 teams with all 4 members alive. This is going to be insane. Who's going to sandwich whom? We'll see that in a jiffy.
Total Gaming on the other side. This is how the cookie crumbled for them against Hind, as Shoto in the front line was unable to connect the initial shots. Eventually, it was Siljat who was able to do some phenomenal footwork and put an end for iQOO Total Gaming. And that means Team Hind with 11 eliminations. They're looking forward to make sure that they end at the top of the table. And guess what? OGxTSG are just going to welcome Aerobotz because they just flew in to suicide.
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat. That was not at all a good move iQOO, OGxTSG, they were prepared for this. They knew where Aerobotz are going to land in from. And the moment they took the launch pad, they were instantly deleted. Last member standing and his HP is way too low. There's some really good pot shots been taken right at him. He's trying to patch himself, but I don't think so. The survivability is going to last for a longer time. Aerobotz down for the count. And now we have top 3 teams right in front of us. Team Hind, iQOO, OGxTSG alongside Fireeyes. Fireeyes, my oh my. How did they even reach here is the question.
A 3-way Mexican standoff between 3 teams, Team Hind, iQOO, OG and Fireeyes. Amongst the 3, I'll have to tell you this, the fan favorites obviously would kind of tilt towards the iQOO OG side for now. But we have seen the table toppers, right? Team Hind, who almost had the best team of the day yesterday, will look forward to have a good start today, and they are also present out here. Fireeyes are looking more fiery than before, and that's why I love to call them Fireeyes for now. They did the initial damage, they've made sure they put fear in the hearts of OG.
Arjun, the sniper, he needs to do the bidding right now. iQOO, OGxTSG, they're outside. The only cover that they have is one tree and a rock. And compared to them, Fireeyes alongside Team Hind, both of them are looking pretty good. And now that Team Hind is planning about reaching towards the smack center of the circle, that's some lovely repositioning, and that's where Fireeyes is going to get the go green sign that they can take this compound. But who's going to be sandwiched is still the question which is lying right around. Wolvin instantly patches himself with a 100% medkit, and now iQOO, OGxTSG, they are dividing and conquering at the same time.
Oh, divided
Blue walls
detection.
being deployed.
Not so good. Not so good, my friend Ozora. Getting in closer to Fireeyes right now. Sahil Jat says this is where they need to strike first because they are closer to the circle. They come in. Body heavily damaged as Jack is down on his knees. Prince on the other side. Troll from the top is trying to land some shots. 2 player gets taken down. But Sahil Jat says, you know what, I'll be able to pull off a 1v1 out here. But he needs to be careful because OG on the other side, they're watching all of this closely. But Sahil Jat outside of the circle, he's got so much damage. But Troll, he's much more better when it comes to the HP. But still gets taken out. But Sahil Jat somehow makes it inside the circle. But can he pull off a 1v4?
No. That's not at all a good sight. Sahil Jat, he wanted to enter towards the circle, but instantly he fumbles by putting the glue wall, and that's where iQOO, OGxTSG got the opportunity to go ahead and divide and conquer. What a lovely booyah being brought upon. They all were waiting patiently out there. They wanted Team Hind to take the fight, and Team Hind did against Fireeyes, and that's the brain game that Ayush is mentioning right about now. Same thing goes for Legend as well.
Oh my god. Early game. Early good game for OGxTSG. Both of us did think that, you know, this is one of those teams who can do exceptionally well on today's day. And they're proving themselves right. And look at that. The final moments as well, where they came in closer towards the team, you know, did a little bit of damage, and then they fell back. And that changed the overall scenario of this game.
That's right, man. And what a way to go ahead and change things around. My goodness. Take a bow, iQOO, OGxTSG. The first game itself, they have gone ahead, given a statement that we are here to rule the lobby. And this is some final shots that we can see right in front of us. Sahil Jat, the only mistake that he made was placing a glue wall instead of heading towards the circle, and that's the mistake that he's going to regret till the very end, as he was the last person surviving. Look at that. That's the very moment. Last person surviving. He could not help his teammate. And there you go. That's how you bring in 17 eliminations and a placement point of 12, making it a total of 29.
Team Hind still proving themselves the most consistent team so far in this knockout stages. It is Team Hind, 22 points in total, where they've got 13 eliminations. Fireeyes, out of nowhere, this team has impressed me. And hopefully, we'll be able to see them carry that momentum forward. Reckoning, God's Reign and Aerobotz, even though they went down early, they were clever enough to pick up some good eliminations.
There's some kind of a rough patch that RNX Esports is going through. Same thing goes for even WindGod. I mean, you have already initiated things yesterday on a very nice note, and now carrying from that very note, is slightly impossible for them, and I'm hoping that they can start gaining their momentum. EMZ Esports, they're new to this entire lobby, but it doesn't mean that they haven't played against such teams. They need to start waking up. They need to hit that skill switch right about now, and in the next following one start performing. iQOO Total Gaming as well, they could not do much as they were trying to contest for the circle and reach right in, but unfortunately they were caught off guard, and Team Hind was the one to go ahead and do the dirty deeds. But now talking about the MVP from the likes of iQOO OGxTSG has to be Arjun, the sniper, the specialist who always loves to hit where it hurts the most.
Yeah, the final bullet was also, being struck by this very man with that VSK 94. The Skylar, we did see a bit of riptide rhythm here and there, but the Maro, Moko and the Suzy, as always, been phenomenal for this player. And I like when teams kind of understand each other's strength, because they all know that, for a sniper to hit properly, the opponent needs to stand still, right? And that's why, they went in closer to the opponents and they were ready to tank some damage, because the opponent was like, you know what, I need to stay still to connect as well. And that is when Arjun strikes and does a phenomenal job.
That's right, man. And I'm hoping more of this action to be unfolded. Moreover, the way they're just trying to go ahead and get those points itself is insane. I mean, Suzy again and again being brought upon, and each and every time you eliminate someone, you get some kind of you get some coins, and that's going to help you a lot in the end game as well. You don't have to run around, try and collect those coins, right? That's one thing that you're going to just get rid of.
Hopefully. Whereas Chrono being used by Ayush did help at certain points of the game. But look at this, all of them contributing equally with 2000, 2000, 2000, almost a similar kind of a damage and eliminations as well. But I'm kind of impressed with Ayush, as I already spoke before. He's been clinical with 3 eliminations and 4 knockouts with the 2000, but all credits go to Arjun, because 3555 damage for 6 eliminations. Let me remind you, 8 knockouts is no joke for a sniper, especially in the map of Solara.
That's right, man. So overall, this is the entire story. Let's just head all the way towards the survivability, towards how well the teams have understood the assignment, what did they do wrong in the initial phase, how did they start, all of that in the circle analysis. It was a very slow start, rather I would say. The first circle did not give a lot of fruit to most of them, which is WindGod alongside RNX and EMZ. All 3 of them perish right there. And then later on, after 3 eliminations, we can see even 4 ends just washing their hands from the map of Solara. Existential crisis has been lodged upon a lot of teams now.
Absolutely. Now, I also like that fights are eventually starting to look kind of, late game rather than the early ones. Yes, the first circle, obviously, because of the meta, and then we see the second circle is a bit more silent. The third one gets violent. The fourth one carries forward. Even though there were not many teams left out for the fifth one, the sixth one was also equally chaotic. So, there's been a change in the pattern from the previous stage of this tournament to this one as well. So I'm looking forward to, some more action to take place, at least in the third circle fray, so that the end game becomes much more interesting.
End game needs to be interesting, and now we're just seeing like few teams coming in towards the end game part of it. Imagine having more than 6 teams just trying to share a compound and exist there just to get those points, and just witness who's going to be the first patty to the sandwich. Moving in towards next era, these are the preferred drop spots of all of the teams that we can see right about now. EMZ heading the sole proprietor of Boxing Gym. I really like the essence of it, but Deca Square being heavily guarded by so many teams is for sure gonna make EMZ Esports on their toes.
Farmtopia as well, I still remember, this was one of the places where most of the teams would want to place themselves, because not only is it in the center of the circle, it's easily accessible to the circles forming up as well. But Grave Labs is one of those places you have a hefty amount of loot for yourself, so the farming can become much more easier for you. Nonetheless, I can see a big clash in the Intellect Center, as you correctly pointed out, RNX and Total Gaming. In case that does take place, we'll get to know who's the best in a 4v4 battle.
Intellect Center, super interesting spots. Same thing goes for Museum as well. Last time we saw the Museum ticket was very expensive for few of them. This time I'm hoping that they have the money for it and then just lost their way, either plug the fallen comrades in the vending machine and bring them back, or just run away from there. That'll be the best bet ever taken. But Zipway is one of the places where I can see God's Reign heading towards, and Rust Town can be one of the places where they can keep scouting in, as iQOO, OGxTSG, they would want to move around in that corner, as there's like two teams, WindGod alongside Reckoning, waiting for their entire situation to brew up.
You know, let's look at our predictions for now. I was waiting for the screen to
Let's
come
do.
up because there's going to be a lot of difference. I was expecting all three of it to be different, to be frank. But at least, you know, we are same with RNX. The Wounded Lions, I believe, it's time for them to wake up. That's one side of the story. Whereas on the other side, I justify that Fireeyes, with the kind of start they've got in the first game, they look forward to capitalize on it. God's Reign as well. It's not like they had a bad run, but it's just that they were a little bit unlucky in that split. So hopefully these two teams can make a comeback, but you stick to the fan favorites, right? Reckoning and Total Gaming.
Indeed. I do stick around with that because Reckoning, yesterday's performance has been insane in the map of next year. I do understand it's completely against the odds, but this is how they start pulling up those insane gameplays. And you never know. This time again, it can be that Hemu power play coming in, is going incognito, trying to get the height advantage, as the others are trying to do the heavy lifting. So I am very interested to see how well this team is going to go ahead and perform, specifically in the second map. And alongside this, another part, right? They need to yet again set that trend just like they did yesterday.
Yeah.
iQOO Total Gaming, on the other end, the first game is not at all good for them. So I always have this understanding about them that whenever they are wounded, they are even more fierce.
No, I've seen some Wounded Lions actually showcasing their true prowess after, you know, they've been wounded. So let's see whether we can expect some teams to do so. But as I said, for you guys who are watching us right now, do let us know your predictions. And if your prediction has come out true in the first game, then kudos to you. You guys are watching us closely.
Kudos,
you
man.
guys are understanding the game better, or probably your hearts are singing a proper tone for the teams you're watching out for. Yes, and ultimately, the next map, in the map of Next Era, it's a different ball game altogether. We have seen that there's many eliminations as well. There's so much of space for teams to work around with. Do you feel that we can expect a big LM game over here, or do you feel that it's still going to be a constructive one, just like that of Solara?
It's going to be constructive. A big elimination game is it's going to only happen when the team are going to be reckless enough. No team here whatsoever is reckless. Everyone is super calculative, and that's what I love about this team. I would really appreciate Foreigners and EMZ to pull up their socks and get back into the groove and start getting those eliminations as an early game advantage. You need to get that, and Next Era is providing you the ground and the roots and the means to do that.
Oh yeah, Next Era map. This is where every single player would want to bring out their A game and make sure that they say to the opponents, do you feel the fire? But ladies and gentlemen, the flight path itself is looking interesting as always. It's going to be dissecting the map to the very middle, where over the Grave Labs is where it's going to start and end up towards the Rust Town. So Intellect Center, where we were expecting two big names to be clashing out, seems like it's a bit far away for the taking.
It's a detour. I can see Revenant, XSpark, Mafia, from the likes of iQOO Total Gaming heading at least close to it. Vincent already sending himself towards the Intellect Center. Wow. I love the way they've already traversed half the map through and throughout. It's going to be a huge clash between these two giants, and I'm just going to enjoy here eating some popcorn.
Teka Square is where we see the first point of contact, ladies and gentlemen. It's got Fireeyes and Aerobotz. Not far away is OG. They're like, you know what? We will have a chance to third party this fight. So one of the players gets in closer to the battlefield and he's going to keep his eye on
drag
it.
shots.
But yes, Prodigy will be able to put a player down, goes in for a confirmation, immediately gets it as well. But immediate trade comes in from the backlines. The deed is being done. And Johan getting prepared for another player to get in closer.
That's right. What's happening towards Intellect Center? I'm super interested to know what's going on there. Enemy tracking, that's going to be one of the things that Aerobotz would love to go ahead and do. as they need those eliminations early in the game to set the momentum towards all high. Fireeyes, well, for now, they're just tucking the tails and running away as there's another team, iQOO, OGxTSG, right around the corner. And they can still bamboozle as the teleportation is right in front of them. But Jack is not going to be the jack of all trades as he's going to be taken down by Prodigy.
Prodigy trying to live up to his name. Mad God on the other side. Did he damage his own glue wall for a minute? Yes, he did. Yes, Bunny comes in towards the vending machine, does the job and run away. My God, that was clever coming in from his side, but eventually he gets taken down from far away. It's Arjun from that of OG who puts him down, and the confirmation rather goes in the hands of Aerobotz, who are rewarded with 2 as Mad God on the other side gets traded off.
All shots right in the center of the fish's eye. That's Arjun for you, ladies and gentlemen. Aerobotz now moving in close, trying to at least get the elimination points a bit more higher. But it's not going to be that easy. Arjun is still providing the support. Krish, now he has been taken down, but he's instantly going to be back on his feet. Nice retaliation, and that's what we were waiting for. Johan has been taken care of. Prodigy, HP low, and one by one, this team is crumbling down. All thanks to Arjun taking shots from afar. But Ayush, in the midst of all of that, he has to take the silence. He has to take the bow out from this battle.
Aerobotz, I like this approach. They're taking some punches, but they're landing clever ones against the opponents. Yes, for now, they've covered one of the entrances, and it becomes easier for them to tackle out the opponents. Manu comes into the crosshair. Mad God doesn't miss much, but this time, because he does, Dropsy is going to put him down and under. Whereas Krish on the other side, he brings in his teammate back into this lobby. GDR out of nowhere comes to Deca Square, and they're like, you know what? We'll show you how the thing is done.
The third party, well, it always works out for the best. You just need to know, you need to understand the elimination feed as well. Understand where the opponents are right now. Struggle instantly pops in the inhaler in order to get that EP being converted to HP. But now he's just going to quickly patch himself. Knows that the entire fight has come to a standstill. Kunal is crouching for now, trying to evade all kind of shenanigans from the opponents. As long as he's alive, things are going to function well. And Kunal, finally, he breaks the silence, runs around, and look at the electrotherapy just working out. Struggle. He loves to take this battle, and I don't think so Kunal can even stand a chance against this battle.
Oh my goodness, what? Kunal proves you wrong, my friend.
Uno reverse.
What a shot coming in from his side. Even though he gets taken down, a valiant effort coming in from his side. And I was not expecting him to land that shot. Trust me, I thought he was done as well. But at that point of time, a very clever 180-degree shot or 360-degree shot, whatever you want to call it. But yes, it did do the D.
Indeed, man. Jack once again being caught off guard. Wait a second. 3 players right in front. And look at this. It's a frag fest for Manu. Dude's not even moving an inch, and he's just getting all of the eliminations just like that. And they have slowly raked up 7 total points. Insane performance. God's Reign, they are bringing in all the fire for this following game. Unfortunately, EMZ is giving in a very nice response.
GDR slowly breathing a sigh of relief, but they need to be careful. Because after this, they'll have to not only make it to the center of the circle, they need to be prepared for whoever is holding the very center. Team Hind and Reckoning still hold the top of the table. 129 points is what Hind have got so far. And Reckoning not far away with 123. Struggle gets taken down, and out of nowhere, GDR...
He's going to be plugged in.
Yeah, he's going to be plugged in, obviously, but they're like, wait, who shot him and from where?
You always know who's going to be taking shots at this point of time. And whenever you see iQOO OGxTSG, then it is Arjun. For sure, it is him. Krish, he's doing the heavy lifting as well, taking Manu down on his knees and making him scrape the ground. Good amount of battles being unleashed, and this is a retaliation. iQOO OGxTSG earlier on, they were right here towards Deca Square, and now they want to call it home as Anubhav, he is running for his dear life right on top, throwing nades, trying to at least stall, but he needs to cook those nades in order to at least keep the enemies at bay. Unfortunate events being struck down, but in the midst of all of that, where did Kunal land from?
Oh, he gets revived, but Kunal chooses a wrong place to land. And it's just easy pickings for the opponent. OGxTSG, who are looking unstoppable so far, continue to show the wrath of this lobby. Look at that, Prodigy doesn't realize. Bad God as well. He needs to be careful. 2 confirmations come through quickly. Krish gets taken down. I don't think so. That's going to be a problem for them. Ayush with the Woodpecker. Looking out for another player. Mad God trying to run away from this position, but Legend has him trapped up. Comes in closer. Goes around this container and made sure that Mad God has nowhere to run. Shots connect.
Wow!
Perfectly landing. The strategy, the game plan, everything falling in place for this team. And they hit 10 eliminations even before the second circle can complete.
This is the second time. Am I looking at iQOO OGxTSG? Like, for real, for real? Man, Legend just instantly knows where the opponents are going to be at. And wow, what a lovely affair there. Moving in, Team Hind, they themselves are slowly but surely cooking. And Prodigy, well, he has taken a lot of damage. He needs to instantly fix himself. Else, Prodigy, if he vanishes, then it's not going to be problematic for Aerobotz. But again, it's 1 point given.
Prodigy again in troubles, gets out of the vehicle at the nth moment. But guess what? The person who was taking the shot eventually had to kneel. I think it was a vehicle, which kind of collided with him.
No.
Or a distance. Oh, from a distance, he gets shot at. Okay.
Yeah, it's
But
Ani.
now-
It's Mr. Ani.
Team Hind, 7 frags. I'm starting to see them feel the pressure. They bring in players back, but way outside the circle. They're pushing this fight. Will this turn out to be a bad one? Mr. Rani comes in closer, tries to take a fight, but Wolvin says, no way I'm gonna allow you to do that. With the grenade launcher into his face, Sailjar tries to run away. He knows that Wolvin is in a bit of a trouble. Changes position immediately. Team Hind, do they need to fall back from this fight?
Oh, they definitely need to. Sahil, what do you think? Akimbo revolvers are not going to help you out in this given situation. And RNX, this is the second time that they have been eliminated. I do understand they have 9 eliminations on their name, but that's not it. But in the meanwhile, there's a battle which we all love to see. iQOO OGxTSG versus Reckoning. Well, whether the days are going to be reckoned or it is yet again the apes trying to pump their chest and say that this is yet again our home.
Will slowly making sure that they first have information. Sabo, Ash, Wild Fox and Hemu, all 4 of them making sure they have eyes on all directions. Whereas GDR, look at them. They've got the bird's eye view, right? I think they're trying to hunt down that one player from WindGod, Kingston. But I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them.
It is going to be that bit difficult. And of course, you're not in Kalahari. And if you were, then grappling hook would have been one of the best things to at least give you the height advantage. And that's where God's Reign is just going to wait around the corner, destroy any and everything that comes right outside. For example, this truck which has been brought down from the likes of Reckoning as an artificial cover, but that artificial cover will soon go boom. So, good luck in order to get out and run away.
This is not going to be easy. But I like this approach from GDR, to be frank, because they're like, you know what, once we have the high ground, let's wait for the final circle to form. In case it happens somewhere close by, yes, we can just jump down from this building and capture it. If not, we'll use that mini launchers to land ourselves in a perfect place. But 3 strong teams so close to one another, I feel it's unsafe for each of these teams, to be frank, because they'll be watching out for someone or the other to make a mistake. And Kingston's position till now seems to be so phenomenal that GDR, once they try to move from that position, that is where he's going to strike.
Indeed, man. But I'm hoping he doesn't get spot right off the bat, else the entire cover is going to be blown. You cannot do much there. I'm concerned for Reckoning right now. They're inside just one compound. Imagine an ambush. All four of them. It's either they can go ahead and break the backs of the opponent or their back will be broken. It's a 50-50 chance to survive. But I'm just liking the odds of iQOO OGxTSG as they have a 2-2 split coming in. Aerobotz yet again a good strategy to reach close towards the banner or feel the fire. They for sure are feeling the wrath of the opponent. And this is a very last moment switcheroo coming in from Aerobotz. And last time when we saw this, it did not end up really good for them.
Team Hind, they're interested to pick up these two lads first. Prodigy gets taken down. Siljart again with that grenade will be able to put a player down. I think this is just a valiant effort from that of Aerobotz. The rush comes in. Shoto misses shots, but eventually will be able to land one. Kunal also gets taken down. Punches him out of the lobby. And now Aerobotz in deep trouble as Team Hind have reached 10 elimination points and are looking forward to enter into the vicinity of Total Gaming, who are kind of injured at this point of time.
Yeah, the late rotations, they definitely are now working out. Team Hind, HP is low, it's just dwindling. KDGod still somehow surviving alongside Shoto. Both of them working around the clock to make things work. And there you go, the healing pistols are coming in, and Aerobotz, they're not at all finding the solid footing right about now. They're very close to the Burger Shack. That's the only place that they can find and call it Nirvana. As the other houses, they've already been contested in iQOO Total Gaming. Love the numbers that they've already brought upon. 11 eliminations is what they have currently. Even though they're at like the 16th spot, but that's the overall standings that you all are looking at right now.
Look at how close things are with Total Gaming having 12 elims. We have OG with 11, GDR with 11, Hind with 10, Aerobotz with 13. Oh my goodness, every single team is giving their 100%. Whereas Wolven gets taken down. Shoto will be the last man standing closer to the circle, whereas KDGod on the other side is busy with another fight. Can he heal in time? It seems like he can. And now they'll have to make it inside the circle with Total Gaming gatekeeping them. And look at that, GDR still on top of that building is having a really good time looking at all the teams out here.
Wait, is it me or did that Riptide Rhythm did not break a single glue wall? How did that even work? Okay, it's elevated in the air, so that's the reason iQOO Total Gaming could survive for a longer time, but now is a time where they are facing a lot of wrath. Shots being fired. Aztec and Shanky, both of them knocked on the ground. Mafia, he's the sole man standing, trying to keep the flag float high in the air. 13 eliminations and 6 from his own pocket. This dude's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but he's just outside the blue, taking the brunt of it. And he's happy that there's no one behind. So, wait, can he go ahead and change the entire course of action now?
Yes, he can. He's well known for it. But Mafia picks up a vehicle. That's a big mistake. And due to which he gets taken down. Legend says you cannot. As Reckoning get inside the circle, OG needs to regroup. Ayush and Legend and Krish, eventually they understand this, they're coming together.
Look at Prodigy.
Whereas Prodigy is still the one with the nature, slowly hiding behind. I think Sabo or Wild Fox have an idea there's somebody up the vicinity. And that's why they're holding on to this position. Forend on the other side, they're just spectators. They're watching all of this happen as Amo on top of that building says, you know what? I am the last resort. I'll take care of things. You guys head into the circle.
Oh my god, no way. Forends, now they're going to be forced upon to run away from that very section and get inside the circle. Again, going incognito. Hemu playing it very smart. Reckoning, my oh my. They're using all of their brain cells in order to go ahead and accomplish this. And look at that! The man Chenga comes into the picture and Prodigy has been eliminated. That means Aerobotz are no more into the picture. That makes us towards the top 4. All 4 teams healthy with 4 members.
This is the best possible outcome for this map, ladies and gentlemen. All the teams who need to prove themselves are right now here, kicking and alive. GDR on the western side will have to collide with Reckoning closely. It's going to be OG with that of Forens on the eastern side as these two teams look forward to end this day on a good note. 31% chance says that it's OG's game. And let's see whether the numbers are going to live up to the expectations.
They have broken the Booyah curse. they have made it a point that they're going to reach towards the ends of the world. Wherever the circle goes, it's going to be iQOO OGxTSG reaching there. As God's Reign, they are taking a battle against Reckoning. So far, I can see Struggle just trying to struggle in his own cocoon, finally making his way inside the circle, but it's not going to be that easy, as Hemu has already found a very sweet spot. He can take some really good shots and knock down members after members. But Sabo and Ash, both of them are being rounded off from the likes of Foreigners and iQOO OGxTSG. This is bad for them.
Reckoning Esports, they go in for a divided gameplay and they get punished ruthlessly as Wild Fox and Sabo are the only two men standing. Legend on the other side, OGs will now have to come out and expose themselves. Are they prepared for the broth coming their way? One good grenade is all it takes to put them down. Forend on the other side.
Right.
They stay away from all the fights and look at them cleverly trying to tag off everybody else as they watch the whole lobby get decimated.
Oh no, Cropsy thinks that he can at least get the elimination point, but unfortunately he just falls down, knows that the circle needs to be prioritized first, and then and only then think about something else. iQOO OGxTSG, good shots being followed up, but that plushie is just going to make things even more worse as Ayush, he thinks that he can survive for a longer time, and that's what he does. Foreigners, what are they doing? They're not even initiating any kind of a battle, and this is helping a lot. Ayush on the other end, he's the one initiating the battle against Foreigners. This needs to be calculative, else iQOO OGxTSG will be the first team to be eliminated in this best of 4.
Oh, I like the way they're weaving into this lobby. They're not at all bothered about the challenges. They're like, you know what? Let's use our utilities perfectly.
no.
Legend on the other side gets taken down. Reckoning gets eliminated because of their late gameplay. Whereas GDR on the other side, they want to end this well. They say Ayush going in for a split and they're going to pounce upon this solo player. As Forend on the other side, they're just going to hold on to their horses. Arjun on the other side, not having a great run. He's stuck behind the blue wall, but eventually wants to make it inside the circle. But he's exposed and Cropsy says, there's another man out here. Forehand versus the GDR. Which among these teams will be able to pull this off?
I believe it's the man-cover advantage which is going to reign supreme. God's Reign. They are looking forward to go ahead and close things off. Arjun in a 1v1 battle, but Surya, his sun did not set, but it is going to be God's Reign going ahead and calling it a day with that lot of confidence being poured right upon. What a lovely ending to this. Till the very end, I saw them stick together. And no matter how spread your push is going to look like, it is going to be that one unit which will break your back, and that is God's Reign.
I mean, this was the closest match I've seen in this tournament so far. Anubhav and Manu are still discussing. They're like, what happened in those final circles? We had no clue because every single corner was filled with chaos. Where Struggle and Cropsy are like, you guys talk whatever you want. We're just gonna chill. Look at the stats and see whether I've got the most of it. As Dabuya walks into a team well deserving. I just love every bit of this map.
Yeah, that's right. My oh my, good starts, good ending, and the elimination game as well. They have made it count. God's Reign Pros, they have played professionally till the very end. And just you imagine the kind of sixth sense that was twinkling around in their head. They were just on point, knowing where the opponents are going to be. But I really love the maneuver of, I would say, Reckoning. And they made a human Jenga and knew where Aerobot's last member is standing. So that's like a highlight for me.
Yeah, even that of OG as well. But these were the final moments of the game. Reckoning started getting decimated because of this one wrong move. But Arjun on the other side, look at that. Even in that final moments, he was still taking fights. As Surya puts him down, it was easy for GDR to just, you know, swoop in and make sure that the dragon breathes fire. 28 total points is what they've got. God's Reign, 16 eliminations and 12 possession points. A good outing if you ask me, but OGxTSG, they grabbed the limelight away with 20 eliminations.
Man, they are unstoppable. Started all the way towards Deca Square, constantly getting those eliminations and knowing where the opponents are going to head towards, switching around. Arjun specifically, my oh my, this dude was sniping all across the map. So 20 eliminations being racked up there. God's Reign Pros, they still took out the entire point of view where the position advantage plus the man count is always going to help you out, no matter how long the run is going to look like. And four ends, I do have a feeling that four ends could have ended on a very nice note. It was just that iQOO OGxTSG's Arjun comes in, takes down the fourth member, and that's where the entire team's attention was towards, to take him down first.
Look at the bottom of the table. Revenant, XSpark will be the team at the very bottom, who were looking unstoppable in the previous stage of this tournament, are looking like, they're still not able to catch up that momentum. With 2 games done and dusted, we're able to see that one team has already crossed the 50 marker. All that hard work is paying off. And for the first time, I'm able to see teams with the Booyah are at the top of the table.
It's always the hard work, man. Staying alive till the very end. iQOO OGxTSG, they've proved their point that they're not here to go ahead and play around some funny games. Not at all. They're serious. They want to get those booyahs, and as long as they're alive, they are going to keep getting those elimination points as well. 37 eliminations is what they have. Highest in the room. So far, the aggression game is on point alongside the yin and yang, which is going to be the placement points. That is 20. So it's a very nice contribution from both the ends.
I see the middle fray and I'm kind of worried, because we see Aerobotz, we see Reckoning, we see Total Gaming, we see Revenant, XSpark. If these 3 or 4 teams is unable to pick up their momentum, they might have a very tough time trying to maintain the top 12 spots for the next stage. Nonetheless, the MVP of this game, Manu from the side of GDR, did a phenomenal job. All thanks to the IGL as well for maintaining that position at the top of that building for the longest time possible. That gives so much of information. You had a bird's eye view, you understood the topography so well, and that's how you were able to walk away with so many points in your pocket.
And not only that, dude's a sniper, but his favorite weapon that he has chosen or he has played with in this map of Nextera is Max 7. So you can imagine how many close quarter battles this dude has gone ahead and put himself in the front line rather than giving the support just like Arjun. So overall, lovely performances coming in. Cropsy, Anubhav, both of them being the rushers. Chrono, Oscar, I love the combination. Shani, Nikita, Joseph being equipped in both the ends just to go ahead and nullify any and every disruptive move that comes in from the opponent. Tiva for a quick patch, and Nikita, of course, we all know how well these characters go hand in hand. So love the enthusiasm. Struggle on the other end. Please shed some light, Arka.
I loved Struggle, to be frank, because we saw that every single time the team needed that electrotherapy, he was always there, right? And he made sure that nobody was left out. But what I love the most about the healing bot, what I love the most about this team is their patience. Even in the end game, they did not look forward for those eliminations. They were not greedy enough. They were like, let's wait it out. We all know that everybody are N2 to pick up eliminations, but we'll wait for it. And once we have the man advantage in the final circle, that is where they all come in together and take away the Booyah together as a team.
That's right. Moving in, let's just analyze more further deep down, understand how teams have even moved from the first circle till the very end, the deadly maneuverability that we usually talk about. This is how the entire map unfolds. Revenant, XSpark, not even a single point. Oh my god.
You just made me realize that most of our predictions are not going the way we wanted to. Again, this tournament is turning out to be an unpredictable one. Look at that, the third circle. We were speaking about this in the previous game, that it is not that chaotic in the previous rounds, and it's turning out to be something similar. So if there are not much fights in the third and the fourth circle, we can expect the game to go until the 7th or the 8th circle. So hopefully I'll be looking forward and I'll be able to see more of such fights. But for now, it's gonna be the team with the Booyah who walks away with minimal eliminations, because it was equally shared throughout the game.
Divide and conquer. That's how you can go ahead and keep winning games. Overall, Nextera was beautiful. Now moving further, we have Kalahari. And in Kalahari, we usually expect a lot of teams to go ham, get those elimination points earlier on, right off the bat, specifically towards Refinery, Command Post. So this time, who is going to contest whom? We'll soon see that. Because Santa Catrina, yes, I do understand iQOO Total Gaming, they love to head towards that very area. But the others, leaving Refinery and Command Post empty? That's so unlike them.
I still feel that Refinery will be taken either by Revenant XSpark or from that
100%.
of probably Reckoning, because the highest point in the map, who doesn't want that, right? And it's so close
Yeah,
to the
everyone loves
center that everybody can, eventually think about the circle rotations very, very easily. We have seen the sub as well. There's been some early skirmishes towards the sub region where teams would love to go there. But the confinement, yes. Fireeyes and WindGod, we have seen them clash it out before. And I'm hoping to see them do the same in this very game.
Expectations versus reality. We soon will get that fact check as well. But Kalahari needs to go good for many teams. It's about darn time. If you do not go ahead and make it yours and have a good game, get good eliminations, then trust me, the first 3 maps, the time when you have the momentum to be set, if you're not able to perform then, and later on towards the later half of it, the last 3 maps are going to be very grueling.
I mean, you're just speaking about the 3 maps left. I'm speaking about the rest 9 maps left. Yes, I know the 3 maps is going to be played today, but tomorrow as well, it's going to be so hard for them to kind of, come back, win just 6 games.
Yeah.
I know they're capable of doing it. They've showcased that they are capable of doing it. With everybody feeling the pressure, I don't think so it's going to be easy. So it's just 12 positions in the taking so that it becomes easier for you to qualify into the grand final. So all of that said and done, I believe it's time for us to try to understand which 3 teams will be making it into the top 3. Your predictions and mine on our screens anytime soon. But for ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you put your predictions so that we get to know whether you guys are better than us.
Hey, viewers, I would love it. I would appreciate it if you go ahead and put your top 3 as well, because it's going to be a very nice comparison point, right? It's like we so far are putting names and it's not working out, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, we are not the problem. I'm just trying to go ahead and nullify that one prediction that everyone is going to go ahead and take first, that, oh, it might be this guy's problem. No, it's not our problem. It's just that the entire curveball that is thrown at all of these teams, they are not able to handle the heat. And we sitting here, even though the ACs are turned on, I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling the wrath of it. And now moving in towards our picks.
I mean, stop
Arka,
laughing,
do the
man. Come
honors.
on, you already make me feel so small.
No,
I know that
it's not about
Total
feeling
Gaming, God's Reign, and Revenant XSpark are not doing so great. But as I said, the Wounded Lions, they'll be able to pull off something. I know you're trying to play it clever by having just one name in between all those because they're on the top of the table. But still, I feel that, these 3 teams can do it.
You never know, the team's name that I have put might end up somewhere towards one of the points where we don't expect. But in all case, the Wounded Lions, right? We are waiting for them to pounce. We are waiting for them to get those eliminations. And this is the map which is going to give them the kind of confidence that they've been lacking for so long. Kalahari for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, things are just gonna get heated in this deserty island, ladies and gentlemen. Every single sniper out there are gonna be prepared to pick up as many eliminations as possible because they are the fan favorites in this lobby to feel the fire.
You're going to feel the fire, you're going to feel the heat, and all eyes on this team, God's Reign. Getting the booyah in the previous game has been super good for them, so boosting their confidence and now heading towards wherever they want to go, as I can already see Santa Catrina being contested by iQOO Total Gaming.
I don't think so anybody would dare to go contest with them towards the Santa
Absolutely
Catrina
not.
region because they're so strong in that vicinity. And, always, I love to see another team. But as I said, this is one place I always see an early skirmish take place. Again, it's Fireeyes versus WindGod. Whereas we can see that WindGod have started off on a good note, have got the first elim in their favor, and Jack gets caught behind a rock and a glue wall. But shots are still going through. Both of them are preparing themselves, but I don't think so it's going to be easy for them, as Jack has bought so much time for his team. Will they be able to come and retaliate out here?
You can never even think about this, that you're heading towards confinement and the first thing that you do is confine yourself inside the prison. Why would you want to do that? Fireeyes, I would love to know what just happened there. The glue wall tactic, I'm sure that it will work, but the moment you land down, you barely have 3 in your pocket. How many will you deploy?
I don't know, man. I think it's one of those ways for you to gain information when you know the whole team is getting taken down. Nonetheless, we can see that RNX and WindGod, RNTX and WindGod rather, are still looking forward for some skirmish. Whereas the team we were expecting to perform well, Fireeyes, have just gone away from this vicinity.
Oh yeah, blank angle. Love the approach. Revenant XSpark.
Oh my god.
Have one elimination. And they can see another team if they
Exactly.
are aware of it. iQOO Total Gaming. They are just heading all the way towards confinement. And they would love to take part in this third party and at least get eliminations after eliminations. Look at that split. iQOO Total Gaming. Alright, I do understand that you're onto something, but what's going on here?
You were asking what are they gonna do with that UAV, right? It's already up in the sky. You know, the best part was when they showed the POV of a player looking towards that of Total Gaming, everybody were holding a grapple gun. And they were like, you know what? We'll just jump in if given an opportunity. Hashtag starts things off, put up a grenade, try to build some pressure against WindGod. Whereas Elite is coming closer. He's just waiting for an opportunity out here. Where's Mafia? Look at him, the clever one. Goes on top of that building with the sniper, does the damage, and now changes position and gets in closer towards Arsh.
Oh, please. Oh, no. Caught off guard. Last moment switcheroo. He shouldn't have used that grappling gun for a longer time. Giving away his information, and from there on, 1 point to the opponent. And even though Vincent was taken down, he was not eliminated. So the team support on point. Revenant XSpark, they do not want to give away any point just like that. It's hard work. You got to earn it. And that's what they are going to state right here. WindGod on the other end, they are still inside confinement. How are they alive? I have no clue. But they are there.
The calm before the storm, according to me. Because RNTX are not shying away from this fight. WindGod is not ready to go away. Hind comes in from one direction. Total Gaming on the other side are also looking for an opportunity. What's happening? Why are everybody obsessed with confinement?
They want to see how good the security system is. I mean, clearly it's been breached. That's one thing that I can say. So many teams out in the open trying to dish out the battle. And from there on, it's Arsh trying to initiate things, but again, taking it 2 steps back at a time and 1 step forward.
Binoculars being used at the very same team who have been holding that position. I mean, they've been detected so many times in this lobby.
Talk about information.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas, look at this. Kingston, being a sniper, he understands that is where another sniper can be placed. So, he's watching all the angles to cover it up properly. But whereas on the other side, we see that Team Hind versus EMZ can take place out here. Shoto running out in the open, sees Rupesh. Can he connect some shots? Yes, a bit of it is taken. But Rupesh is able to heal himself and run away from this position as Shailjar gets taken down. Shoto wants to go in for that trade, but is unable to do it. And Wolwin and himself are looking forward to fall back from this fight. But now, because they might feel that EMZ have got a better position.
Wow. Man has eyes all over the place. Dude instantly dips out. He's placing the glue wall. And from there, he's just like, now I need to survive. That's it, for a tad bit longer time. Even though the enemies have swarmed us, it's all right. It's going to be M590 right across their faces. Shots been fired. Even though the HP is not going to dwindle. But now it does. Close quarter, that's where it hits the most. And Aditya, what's he thinking? Is he going to run away from this battle? Absolutely not. A struggle from far off angles. Even he's taking those spot shots. What's going on? Shoto, he's on a different level.
Shoto is for surely feeling the fire, ladies and gentlemen, as he looks forward to take down more people. He's just rewarded with one for all the hard work he has done so far. KD got on the other side. He's going to start feeling a bit of a pressure with Wolvin down on his knees. Team Hind only falling back from this fight. They understand that they need a bit of a high ground as well. Wolvin easily going to get revived, but Total Gaming, they're shocked that their vicinity is being taken away by someone else, and they're holding it way better than Total Gaming themselves.
Last moment switches. Delete. Stuck in the corner. Good shots. And KD God did not even have to drag his finger all across. He just stood there, took some shots, and that's how Delete has been taken care of. Still, the team is surviving with two following members. iQOO Total Gaming, they would need some big numbers. All they have is 3 just for now. And that's where Reckoning, they want to get more points. They are hungry. They're greedy to go ahead and initiate this third party. And Team Hind in the midst of all of that. It is good amount of shots from Shoto. Left, back, and center. And no matter how many parties come in front of Team Hind, they will isolate them one by one. Unless they start running away like Hemu.
This is what I say, a strategy has been bred. Now Team Hind is running behind Hemu because he's going to be the last resort for the team. And they understand putting him down is going to open the gates for the overall standing to go in favor of Team Hind. Shoto
That's right.
still searches for him in every look and corner. Eventually, they fall back. I don't know why they chose to fall back. If they just continue to be a little more persistent, probably they could have put an end for Reckoning at the beginning of the game itself.
Well. They've given them a lifeline. Let's see how well Reckoning is going to perform now. And KD God, he's back to the cursed ship. Well, they have received a very good fate, and the circle is favoring the brave WindGod. They are moving in towards Santa Katrina, and this battle is just starting, man. It's like one wave after another, and Team Hind is surviving all of that. Kudos, man. Hats off. Impressed.
They need to be careful. They have impressed us for sure until now, but now they're becoming a patty in the sandwich. From one side is WindGod, from the other is going to be Total Gaming. And if you let Total Gaming come anywhere close to this vicinity, we know what they'll be able to pull off. But now, KD God keeping an eye on Kingston. And he falls back to hard cover before he takes those fights. And look at that. On the other side, it's going to be Total Gaming. And Siljart very cleverly holding them back as much as possible.
It's a retaliation. Siljart. That bit more in the open. And he's been shot from a second different team altogether. WindGod. He had eyes on iQOO Total Gaming, but that did not work out. Even though he's back into the picture, they need to start understanding and addressing the issues given at hand. iQOO Total Gaming, for now, taking a step back, as they already know there's another team waiting right there to get those points. So-called Team Hind, they need to be aware about more things now.
Team Hind cleverly calls in for a vehicle above the ship. But do they have space to drive that off the ship? Or are they just using it as a cover?
Very good question. They're just gonna make it like a Fast and Furious 11 and trying to do some stunts. Is what I think.
Alrighty, let's see whether that's going to be the case. But EMZ in deep troubles as most of the player gets eliminated from a distance. It's Manu from the side of GDR who's singing the songs of death. And yes, he's going to be rewarded for it as one player gets confirmed, whereas the other is still in deep troubles. Elite, look at that, a level 3 Winchester, and he's keened, he's locked his eyes onto the screen and is just waiting for the opponents to make a silly mistake, a small mistake, and then Total Gaming is going to capitalize on it.
Nice. Vehicle explodes and EMZ, they lose one member.
Oh
my God, those shots of persistent Mafia. Oh my goodness, the sniper god has once again proven that he is insane when it comes to Kalahari.
And it's
what
not
a way
like he's just
points.
holding the phone close to his eyes. He's able to see those pixels even at a distance.
Experience. It's all about that. Now moving in towards four ends as well. Aztec scoping right in, VSK in hand, and those shots are for sure gonna land from Mafia. It doesn't matter who holds the sniper weapon. If it is in the hands of Mafia, then consider that to be an elimination.
The damage leader again going towards the side of Total Gaming, but for now, look at this. Ayush getting in closer. He knows that there's a player inside the time turner. Both of them try to pull off something big, and this time Ayush says, no, I'm not gonna let you breathe. Lands that shot perfectly, and will be getting an elimination in his name. But they need to be careful, because this is turning out to be a bit of an open field. And OG, oh my god, they fly and they get haunted, because it's Vincent from the other side who puts him down.
That's right, Revenant XSpark, finally, they are igniting themselves. And this is the ignition that they needed. Eliminating iQOO, OGxTSG, no more apes dumping in the map as they bid farewell. Calling in all the ninjutsus, healing themselves, and preparing for yet another battle. Wait a second. iQOO Total Gaming, good shots coming in, and Vince said he's the only person who can take this battle right there.
Calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. We have been watching this right after the third circle. Suddenly, we're able to see a lot of fight take place. Team Hind for now, still holding on to the ship with their dear life. They want to make sure that they sail with a booyah by the end of it all. Forend. Oh my goodness, the deception. The slithering snakes come in slowly from the backlines, where Team Hind are so busy that they do not know that there's an enemy creeping inside the very ship. Oh.
iQOO Total Gaming being shot upon. Revenant XSpark, they're very close to go and initiate this battle, and this is the part where I was mentioning where Team Hind already knows where the opponents are, and Abhijit, I believe he's going to be listening to some sad songs as he could not contest the entire wreckage ship part of it. Shoto, those are the points that Team Hind are going to accept willingly.
Absolutely, Team Hind again. They evade another fight. They make sure they get the best out of it and come back to the very position they are holding, because they understand that this could be the center of the circle in moments to come. Whereas Total Gaming on the other side, they've got some uninvited guests closer to them. Look at this. Total Gaming versus Hind versus GDR, because they are the uninvited guests, as you correctly pointed out. They've come closer to Santa Catrina and the homes. Can they pull this off?
Oh, this might be impossible. Fireeyes, they're outside the circle and they need to go through a two-factor authentication, which is Revenant XSpark first and second Team Hind. So this is not at all a good sight for them. They're taking constantly shots, scroll outside, trying to jump peek and understand where the opponents are, but they're hidden in plain sight. Lovely initiatives being taken by Team Hind, and that's the power of understanding where the circle is going to head towards. They're in the smack center and they're blessed with the circle. But Fireeyes, for now they're facing the wrath of Mafia, as he has taken a couple of players already down on their knees. But the revival will be there as the circle is still favoring them for now.
The ship is just gonna be in ruins. Ladies and gentlemen, the final few moments of this game will be coming on our screens anytime soon. Aerobotz have survived for the longest time possible, and so does the side of Reckoning. We saw Hemu, the last man standing, did run away and made sure that he brings his teammates back, but they are on the receiving end of things towards the eastern side of the map. Everybody who are inside the ship right now are in deep troubles. Sadly, the circle is away from the ship and everybody will have to come out in the open. The final circle seems like it's going to be in the waters. Ladies and gentlemen, you couldn't have asked for a better drama than this. Make sure you share it among your friends, because this fight is going to finish.
Oh my god, Reckoning. Not at all a good sight for them. The circle out in the open. And even though Team Hind, they are very close to it, they would love to stay around in this very wreckage ship and get more eliminations, as they're just gonna pummel down iQOO Total Gaming as well. A huge name going down and under. Team Hind with 16 eliminations, Aerobotz with 14, and now the Giants are going to clash it out for the one final time. Where are God's Reign is the question.
God's Reign still hiding. The slithering snakes are making
they're on
sure
top.
they go on top of the ship and hold that position. But Team in, they come in from backlines. It's going to be Soiljard who comes in cleverly, but
He
nails
nails
himself. Oh my goodness, not the story they wanted to end with. But Aerobotz, they're really happy with what's happening out here. Mad God goes up, shows how it's done. Eventually puts struggle and ends his misery as well. Roxy holding on to that position, wants to retaliate well, and he does it in style. Mad God gets taken down, but the fair trade comes in from the hands of Kunal. This is a 1v4 fight, ladies and gentlemen. Team Hind, can they pull this off?
Oh, it seems impossible. He goes down in a 1v1 itself. And there you go. Aerobotz, the performance, the understanding, and later on the vigilance. It just worked out. They were outside in the open. And how they have changed the entire course of action is a different ball game altogether.
My goodness, Aerobotz. Yes, team. They were the cleverer ones. Look at the laugh on Kunal. They're like, you know what? We had to just wait outside. And they knew that the opponents are going to make a mistake. They're like, there's one opening from that ship. And everybody would love to come out of it. So let's wait it out. But Team Hind, what a game coming in from their side as well. Lovely game. Until this point, they looked unstoppable.
Well, I would say even Team Hind were like a cat on a hot brick. Not at all an inch given to them, and the final battle ended in this manner. Close range shots, M590, pumps coming all through, and there you go. That's the booyah that we all were waiting for. Aerobotz, my god, way to switch around things, man.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of impressed with this team. Especially Mad God as well as Prodigy. You know, at given point of time, they shine, but when they shine, they outshine the rest. That's how good these players are. Kunal as well, in those final moments with Johan, was able to play it very cleverly. They were watching the opponents in every single move, reading that LM leaders, and then making sure that, you know, they end everything when the time is right. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at the MVP of this game, but before which, game standings.
19 eliminations, highest in the room. 17 followed up by Team Hind. But 12 placement points is going to be a cherry on top. That makes it to a whooping amount of 31. Aerobotz, they came out of syllabus. It was a curveball which Team Hind could not tackle at all. And on the other end, God's Reign Pros, they did grapple the way all the way towards the top, but it was not a good decision. But there's one thing that Sahil Jad did very nice, that was divide their attention. But imagine his grenade launcher would have landed right upon the opponent rather than himself. It would have been a different situation, man. Team Hind would have had another point as an elimination, but it's all right.
I think they would have looked forward to, you know, end the day as well, because end the game as well in a good note. Yeah, nonetheless, they've got 9 placement points with 17 eliminations. It's a decent job. But when we look at the MVP of the game, it's got to be Prodigy. Oh, nice ACAT. We saw him right from the get-go. He was able to land some good shots, and from there on, even in the final moments of the game, he gave that right openings.
Yes. And all thanks to that, with 4 assists, of course, he has taken part in 9 total battles. Moko, Suzy, Mario, giving a lot of information on where the opponents are, and Skylar's Riptide Rhythm, the entertainment CEO, never disappoints. You think about heading towards one cover to the other using the glue wall, this dude is just gonna shatter that in the matter of seconds. And Prodigy, last time he was caught napping, he was on top of the roof trying to heal himself, patch himself. That time he could not do much, but this time around, he just made an impact and made it his chore to at least be the MVP for the team.
The Grenadier Kunal, he was laughing right at the end because he knew every single grenade was bombarding. As you said, the final few players didn't know what to do. As Mad God on the other side with that Oscar dash, we did see him take out glue walls here and there. Skylar, Riptide Rhythm also doing a good job. Chrono Shield when required from Johan. a good combination, if you ask me. I like this overall permutation and combination done by this team.
Indeed, man. Mad God, 6 eliminations, 6 knocks. And they're just giving their 100% in every single game, man. That's the beauty of this team. Johan as well with 3 eliminations, 3 knocks. And we know Kunal, this dude has been bombarding since the beginning of Kalahari. 5 eliminations, 6 knocks. And damage is just to keep themselves afloat. Assists, whenever it keeps coming, you just welcome that. And it's just going to overall change the entire percentage or your statistics coming forward. Circle analysis is going to tell us something more about what just happened in the beginning. We did see some teams parting ways in the second circle though, not the first circle this time.
I think the third circle, right? There was a bit of a clash here and there. And after that, the fourth and the fifth circle became a little bit silent. That's for sure. Because that is where we saw that, few teams were looking forward for some fights. But guess what? Even though we felt like there was a breather in between, it was action throughout the game.
Throughout. And specifically, players just bouncing back, bringing those fallen comrades, and then yet again, taking the battle against the very ones who took them down.
I don't know, man. It was a to and fro. It was a proper boxing game, and it looked like, Aerobotz were the better boxers for the day. Yes, nonetheless, I would also love to see where OG stand right now, because so far they had crossed around 50 to 55 points in the initial 2 games, right? So that means an additional 10 to 12 points in this game with a bit of placement points here and there. I believe they're much better than the group which has played the previous day itself. So I think this team is going to end at the top of the table by the end of this week.
Well, if that is the case, right, iQOO, OGxTSG, they for sure have made things very simple for themselves. Of course, this is the first day of playing, so 6 maps for them for today, and then later on in the upcoming day, it's going to be 6 more. So I hope that they're going to keep up the momentum, because momentum game is one of the places where even Reckoning is falling short, and they're falling short by miles. It's not that it's just 19-20 kind of a situation for them. It's miles. They're not able to match up the pace. They're not able to understand the lobby. They're trying to take some fights, but they're outside the circle and they're slowly trying to enter in. And that's where the entertainment CEO comes in, swoops their ground, and they're off.
I think someone has popped the balloon. They've understood that if you allow Reckoning to, survive until the end, they're going to break up some point. So they challenge them in the middle fray or at the end itself, and they get to know that there's Reckoning from one side. They bombard them. They eliminate them first and then carry forward the fight with the rest of the teams. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to take a quick break, because 3 games done and dusted. We would want you to go share it among your friends. Make sure the rest of your friends do come in and watch this intense action taking place over here. It's me, Arka, and Ozora taking a small break. See you guys on the other side.
Ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going. I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans. You don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime. You don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play. Moving fast, already gone. Yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog. Just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving. What we doing? 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. Friend Bentley, Lego. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The game's in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. focus. One time for the yellow dogs, 2 times that they doubted me. You know I did it for my mama now. Only people know who proud of me. Now I'm getting where I gotta be. Everybody want me take off. You brought the beast from inside of me. I bet on myself and it paid off. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. Been running this since I popped in. Y'all know me, I'm locked in. One hand on the game, one hand on the street. Gotta get it out the mud, no pride in me. Keep on rocking, tell them this is heavy metal. My baby's watching, let them know I never settle. And you know I got the keys to the wheel, hands on the wheel when I'm driving this. I spend a couple bands on my wrist, just to show them that my time ain't free as a gift. Show them that I'm clocked in, I know that they watch it. Thank God I bet it on me, cause I ain't had much options. I gotta go ahead, show 'em. I cannot miss and I aim for the top of my brothers. I know that I gotta go get it by any means. I cannot lose, that's word of my mother. Give me respect and give me a check. I'm about to put on and get back to the bro. Cause if I'm winning, then they winning too. That is the law, can't switch on the code. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. And I ain't missing and my shots don't leave me open. They ain't stop me, nah, I got some motion. I got some motion. They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, nah, I got some motion. I got some motion, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. My name is Zoro. With me by my side, I have Cribs, and what a way to start day 2 of the knockout stages. You know, we expected a lot, but then, you know, this year's FFMIC 2026 Spring has been pretty much surprising. You know, towards the end, the way things are happening. You know, Cribs, I would want to know that did you expect such things right from the word go, like iQOO, OGxTSG dominating, and iQOO Total Gaming not able to do things as expected?
I still think iQOO Total Gaming have their games coming. Like, sometimes the zone just screws you over and you get unlucky. Not your fault. But even then, I think Total Gaming is holding their own. I think in the next 3 games, they can come through. But I can't say that I'm surprised. I expected all these teams to perform well. But yes, what I did not expect were these games to be so entertaining. Like, for a second, you see the circle and you've casted so much Free Fire at one point, you can figure out what's going to happen, right? So you can tell, oh, right, this team has the positional advantage and they're going to win. And then suddenly they don't win. And then you're like, oh, wait, now that's a twist. So that's the kind of twist I'm hoping to see more of. I expected these teams to perform well, but I didn't expect the games to be so topsy-turvy. So let's have another nail-biting game, ladies and gentlemen. We are now heading over towards Alpine, and as you can see, we've discovered the preferred drop spots for these teams. Unlike last week, we aren't asking them where they'll go. We have studied where they will go. So these are the drop spots where these teams were frequenting during the group stage. Now, if at all they change their preferences over here, then that means they will have changed their entire strategy, and that will mean we need to keep eyes on them even more so because they are trying to deviate from their normal pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there is a possibility of a few fights happening towards Garrison and Fusion as well, where 4 ends, you know, they have got a reputation of taking early drop clashes, Crips, and previous day also, they were not ending up doing so well in these situations. And also, if you look at them, they are in Group B right now, and they have only left out with 3 games. So definitely they have to pull their socks really quickly, because nobody would want to end up in that 17th and the 18th spot after the week 1 ends, because you won't even get a chance to play in day number 2. So you would want that, picture out of your way, because you would need at least some points so that you enter towards the top 16, if not top 12, because that's going to be the key. And that's where I think people are, looking to get in the consistency game going in, specifically with Revenant, XSpark. I thought so much can be done today, but then they have also not got the grip of, in the situation where they're also losing out on momentum, and probably this fight against Reckoning, if it's happening, can give them the momentum back, the confidence back, if things go in their favor.
Yeah, but at least you're right to be concerned about Revenant XSpark, but at least they have one more day ahead of them, right? I'm more concerned about the teams in Group B who will be playing their last 3 games right now. And I'm really, really concerned about WindGodxTHW Esports. Where are they? They seem to be making absolutely no impact in the game. And I don't know if they will have done enough even at the end of these 3 games. Even if they have massive 20-30 point games, I don't know if they will have done enough because cutoffs are just going to be super, super high. And while these teams are struggling, here are the 3 teams that I think are going to do extremely well. You asked me whether or not Total Gaming will make their mark. I think Alpine is the one where they will start shining. Once they get into position in Alpine, it is so difficult to dig them out of that entrenched position. It's almost impossible to pull them out of their compounds. It's impossible to pull them out of their hiding holes. So the only way to beat Total Gaming in Alpine is not let them take the desired position. The second team that I think can do well is Reckoning Esports, but I mean, that was based on their performance yesterday. Today, they're a little shaky, so now I'm a little concerned about my own prediction. And then Aerobotz, of course, is a team that has just been slaying left, right, center. They've just been firing on everyone. So even if they don't win the Booyah, they're definitely going to get like at least 20 points out of this game, I think.
Definitely, and I mean, you guys can also go out there and showcase what your preferred top 3 teams would be in the map of Alpine. I mean, the only change is, you know, I have picked Hind here, and they have been doing superb. You know, they have crossed the 150 mark already, and they have been consistent with the elimination game going in, and that's where I think Team Hind have, you know, done so well. You know, they have been consistent with the elimination and the placement game. They have understood the game very well. They have understood where they would want to, you know, take those fights and where they would want to, you know, avoid such situations, and they've matured enough. But then all of that is done. You know, we need to focus on the next game, which is of course going to be Alpine, and let's see what Alpine has for us, right, Crips?
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. 4th game of the day coming on your screens right now. For the teams who are already in the top 12, they don't need to worry much. They don't even need to change their strats all that much. This week, it's just about surviving. You do not need to reveal all your secrets just yet. Maybe save some strats for the finals. But for all the teams who are in danger of not making it to week 2, it's time to pull out every single secret that you've been hiding and come up with new stuff later on in the next week. For now, though, we will take off over the skies of Alpine. Starting off at Dock and going all the way towards Ocean View, we see RNX going for a split drop already. A deep trying to land towards Dock, while Shoko and Hassan, they split up over Carousel and Railroad. Meanwhile, you've got iQOO Total Gaming in base camp as expected. They don't change their drop locations. Neither do Aerobotz. Team Hind, they said that they will go to Stadium, but I think they have the opportunity to split drop across Rivermouth as well as Rai. Meanwhile, Forest Red, what is happening over here, my friends? Like, there's so many teams in this area.
Oh no, Aztec is stuck in a very bad spot. He is alone in this area called Carousel against RNX. And Hassan, look at his laugh. He's actually enjoying, and he has been the emote master of the lobby. Whenever, you know, you see a fight happening, and when RNX is winning it, Hassan is always the one, you know, holding the flag for his team. And right now it is Fireeyes Gaming, as you mentioned. This is an area where fights are supposed to happen, and it is happening. Prince right now in the fire line, and Prince gets taken down. Troll, he needs to come in, and this time it is Bunny with the Uzi. The glue wall, but the fight has not ended yet. This is WindGod we're talking about. We are concerned about them, but for now, it should be Fireeyes we should be concerned about.
Fireeyes Gaming. At this point, I don't even know if they can make it to the next stage of the tournament. I do not think that they will make it to week 2, and even if they get a chance in week 2, I don't think they're making it to the finals. The team that we saw in the group stage is not the same Fireeyes that is playing here today. They just seem to be lacking every single thing. And I know this sounds like harsh criticism, but man, they really need to either go back to old ways or maybe figure out why they were being so successful in the group stage and bring those strats out. They don't need to innovate something that's not broken. Meanwhile, RNX, they've had a shaky start, but they don't seem to be in too much trouble just yet. Yeah, but that being said though, RNX are running out of opportunities, and it would be a shame if they don't make it into the top 12. So you can see them start to slowly amp up their aggression, but it's not like they're going completely out of the gate, swinging at every team that they see. They don't shoot at everything they move. They're still slightly conservative. They're not as aggressive as we've seen them be in group stage. So there's certainly a little shift in mentality for almost every single team that's come in here. And you can feel the level of aggression just simmering down a little bit. The teams are preparing for a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, and you see, Crips, Revenant XSpark have already been eliminated. When did that happen? And that is why I was
Yeah, we didn't
sounded
even
pretty
see
much
that.
shocked. Exactly. The misery continues, and probably they're not able to, figure things out right now. But still, they have one more day left out and probably 2 more games to play. So definitely they need to buckle up and need to figure things out really quickly while, the time gets a little difficult for them. But for now, the circle, as expected, looks pretty much centric and teams are pretty much comfortable. We see Team Aerobotz, they have been doing so well. And probably the only chance that, EMZ Mr. Ani could get himself in trouble if he closes his distance between him and Johan, where Johan is moving in towards that road itself. So chance of a fight brewing. But I think Aerobotz are moving inside and they want to fight against Team EMZ because EMZ are just starting a fight against iQOO Total Gaming, Crips.
Yeah, but then Aerobotz have already suffered losses over here. They've already fought Total Gaming once. So, will they want to restart this battle? It seems like they don't hesitate. Trades come through. Mad God gets Mafia. Aztec instantly trades him out again. Mafia still down on his knees, but at least Total Gaming will be able to bring him back up. And for now, Aerobotz haven't been able to accomplish much. Meanwhile, EMZ want nothing to do with this battle. They're going to stay where they are and take pot shots from far away. Although Aerobotz are a little bit concerned now about them. EMZ is surrounding their last member. And they find Prodigy. Oh, no. As soon as Prodigy goes down, the remaining members of Total Gaming start shooting at EMZ. I mean, EMZ didn't want much to do with this battle, but they're a part of it, whether they like it or not.
Yeah. And for now, they have to take this fight. Rupesh and Aditya have been called for help. Mac is the lone player who is in the close proximity of delete, probably. But then the position is not revealed yet. And EMZ are right now sitting out with 13 points after the 3 games. So that's not a good start. And here goes Aztec with that peripheral shot. Meanwhile, we see WindGod getting eliminated. But right now, it is Team EMZ who are going to face the wrath of Team iQOO Total Gaming. Mac gets taken out once again. And here comes Team iQOO Total Gaming. They close in the distance. And Rupesh is in a spot of bother. 2 players come in for him and he gets taken out pretty easily. Mr. Ani not here. And that is why I think the team would survive for now, Crips.
Yeah, they have a lifeline extended towards them. That being said, though, the amount of places where you can revive your teammates will start to dwindle. At least this is just the first circle, right? So you can afford to just stay alive for a bit and your teammates will pop back on their own. The same happens for EMZ as well as Team Hind. All 3 of their dead players are back to life. Aerobotz also reviving it slowly and steadily. So after that, there won't be any second chances. They will have to actually go to vending machines and stuff like that. Oh, I believe Mr. Rani had to indeed go towards a vending machine. It wasn't just a natural revival. But yeah, this is the first circle, so they can afford to run around. As the circle shrinks, they won't have that same luxury. WindGod and Revenant XSpark certainly did not have that luxury. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports, like I said, it's time for them to come alive, and they are starting to beat everybody down. 10 eliminations before the first circle even finishes closing. Yep, these guys are on fire now. And I'm not just talking about their vehicle.
I mean, they have been posing a lot of threat to the lobby. Yesterday, they went out loud saying that they don't consider the lobby as competition except for iQOO Total Gaming, where they almost got wrecked in the last game. But then still, they have matured enough, right, Crips? And I think the way they're handling the heat is superb to look at because they're still sitting at 154 points, and that's no joke, right? With only 2 games left out in their tank because they are in Group B right now. So definitely they have done their part pretty well. They would want to add some more points. But points is something which iQOO Total Gaming needs as well. Because definitely, the fans needs a big game from them. They always are the limelight takers or the keepers. But for now, I think, except for Kalahari, the rest 2 games have not been the ideal situation for them. But iQOO OGxTSG has been creating some good games for them. The reputation of not qualifying or not performing so well in these situations have gone out.
Exactly, right? It's been a resurgence for iQOO TSG. These guys, everybody was doubting their. Oh, never mind. I think I just cursed them, bro. I literally just cursed them. Why did we do this? Why did I mention their name? I was just about to say that their performance has improved. I mean, they barely made it through the group stage. And I was about to say that in the knockout stage, they're at least showing us what they're made of. They're proving that they're a deserving T1 team. And then God's Rain Pros just destroy them. They don't even let a single player escape. Oh, the irony.
Yeah, I mean, I feel guilty though.
Yeah, I feel guilty. Shit, is this what Rocky feels like all the time?
Probably yes. Probably yes, because this is not a spot we would want to be in, but you know, it is what it is right now. But then God's Rain Pros, definitely they have 4 elimination points to cater. And right now, I think they have also been doing so well. You know, the kind of performance they showcased in the group stages, they have been peaking as a team and peaking at the correct timing. And I think all these tier 1 teams who have the experience and probably have played TEZ FFMIC 2025 LAN last year, so definitely they have the experience and they're just, you know, showcasing that what they have learned and they're just relaying through in these lobbies. Right now, there is a fight happening between 4 ends, but then this is iQOO Total Gaming. Fireeyes Gaming Prince is caught off guard and he has nowhere to run right now, Crips.
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Hey, maybe this is your cue to go out on the blaze of glory. You know, just go down swinging. I want to see what Fireeyes are doing. Look at that. Jack, Troll, and Prince from Fireeyes are so far away from each other, they have no chance of backing each other up. At least Bunny has been able to bring Prince back because, I mean, what else is going to happen? What do you expect when you're so far away from your team and a whole squad rushes you? You can't pull off 1v4s all the time, right?
Yeah.
So at least this time they will regroup. They will be able to get back near that arsenal and reunite just a little above Hind. And now, up until now, at least they were, you know, holding their angles individually so they don't get eliminated all the time. But if they get caught by Hind as a unit, the whole team goes down and then there's no more revivals. So, yeah. I guess it's going to be up to Bunny to somehow stay away from Aerobotz Esports because Aerobotz have also deployed a UAV and I think Bunny was just spotted in there. But luckily, Aerobotz Esports have bigger problems to deal with. They need to get inside the zone where iQOO Total Gaming and EMZ have already picked their positions. And remember what I said, iQOO Total Gaming, it's impossible to get them out of this compound once they secure it. And they are smack in the center of the circle. And I don't think this is going to be one of those circles which hard shifts away. It might just be a central shift again. So that's why even RNX are like, yeah, we need to capture this compound as quickly as we can. Total Gaming and RNX will now mostly control the pace of the game.
I mean, there has been a shift in the pattern of how teams are approaching these lobbies, right? In the group stages, teams were much more comfortable in fighting throughout, except for the third circle. But then now, things have now slowed down. Teams look much more in control. They do not want to extend fights in the second and the third one. Probably if they are forced to, they are only then taking those fights, probably maybe third partying in those situations. But in the last circles, it looks more of a chaotic situation because we see 7 or 8 teams surviving. In the last one, it was probably 7, 8 teams surviving in the last circle. So definitely this is again a situation where we know that Alpine does not give you that shock against the circle shifts. So probably teams are much more comfortable in relying towards the center where iQOO Total Gaming, RNX, EMZ, and even 4 ends. Probably ARZ are also joining in towards that area. And they're just going to choose a compound, whichever seems suitful. And they're just going to hold right now.
Yeah, it's all about shopping the best possible piece of real estate. And you don't have to pay any brokerage over here. So, hey, kudos. You just have to pay your price in blood. You have to struggle for your spot in the zone. And right now, the only people who are struggling are going to be Reckoning Esports. Sabo goes in to save Wild Fox, but he finds himself engaged in a one-on-one against Manu. Sabo now trying to reposition, hoping that Heimu can trade alongside him, but Anubhav has him locked. And Anubhav finds Sabo. He went in to help out his teammates, but ended up dying himself. Time turner popped. Tiva used so that they can instantly get back up online. And at this point, Heimu's trying to cut his losses short. He's gonna get out of there. Sabo accepts his fate, accepts his defeat. He knows that he will either die to God's Rain Pros or he's gonna die to the zone. Either way, Reckoning as a team must survive, and that's why Heimu must get out of here.
Yep. I think that was an intentional move from Heimu.
he will definitely bring back, or try probably bringing back the members, and he is successful in doing so. And Godsend Pros on the other end, they have successfully eliminated few members and collected some points. But right now, the concern is Fireeyes Gaming. Reckoning is not the problem. That is why changing the course of their action. But look at Manu, he falls off in a very awkward situation. He gets taken out. Struggle is also getting a lot of damage, and he will also eventually get taken out as well. Anubhav is not in the most comfortable spot. So GDR right now are in a spot of bother grips.
Yeah. I mean, I do feel bad for Fireeyes Gaming as well, right? Godsend Pros were basically flying ducks in front of them. They could have shot them down mid-air, but they only managed to take down one target out of the 3. So most of Godsend Pros will still survive, but wait, Bunny ends up finding Anubhav, and even Reckoning Esports go down in the process. Wow. I think I criticized Fireeyes Gaming a little too early. Both Godsend Pros and Reckoning Esports are out of this game. And it's all because they tried to go in via the jump pads. It's all because they wanted to fly into the zone. No shortcuts over here. But Team Hind managed to take that shortcut. They fly right on top of iQOO Total Gaming, knowing that Total Gaming have no clear way of rushing the rooftop and taking that spot away from Hind. At this point, Hind will be able to take more shots at everybody else in the lobby than Total Gaming. And even if Hind don't win the game, they will end up racking up a lot of elimination points, which is good for them.
Yeah, I mean, that is how they have been cranking up the numbers, so far in the lobby. And they have done so far decent. The way they have cranked up 115 elimination, that just speaks volumes for their performance and the kind of playstyle they have opted for. KD God is playing a little split from his team, though they are on the same rooftop, can control a lot of areas, and I agree with you that they can crank up again some more number of eliminations. They'll probably, third party in situations where RNX and EMZ might be fighting, or probably this is Fireeyes Gaming who are pushing onto RNX's compound right now. Brings Bunny, Troll, and Jack. They're just waiting, again wanting to create that higher ground situation for them. But Arman, he needs to be the one. His position is unknown. He is making his team run away. But then, it's not RNX. We used to know, right, Trips?
Yeah, RNX. I mean, we do know them as a rather aggressive team, but this is very, very uncharacteristic of them. And RNX. Oh, look at that. They just got the zone gifted to them. Wrapped with a bow on top and everything. I better hope that RNX are able to make the most of it, because both iQOO Total Gaming as well as Team Hind will have to get out of this spot, and Aerobotz are stuck in between this rock in a hard place. They have to shoot their way out of this. Bunny landing a lot of shots onto Team Hind. Meanwhile, up close and personal, Shanky tries to do his best. The M590 does end up a bunch of eliminations, but eventually he succumbs to death. Mafia taking too much damage from the zone, trying to land the shot. He lovely shots onto Shoto. Great takedown, but MadGod should be able to bring it back up. Tries to find the elevation. He's got the high ground. Connects one shot, but he's down to 5 HP. He's most likely gonna die, and Prodigy will finish him off. Aerobotz, survived by Prodigy and MadGod, now make their way slowly into the zone. They've got like 1 inch of cover to themselves. Meanwhile, RNX are desperately trying to keep Foreend Esports out of this game. Avijit, he desperately tries to keep himself alive, while it's gonna be Surya's responsibility to somehow bring back Raichu and Cyber. But RNX, they've turned their attention towards Aerobotz now. Better yet, they also need to take care of Fireeyes Gaming. Fireeyes Gaming might just be able to do something out of this one, because their reinforced glue wall UAV is actually going to help them take more space into the open. And this zone will force everybody into the neutral space.
Yeah, look at Foreend. They have utilized this situation to revive their teammates. Avijit and Raichu are back on their feet. MadGod and Prodigy, they are spectating everything, but they need to come outside the play circle, because right now they're not inside. They're stuck inside a corner and they are being pushed in. Right now, Prodigy is outside, but he has very less HP to work with. The chaos has just begun. Prodigy and MadGod are in a lot of trouble right now. MadGod is the lone man surviving, and he will fight. But then he won't be able to survive right now. And Aerobotz gets eliminated, Scripps. This is a situation where RNX can take advantage of.
RNX, they need to get out of that spot. Adeep is in so much danger. Entirety of Fireeyes Gaming is shooting at him. And RNX have now forced to go around the other side of the zone. Arman also succumbing to Foreend's Esports, while Fireeyes Gaming continues to take pot shots at him. How on earth will they continue surviving this one? It's just up to Hassan. A lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. RNX had the best possible spot at one point, but now they will be forced to just play for third spot and hopefully ruin the game for 4 and Esports. Cyber and Avijit try to make it inside the cover, but Cyber gets caught. And now it's time for Fireeyes Gaming to shine. Bunny, Prince, Jack, all of them invading that warehouse, putting an end to 4Ns Gaming. And it's just down to Hassan. They find him with fire in their bellies and heat in their hands. They burn this lobby. The flames tear everybody asunder.
Yeah, and okay, you guys are allowed to do that because the sunglasses come out and definitely they are showcasing it very, very well. You know, pretty cool celebration coming in from Fireeyes' side, and definitely they deserve it, Crips. You know, the way they have been playing in the previous 3 games, and definitely the criticism which came in from your side saying that, you know, it has been long, that what has not been going in their favor, they have just brought things back to the basic and again getting back the booyah, which they have been doing so well in the group stages, and now, you know, again proving that they have still got it in them. And this is the 4th game and they're peaking at the correct timing. Let's look at the last shot where Fireeyes Gaming gained control. I think they played it so smartly, Crips. They were the first teams to, you know, enter this situation when Total Gaming and all the other teams were handling the situation. That you will get to know while the circle analysis is there, but they always had the correct timing to, you know, latch on to those situations when the fights were happening.
Yeah, Fireeyes Gaming, what a way to make a comeback. Amazing, well-deserved booyah. Despite all the odds stacked against them, despite several teams trying to target them, despite RNX having the advantage, despite Total Gaming breathing down their necks, Fireeyes Gaming make it count when it matters the most. And hopefully this booyah should propel them upwards and hopefully into the top 12.
Absolutely, the way this team showcased character, you know, all these underdogs, you know, they have been doing so well, specifically Aerobotz, Fireeyes Gaming, they have always shined through and definitely showcasing once again that, you know, we can safely place bets on these teams that, you know, not only that the group stages was good for us, we can also rely on them while the knockout stages are live. You know, just showcasing 17 elimination and 12 points from the booyah they got, and they're cranking up the total towards 29 points. Just shows that they still have gotten in them. And here comes iQOO Total Gaming. So they're slowly gripping the game as well. Not, I think, the style iQOO Total Gaming likes actually, because we have seen them, or probably they are the ones who have set the standard so high that even if they're, you know, at the 2nd spot with 15 points right now, Crips, they're still not able to feel the aura of iQOO Total Gaming right now.
Yeah, Total Gaming finally making a resurgence over here. They have half the points of Fireeyes Gaming, but it's still better than nothing. And people wouldn't be expecting Total Gaming to struggle in this kind of a lobby. So this is great for them. And Total Gaming don't have as much pressure, right? I mean, they still have tomorrow, so they can always mount their comeback. But it's always nice to start your journey on the best possible note today itself. Aerobotz, 77 points for today. Team Hind close behind them at 75. Fireeyes Gaming actually make it into the top 3 with 74. And that is great. iQOO, OGxTSG with 71. WindGodxTHW at 70. These teams, the top 5 teams, are so close to each other. Any single person getting eliminated one position before them can change the entire standings. But then after that, take a look at the 6th place team, iQOO Total Gaming, down at 56. There's a massive difference between them and WindGodxTHW and every other team that follows them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you look at RNX, they had a decent start yesterday, right? And I'm shocked that they have not been able to, you know, catch hold of what is going, you know, wrong with them. Or probably even though they had a good positioning in the last game, they again lost the momentum. They had only Hassan left out, you know, where they could not again convert the game into a booyah. Probably RNX, if they would have been much more confident, you would have expected them to win the game because they had the positioning, right? You were the one who said that, okay, they went in and they got the circle and it was favoring them, but still they could not deliver. You know, that's where I think they are lacking right now. Probably they will figure things out and come back in the next 2 games. But this guy had it figured for himself. Troll is the one who got the most valuable player tagline. He had 4 elimination points, 8 assists, and a damage of 3,520 to go with the kind of performance and the impact he had in the lobby for Fireeyes.
Yeah, but that's way too much damage for very few eliminations. I mean, while they win the Booyah, while they deserve all the praise, you have to admit it, they were missing quite a lot of opportunities. You had the entirety of God's Reign pros fly right past them. You had the entirety of the Team Hind members in their vicinity where Fireeyes Gaming had clear lines of sight on them. They could have wiped those squads mid-air, but they only managed to take down one player and damage the other players. So clearly plenty of opportunities missed. Given how much freedom Fireeyes Gaming got in this entire lobby, especially going from the 4th to the 5th circle, they should have been able to acquire a lot more eliminations. But congratulations on winning this game nonetheless. Oh, take a look at Jack. He's using Shani. Interesting. It's been a while that someone prioritized vehicular rotations, and I barely see anyone pick up Shani in their passives. I mean, you see a lot of Josephs, Tivas and Nikitas, and these guys have 2 Tivas, right? So quite a lot of focus onto the survivability as well. Chrono, not a surprise, but yeah, them using Coda is actually pretty good. That information helps them quite a lot, and I think that's what helped them figure out the exact positions of RNX and the other team. I believe it was Hind. I believe it was Team Hind and Total Gaming inside that one compound where they're both like on top of each other, and you wouldn't have been figured out their positions if you did not have the Coda. So I think that's probably what helped Fireeyes Gaming make those decisions.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree with you. And the way they have again cranked up the number in the eliminations corner, you just saw that they had 17 total eliminations. So Troll, Bunny, Prince, and Jack, everybody contributed. And the number of knockouts Jack got, the conversion looks solid, and also for Bunny, and even for Prince, I think. And so the only Troll who got the conversion a little bit off, but then still I think it works, because at the end of the day, when the job is to get a Booyah and get your team into a proper spot, I think Fireeyes Gaming did it pretty well. But we were talking about the circle analysis being Alpine, everything looks pretty much centric shift. But other than the first circle where we had so many fights going in and around, probably I think a team like RNX could have done much better in that spot. You see them right there alongside Total Gaming. I think both the teams right now are not in the best of the spots with their momentum, because we know that what these teams can do or get, probably the outcome, when they have the momentum and the circles in their favor.
Yeah, RNX had the circle in their favor up until like the 6th one, but then in the 7th they were forced to get out of there, and that's when Fireeyes Gaming took that opportunity. But that being said though, if you take a look at the timeline of Fireeyes Gaming, they struggled quite a lot in the first 3 circles. They did not get a single elimination. In fact, they were losing their players left, right and center. They had to revive their players like at least 3 or 4 times, and even then they were playing so far away from each other they couldn't really back each other up. Only in the 4th circle they decided to regroup together, and that's when they got 7 eliminations, where most of their points come from. In the 5th and 6th circle they were only able to stop like a couple of members of God's Reign Pros, couple of members of Team Hind, just people rotating out in the open. They got those 3 eliminations while people were rotating, but they didn't like force any fights up front. They didn't even try to third party while they had the opportunity to do so. They waited until the 6th circle to actually get out of the compound and start fighting. So yeah, very measured approach from them, but I hope that they can bounce back and continue this level of consistency.
Oh, I mean, look at the drop spots of the map of Bermuda. Looks pretty much, fulfilled with surprises right now, with so many drop clashes, a possibility of a drop clash where RNX and WindGod, I mean, something is wrong with WindGod. Crips, you very well pointed it out. They have not been, delivering yet, and they're yet to find their momentum. Probably they should do it in the next game, because they have no more games or situations left out with them. Reckoning, they are towards Graveyard, but Catullus Eva looks pretty much crowded right now with Fireeyes Gaming towards Nima Shakti Strip, so they just might have a possibility if these 3 teams start fighting of just third partying. And even God's Reign have a chance when they are towards Hangar, so these distance are pretty much coverable. And I think Revenant XSpark alongside WindGod, these are the 2 teams they still need to figure things out, and probably EMZ as well. These 3 teams are not having the best of their games. EMZ and RNTX still have one more day to go with, but what about WindGod?
Yeah, WindGod don't have that many opportunities left, so these guys will have to really step it up. Even 4Ns for that matter, these guys will really have to step it up, man. With only 2 games left, they need to throw caution to the wind and get cracking. Speaking of getting cracking, I believe finally Total Gaming might be able to make an impact in Bermuda. I mean, if not here, then where, right?
Yeah,
so I picked Total Gaming as my Hail Mary contender, although given their position, given their placement over here in this day so far, I don't think they might be able to take the booyah. I mean, even if they do take the booyah, I think it will be a bit labored. Gods and Pros, I'm very proud of that pick. Team Hind, I'm very happy with that pick because I believe that they will be able to shoot everybody down. I don't think they care about the booyah in Bermuda. Yeah, they love dropping into their particular spots, but rotating out of there is when they actually shine. These are the two teams, Gods and Pros and Team Hind, that don't actually lose a lot of players while rotating, which is the biggest problem for most of the teams in Bermuda, and I think that's their win condition over here.
Yeah, I mean, Hind and Aerobotz have been the most consistent teams. They have played right in day 1 and day 2 now, and they have topped almost in both the days, getting those podium finishes and getting those eliminations game, getting the placement points correct. And to be honest, we talked about how Revenant XSpark plays things slow and, positions themselves in such situations where the later half becomes much more fiery for them. It hasn't worked out for them so much in the knockout stages, but it has worked out for a team like Aerobotz and Team Hind. Team Aerobotz and Team Hind are also kind of, utilizing the similar kind of strategy. They are focusing on the elimination and probably the circle much more. And that is why I feel the patterns have changed for teams. Teams have now much more comfortable with observing and with what the other teams are doing. But then again, the permutation and combinations are done by us. It's again for us to find it out inside the game of map of Bermuda.
Yeah, and with that, let's begin Bermuda, ladies and gentlemen. The OG map coming in at the 5th game of the day. We are just 2 matches away from bidding goodbye to the Group B teams. And if there was any other time to pull up their socks, it is now. Let's begin this. Okay, pretty interesting playing path. Starting off towards the edge of Peak. We see it go from Cape Town to Hangar. I mean, all the teams who want to go Peak can start jumping off already. Total Gaming going off to Mill, no surprises over there. Reckoning Esports sticking to Cape Town. Team Hind going to Sentosa Island. Again, no teams surprising me so far. So far, being the key word, what is happening on Peak? Why is EMZ and 4N Gaming landing on Peak? Hold up, EMZ isn't even full committing to this one. They're sending 2 of the players in Bhima Shakti strip. And iQOO OGxTSG are going to Bhima Shakti as well. Fireeyes Gaming going to Bhima Shakti as well. Huh? What? Excuse me? Since when did Bhima Shakti become so contested? RNX have clocked over to themselves. They've just sent Arman a little ahead and he might be able to take pot shots from onto Fireeyes Gaming from that armory over there. But what are 4Ns and EMZ doing here?
I mean,
I guess when there's no godlike in the lobby, people are just very happy to contest Peak, huh?
Yep, I mean, they're much more comfortable right now. For now, it is 4Ns who needs to buckle themselves up. EMZ still have one more day to go with, but now Mr. Ani not in a spot. Using double vector, Surya pretty much comfortable there, taking him down. You can't really do or help yourself if you are in such situation. Aditya, his position is also known. So EMZ, it's a gamble they took, but wait, for RNX, they have also come inside the proximity, in the vicinity they are, and it is only Arman who is utilizing this moment to, third party, to probably get some elimination points for himself and for the team. But I think he is avoiding the situation. He has done the damage. Raichu, he finds himself in a spot of bother right now, but iQOO, OGxTSG, they are fighting right now against Fireeyes Gaming, Crips.
Yeah, Fireeyes Gaming still feeling the fire from their booyah in the previous game. Now need to smother iQOO OGxTSG. They get the revive onto Troll. Arjun gets blasted open, sprayed down with that cord, and even Bunny comes through to help out. Jack finds Arjun. And this is turning into a problem because while they deal with one iQOO team, the other iQOO team is also here. Total Gaming have descended upon Bhima Shakti strip and they want to take down the remainder of Fireeyes Gaming before they get the chance to heal. Prince and Bunny go down in an instant. Shanky getting shot by Jack will be able to break his ankles by running around, and oh my god, he gets the elimination onto him by just dashing into him. Total Gaming, Shanky was low on health. He was like 2 shots away from death and he still kills that guy. Oh, wow. I mean, now you know the difference between an aspiring champion and the defending champion.
I mean, I can already smell the momentum shift, Cribs. You know, I feel that
wait.
iQOO Total Gaming are angry right now. They would want
Yeah.
to definitely end things pretty well in the second half.
Forget
their
about
games.
anger. Forget about anger. Sorry to cut you there, but I feel anxiety over here. Where did the remainder of iQOO OGxTSG run to? They went towards Catalystwa. And now where does the last member of Fireeyes Gaming go? They also go towards Catalystwa. They both will be sharing the same vending machines. So some of these teams are going to die over here. Meanwhile, all the way over here in Graveyard, we've got God's Reign Pros challenging WindGod.
Oh no, WindGod in again a spot where they are not comfortable with. GDR have been very, very accurate with their fights. Specifically with Anubhav and Manu, who's still alive. Gokul, he needs to win this battle. Kingston, it's a 1v2 against Anubhav. They're fighting against the broken walls. Anubhav, he has a time, he has space to play with, but he needs to place the glue wall correctly. Right now, it's a 1v2 situation. Right up in front of his face. He's not likely to make contact. He's wanting the other members to make contact. He utilizes the moment. And Kingston, he couldn't understand that what happened with him. And backup is coming in, but Anubhav gets taken down. Finally, some backup comes in for WindGod. Kingston, he delivers one, but the job is half done yet because Struggle is still alive. And where is Django right now? Probably he's away from his team right now, reviving his teammates. He's there towards the hilltop. Kingston, he with the Max 7, wantingly moves forward. Nero Plushie connects, but then Struggle, he delivers. And he sprays through with the P90 and gets the elimination point for himself.
God's Reign Pros claiming Graveyard as their own. Really nobody to contest them over here. And anybody who dares to enter this area, I mean, it's a graveyard, guys. They're gonna get buried here and now. They don't even need to find a spot to dig them a grave. It's just there for them already. Ooh, Aerobotz challenging Total Gaming here in Bhima Shakti. This would be interesting. They already lost Shanky, but Delete brings him back. He still has control of the vending machine, but why is Reckoning Esports trying to third party on this? Delete now finds himself in the middle of the Wild Foxes and Sabo Trinity. So yeah, that's gonna be the end of him. But at least he managed to use the vending machine and revive one of his players before he went down. So Reckoning Esports will continue clearing out the western side of Bhima Shakti strip, but they don't find anybody. And now they realize that, hey, Aerobotz are already up at the hill near the silos. We're a little too late to the third party. We only get like 3 points out of this maneuver. But because they can track Aztec, they're gonna move towards Aztec, not realizing that Kunal will be in their way. Kunal is just unlucky. He's just collateral damage. Drones deployed, hoping to keep his opponents at bay, but yeah, there's really no surviving here.
Yeah. Pretty easily taking him down there, Sabo. You know, he looks pretty much in control of his game. I mean, he has impressed me the most, Crips, to be honest. He is one of the most, clean, accurate hitters in the lobby. Oh, wait. Talk about that later. For now, it is Ash who has found out. Prodigy as well. They were going in towards Aztec, right? Because they have triggered the hit list onto him.
Yeah.
But ARZ are just falling apart right now. And again, a solo player in a spot where they are not, comfortable. They get taken out. Hemu was the one who got that elimination point. So, in the meanwhile, iQOO Total Gaming just buys time for themselves. But iQOO OGxTSG, they're fighting against Revenant XSpark, who are themselves struggling right now. Roshan showing back to his opponents, probably wanting to run away from this situation because they have no backup. But I think it's God's Reign who have come in for the fight. And iQOO OGxTSG have to probably continue this against God's Reign.
Yeah, it's gonna be a messy affair. You got iQOO OGxTSG, God's Reign, like a few remainders of 4N's Esports who are there in the area have already left. And now God's Reign realized that, hey, there's no third party over here, so we might as well just full push them. Krish is desperately trying to escape with Anubhav hot on his heels, snapping and latching onto his back. But look at all of this. Poor Krish has to witness God's Reign Pros get the revives done. At least they take down Manu, so that's 1 point given to them. But Arjun needs to escape. His poor teammates had to lay down their own lives to keep Arjun safe. Meanwhile, Fireeyes Gaming, They tried to third party, but they did not get the opportunity to do so. Now over here in Clock Tower, they get to restart this chase once again, and they like to do it cleanly, but Aditya has other ideas. He takes down Troll, confirms that elimination as well. Poor Prince and Jack, they wanted to full rush EMZ, but now they have to reconfigure their paths. And that gives Mr. Wait, what? Mr. Anni? No, he blew himself up. He had the grenade launcher. Two people were coming right at him. This should have been the perfect opportunity to get the double elimination. But yeah, it wasn't a double elimination at all. It was a self-elimination. And now poor Aditya.
What?
How is he still alive?
No!
How did Jack whip the entire magazine? Finally, he puts Aditya down. Yeah, a lot of unforced errors over here from both the teams, man. I mean, Mr. Anni explodes himself, and then Jack whips an entire magazine.
Rampage.
Yeah, not the best performance from these guys. It's not clean, but at least they managed to get to double digits.
Yeah, probably Jack can flaunt his 7 eliminations and can, be given away that for a moment. But Reckoning Esports right now, they have not stopped yet. They are moving towards Team Hind right now. Team Hind, Lady God uses the Riptide Rhythm. The glue walls won't be of any help. Sabo needs to find himself a cover. He has an AC-80 in his hand, so definitely that would help. But probably the decision is to run away from the situation. This does not look like a good fight for them. Shoto utilizing this moment to, create some problem for them. Wild Fox has received a lot of damage. There is one man still, you being the sacrificial member. It is Wolvin who gets taken out. It was Ash who was waiting for, create a diversification or probably, let his teammates go and bait himself out. And he did it successfully.
Yeah, Ash had to lay down his life so that his teammates could stay alive, stay afloat. Team Hind now. They've loitered around enough outside the zone. Time to head inside. Time to claim a compound. It's the third circle, which is about to pop, and this is generally where the teams start to go for the real estate shopping. Total Gaming versus iQOO OGxTSG. It's the battle of the iQOO Warriors. Mafia on his third takedown, puts down the glue walls just in the nick of time to keep himself safe from Ayush, but Ayush finally goes all the way around and gets the knock onto Mafia. The rest of his teammates descend down. Ayush now being chased to the end of the earth. He's trying to use his movement to stay alive, gets an opportunity to lock the door, and he will hopefully be able to heal, but Shanky is just too fast, uses the Oscar dash to bust down the glue wall and kick the door down, basically pulling off an Inspector Daya cosplay over here and hunting down Ayush.
I mean, these are the two most talked about teams in the community, and Team Hind come in for a third party. Probably Shanky and Aztec would have caught wind of it.
Okay.
And that is why he would want to run away from the situation. Delete knows that, he understands the situation, but the vehicle explodes in a very bad spot he is right now. Shanky, will he be allowed to run away is the question. Team Hind does not want to do that. They are putting in glue walls and running away. Shanky, he finally fails. He tried his level best, but look at Delete. Look at his eyes. He knows that there is no running away from this situation. He only has one glue wall to protect himself, Crips. The question is, when is Hind going to decide to rush onto Delete? Wait.
I don't think they can.
swing
It's the
away.
third zone. Yeah, they can't afford to stay outside the zone. I mean, they will all die chasing this 1 point when they can go for greener pastures and just stay inside the zone. I mean, Delete is going to have to come inside there anyway, right? And he's only got 7 first aids left. There's not much that he can do over there. So they're just going to leave him to die to the blue zone. Meanwhile, God's Raid, they are kicking 4End Esports. But where are they? 4End Esports get eliminated entirely. And surprisingly, Oro, this is one of the first teams to be eliminated 11 minutes into the game. That's how many people are alive right now. This is going to be a very stacked lobby towards the end. Look at Clock Tower. There's so many people over here. Team Hind finally racing against the zone. Have to now fight against Fireeyes Gaming as well, who are standing in their way. Can they be the sacrificial lambs? Yeah. Fireeyes Gaming have been sacrificed at the altars of Clock Tower, and Team Hind use their bloodlust to fuel their power and continue striving into the zone. Wait. Reckoning Esports, do they know that they are under threat? Yeah, they get away from there. Oh, and they're going straight towards RNX. Out of the frying pan into the fryer.
And immediately the Nero plushie connects onto Wild Fox. Sabo getting taken out now. Aerobotz have also entered the party. Look at RNX. They have to deal with this situation. They have to fight two teams at 2 times right now. Hassan, he has the grenade launcher in his hand. But Wild Fox, he has to keep himself low-key because there's no other way he would survive if he wants to push in. Shoko, he has been kept awaiting for if any member wants to make a third-party movement, but this is Aerobotz we're talking about. They have been pretty much firing all cylinders, but Prodigy and Mad God, they're just waiting for the perfect timing. And RNX, they're waiting up, they're holding the upstairs, but then fighting against a different team that is EMZ. They're in the shoreline. This can cost them big time, Cribs. They have to understand the fact that they are being pushed by Aerobotz right now, and they can just crank up the pressure, and they are doing it pretty perfectly. But Arman, he needs that space. He has not been able to use that, and the grenade launcher have not been of that use.
Yeah, so while RNX and Aerobotz duke it out, Reckoning Esports are going to be super happy that nobody is focusing on them. This one double-story house is going to be under so much pressure, literally everybody will be looking over here. And now that RNX have acquired the first floor, they can afford to take pot shots onto Revenant XSpark, but they cannot afford to forget that Aerobotz are still downstairs. They're just waiting for one opportunity to come up the stairs and wipe out RNX. And at this point, they're committed over here deep. No opportunity to revive their players, no vending machines or revival towers at their disposal. So they've made their bed. Now they must lay in it. And they might just die in it as well. The bedroom completely occupied by RNX. And Shoko slices and dices the last member of Aerobotz to style on his enemies and claim this house for themselves. EMZ, being the unruly neighbors, just eavesdropping onto that fight. Meanwhile, Arjun is just ticking away in the zone. He doesn't have any more health left, but he can't afford to move inside because WindGod is just waiting for him. Yeah, he will much rather give away his point to the blue zone rather than give it to WindGod.
Better off that way. EMZ are just holding on the wall, and RNX probably know about that. But look at Wild Fox. He shows the correct timing to enter the circle and holding the perfect compound, solo compound that could have been inside the circle. WindGod, this can be the game, right, Cribs? We have been talking about this. If Kingston and Nim, they're closing in the distance, they would ignore Wild Fox for now. They would actually not know. Oh wait, the glue wall is there, so definitely the information would be relayed. But RNX, they have to fight again, a two-way battle against EMZ and WindGod. But Revenant XSpark, they're out in the open. The team's focus shifts onto them, and Vincent getting taken down by Kingston's skill. The nades and the melters and the freeze nades are gonna push them out to the edge. And Revenant XSpark again finding themselves in a lot of trouble.
Revenant XSpark now knocking on the doors of WindGodxTHW. They already found Django. And the last straggler of Reckoning Esports, the one guy who was hiding over here hoping that nobody would check him, gets completely decimated by 4 people angrily rushing him. RNX struggling. Shoko gets taken down by EMZ while WindGod tried to steal those eliminations. But WindGod have bigger problems to deal with. They're getting sandwiched over here. EMZ will use this opportunity to stay hidden on the southern side of that house. But Revenant XSpark are kicking the door down. WindGod have no choice but to hold on to the first floor. They must tank all the freeze nades and the dragon grenades that are thrown towards them. The glue wall melters also being expended, but WindGod do not budge from that side. XDivine has used his third-person POV to find out that EMZ are outside this house. And as soon as EMZ jump inside, Revenant XSpark take the border wall off that house. They recognize that WindGod now have no choice but to stay upstairs. They can't even jump down. Oh wait, but they can. The other balcony is free.
Yeah.
And now they're trapped. They've got like 2 inches to their name. The reinforced glue walls, reinforced UAV deployed by Revenant XSpark. And look at WindGod. They have to make the risky maneuver of getting out in the open. At least Revenant XSpark can hold on to that one house for just a few more seconds. But Roshan and Arsh go for the 2-2 split. They use the vehicle to get inside that boulder confines. And now they've got the only other piece of hardcover to their name. EMZ Aditya, what can he possibly do? I mean, they left XDivine behind as a harasser so that he can take angles onto WindGod, but Vincent finds Aditya and now it's just WindGod being sandwiched by Revenant XSpark. They're being cornered. Arsh dashes inside to find Gokul. It's all up to Kingston and Nim, who have everything but given up. And Revenant XSpark, very good control of the zone. What a way to split push and completely surround your enemies.
I mean,
and look,
the eyes got closed for Roshan there. Weight off the chest for them. He looks much more relaxed, and so is Divine. Arsh can go out and celebrate because the character he is, we know that he's a very free-flowing player. But then Revenant XSpark, the things were not going in their favor. That's absolutely sitting in a boot camp, and now they can feel much more comfortable and in control because nothing was going in their favor. And if you see, Crips, the last 3 teams were the bottom 3 teams in today's matches. It was Revenant XSpark going up against WindGod and EMZ Esports. So you can imagine all these 3 teams standing up and choke slamming the top tier team who had dominated today.
Yeah, and this will make the tournament even more interesting. The last few teams who desperately need points, all of them being alive in Bermuda means a lot. This will make the last game of the day even more interesting because now all the teams are that much closer in terms of points. Also, there's one more thing that probably you guys didn't notice. Arsh was wearing a jersey that has Marvel's name on it. What a way to pay tribute to your fallen teammate. Almost brings a tear to my eye. Very good game from Revenant XSpark. These guys have been performing really well all throughout the group stage, and it would have been a surprise if they did not manage to do well today. But in the dying embers of this day, they finally figured out their win condition, and they choked their opponents out by controlling the zone really, really well and split pushing.
Absolutely. The closers close it out at the right time, Crips, and they have 24 points to show up. And Reckoning Esports join hands. They have 20 points. They got 14 eliminations. They got eliminated pretty early, but still they had the elimination number going in for them and they got 20. So alongside WindGod, even though they had this positioning, they only got 10 elimination points. So that is where I think elimination have always been given the priority. And whoever does that ends up at a higher place. So WindGod definitely get the 3rd spot with 19, and there comes following up, it's iQOO, OGxTSG. They were again doing so well, but I think they're midway losing the spot where they're unable to get the circle, Crips, and probably that has been the problem for them. And even we were having a discussion about how iQOO, OGxTSG have been not comfortable of getting the circles, to be honest. But in the initial games they did it well, so somehow they have lost the way. But I think they're slowly gonna join hands in the last game probably.
Yeah, one last game remaining for the teams of Group B, and if there's ever been a time to step up, it is now. The MVP of this game is Vincent, keeping the hope for Revenant XSpark alive. 3 eliminations doesn't seem all that impressive, but you gotta keep in mind that it's not just the numbers over here, it's the way he pressured his opponents, the way he stayed back while everybody else in his team decided to take more aggressive angles. So these guys could basically pinch their opponents and not give them any room to maneuver. It's Vincent who takes the harder role of staying on the edge of the zone, being in a tougher spot, and still pressuring his enemies left, right, and center. He's also using the Nero, Moko, Suzy, and Maro, so like a typical sniper loadout along with the tactical market. No surprises in terms of the team loadout and the character abilities. I'm pretty sure that if we take a look at the rest of the team also, we wouldn't find any surprises. Unlike the previous game where we saw like a Shani being used, I don't think anything else over here. Oh, there's Misha. Okay. Fine, I guess. I mean, not as surprising as Shani. But still, him using the Coda along with the Beaston and Alvaro, it's pretty nice. X-Divine can give them a lot of information with that Coda, which is also pretty amazing. They've only got 1 Tiva onto Roshan, which is surprising. A team like Revenant XSpark needs a lot more survivability, but they're focusing more on aggression rather than survivability, which I guess makes sense, right? These guys, they activate their kill switch at the last few minutes of the game.
Correct.
And they don't pick a lot of early battles, so then I guess they don't need all that much survivability. And in the last circle where they already have decent positions, they can then focus on aggression and farm up all the eliminations they need. And even though individually they only put up like a handful of kills, when you put them all together, it's pretty good. They've got more than 10 eliminations, so as long as you hit double digits consistently, it's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not the best of the Revenant XSpark game we have witnessed yet, because we know that these boys are capable of, specifically Arsh with the kind of conversions he has showcased in the group stages. And even Roshan and Vincent and X-Divine were much more focused on getting this game correct, because they were not able to focus, or probably not able to find the correct timing with the circle, or probably with the eliminations. And I think that is where the chest felt very heavy for these players. Now this would look much more free-flowing and comfortable with the kind of positions they got themselves in, and probably when the circle started shifting towards down west, I think they had a little bit of a concern, Revenant XSpark, but then they were the ones who entered pretty late. We saw that, right? And they kept, they ensured and kept on choosing the open areas. They knew that the circle would end of the day shift towards the open areas, and that's where they can gain control, and they did not allow WindGod to gain control, where Dex Divine was kept towards the area where he could have sandwiched. And you pretty well mentioned that Vincent was also there as the support player right from behind with the VSK 94. He was actually smashing everyone left and right.
Yeah, pretty good game for Revenant XSpark, and it shows that they're so composed. It shows that they can take the difficult decisions even under pressure.
Correct.
And they don't succumb to the pressure like other teams do. We saw how RNX, they really committed hard to that compound, but then eventually when everybody else was trying to target them, they failed. When Aerobotz invaded the compound, they couldn't hold on. They lost a few members. Sure, they might have eliminated Aerobotz themselves, but then they were left with absolutely nothing to fight with. And I think the same happened for RNX in the previous game as well, where they had a very good compound, and eventually they had to relinquish it, and then you know what happened. Then Fireeyes Gaming took the booyah away from them. So it kind of shows that going for these compounds very early on also isn't that sustainable unless you manage to hold on to it and keep your players alive, which is very difficult to do in a map like Purgatory. I mean, in Purgatory, most of the teams will start prioritizing the compounds way before they do in other maps like Alpine and Nextera and whatnot, right? I mean, in those maps, you can afford to start moving in the 4th circle. And even if you don't have like a hard compound, some or the other team will die, and then hopefully you can take their spot in the 5th circle. But over here in Purgatory, teams start prioritizing real estate in the 3rd circle itself. So the shopping phase begins a lot sooner. And let's say you manage to predict the circle correctly. If you don't hold on to your compound, if you don't hold on to the number advantage, then you will have done absolutely nothing by moving into that compound very early on.
I mean, well identified, Crips. Purgatory have always been very cruel with the shifts. So definitely that is going to be a very, very big problem. So, prioritizing the circle is going to be very important for all these teams out there, specifically with the kind of fights, probable fights right now in Brasilia, where, God's Reign, iQOO, OGxTSG, 4ends. And 4ends, they have gone out and given the statement that they are pretty much comfortable in taking drop clashes. And they have done it in almost out of their 11 games they have played out. They have probably would have end up fighting in 8 of those occasions or 9 of those occasions. But we see at fields that Revenant XSpark and iQOO Total Gaming probably might be locking horns. So iQOO Total Gaming, again, we know that what that team can produce, but still not able to showcase what they have gotten in themselves. I don't know what is going wrong with them, because this is not the iQOO Total Gaming which we have witnessed, because that's the standard they have only set. So probably they should start figuring out. Probably Fozzy Ajay would come in and maybe give them a pep talk. But here comes our predictions, and by this while you guys can also give your 2 cents on the top 3 for today's last map.
Yeah, I see that we have quite a lot of similar predictions. You've picked up God's Reign to be your number 1 team, so have I. iQOO Total Gaming to be on the 3rd spot, so have I. The only place where we differ is Reckoning versus Aerobotz Esports.
Correct.
I kind of think that both those teams are good choices, especially since it's their last game for both Reckoning as well as Aerobotz. They are gonna go berserk. It's the last game, and they're like, we're gonna go out in a blaze of glory. We're gonna destroy everybody. So I think those 2 teams are gonna put on a show.
I mean, I agree with you. Team Hind and even Team RNX, they are also going to play their last game. So it is the last game for Group B. So definitely they do not want to waste any of their time, to be honest, because, the top 12 spots is where you want to ideally be, because, that's where you would get a chance to play in the day 1 of week 2. And again, get your top 2 spots and qualify for grand finals and just sleep peacefully and watch everybody hassle for that spot. And I think everybody would want to do that. Just avoid the 17th and the 18th position, because that will give you a lot of problems, because you would not have much opportunities to qualify for the grand finals, because the agenda here is not to get eliminated, because there is no way you can get eliminated until we are there towards the day 3 of week 3. That is there towards the later end, or probably towards the early stages of April, but we have time.
Yeah, we have some time over here, right? I mean, that's the whole point of the knockout stage. You get plenty of chances, but you can't take it lightly because eventually
Correct.
you will run out of chances. While you gotta keep in mind that all the teams who make it into the top 12 in week number 1 will get more chances to go directly to the grand finals in week number 2. So
Yes.
while the pressure of getting eliminated is no longer on your shoulders, you don't longer need to feel that tension. You do have the opportunity to punch your ticket to the grand finals already. I mean, imagine confirming your spot in the grand finals before even knowing where the grand finals will be. That's a massive, massive bonus.
Absolutely, but hey, Crips, there is again a chance for a team to grab some extra cash today, where
Oh, yes, that too.
might exactly where you will be getting a chance to win 10,000 Indian rupees, and along with that being the team of the day for the knockout stages day number 2. So probably who is going to be that team? We will find that out. Well, we are going to jump straight up to the last game where we are going to find out that how purgatory is for the rest of the group, because this is going to be the last game for Group B teams. But Group C, they can still, have things under control because they would want to end things in a good way, because the momentum would matter when they play against Group A tomorrow.
Yeah, the momentum will really matter. But for now, all the momentum that the teams of Group B have acquired, they need to use that momentum, get that kinetic energy going, and unleash their true potential. RNX Esports, WindGod, Team Hind, Aerobotz, 4Ns, and Reckoning Esports, all these teams will have to put their best foot forward. And when I say put your best foot forward, I mean hit the ground running, bro. They gotta be sprinting right from the start. And some of these teams, yeah, I think they're in the top 3. They've done enough, right? Like, in the overall standings, they will have somewhere more than 150, 160 points. They don't need to worry. But for all the other teams, they need massive 20-pointer, 30-pointer games.
Exactly. Let's jump straight up and waste any more time inside the map of Purgatory, because this is where everything is going to unfold, and let's see if these teams can face wrath of the lobby itself, because this is going to be very, very crucial, and there are going to be such situations which is going to create a lot of pressure on some teams. Revenant XSpark right now is pretty much comfortable being the pilot, and they jump really, really early, and they have decided, I think they're not going in towards fields probably, because they just might find iQOO Total Gaming there. So they have avoided that situation, Crips, for now.
Wouldn't iQOO Total Gaming prefer to go towards Crossroads, or like maybe that one Arsenal which unlocks in like 3 minutes? That's generally where iQOO Total Gaming prefer to drop. 4N Esports, these guys will be having skill loss to themselves, but Revenant XSpark find themselves locking horns against RNX right off the bat. Adib doesn't even have a gun. Vincent shoots him down mercilessly. What can Hassan do? At least he has a mini Uzi. Can he finally find the angles? Oh no, he can't. Adib eliminates his teammates before he can get a chance to revive them through the glue wall. Oh no, wait. They might just have vending machine under their control, and Vincent plugs in Ursh just before he falls. But RNX now have control of this vending machine as well, and they can also afford to bring all their players back. Of course, they're gonna put one emote down before they punch the buttons into the vending machines.
Yeah.
They need to laugh in the face of Revenant XSpark. So both the teams end up walking away with some eliminations, right? RNX end up with more eliminations than Revenant XSpark. And I would still say it's a decent start for them. Meanwhile, Aerobotz also managed to acquire 3 eliminations. I don't know where they were fighting, but I'm sure hoping to find the last member of WindGodxTHW in the crosshairs of Aerobotz, because he's the only messiah for his team, keeping the hope alive. Meanwhile, back in Brasilia, you've got iQOO OGxTSG. They've got shots onto Total Gaming as well as Team Hind.
Oh no.
Yeah, they don't care who's from the other teams. I mean, they're gonna take those long-range shots. And as you saw on your screen, that was the longest shot of this game so far at 121 meters. I'm sure we'll get much longer marksman shots. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that. But iQOO OGxTSG, they've got this side of Brasilia under their control. They've got one player of theirs hovering right next to Team Hind. And the UAV has been deployed, so they should hopefully be able to find Sahil.
Yeah, Krish jumps, really close towards Sahil Jat's positioning. His position is known, of course. Even Sahil Jat jumps down, and no, Arjun finds him. So he was obviously being marked by Sahil, and Krish was, closing down the distance as well. So that was not the ideal situation where Team Hind would wanted to start off, because they would be eyeing towards the 200 mark, because they have been doing so well in the lobby and probably be the knockout team of the day for today's matches, where they just might get some extra prize for it, just like how Reckoning Esports did it. But Krish, he has got some time to bring back Arjun in the lobby. He did it pretty well, but RNX, they are chasing him, and RNX would not want to back down. You know, they have been starting well. The problem is where they have been not able to end the games properly. But here comes the dash from Adib. He has the Trojan in his hand, and he will use to spam it, and he will finish off the member, which he took focus on. Now he'll come towards the vending machine and complete his loot.
Yeah, pretty good start for RNX. I mean, they've clashed against Revenant XSpark in the middle of field. And now they come towards Brasilia, still kicking hard. Oh, God's Rain pros finally pick up a fight against Team Hind. I think they wanted to do this since a very long time, but they finally found some opponents in Central. And even though the UAV has been deployed, they don't see anyone just yet. But they know for a fact that somebody from Aerobotz is right around the corner, because they should be able to hear that vehicle now.
Struggle using the binoculars to possibly get the positions, but now Kunal is right in front of him, and he has the charge buster, jumps in, but he has the backup coming in from his teammates and will definitely utilize the time to finish him. Aerobotz know what they're capable of, but for now they are being made a run away. And Mad God would not like this situation, because he likes challenges and he has been a warrior completely with the kind of journey he has been himself witnessing. Johan and the rest of the team would want to collect and give themselves a time. They are near the recall tower, so definitely they would be able to bring back Kunal. Yep, the IGL is back in the lobby, but God's Reign would definitely want to finish things off here. Mad God isolated in this situation, and his position is known. Oh, Struggle gets taken out there. Was Prodigy from far away, utilizing his caught to that advantage. You know, Mad God, he utilizes this moment, he comes up, but then the animation, the gun could not be out in the timing, and Cropsy finds him with the M590 and finishes him off pretty easily.
Cropsy now on low HP finds the opportunity to heal himself. Prodigy tries to take angles onto him, but as soon as Cropsy recognizes where Prodigy is, he's gonna try to close the distance and focus on him instead. So far away are Prodigy and Johan from each other. They've basically got no opportunity to back each other up. Tickle damage with the nades and the throwables onto Prodigy. Oh, and they tagged him once, and now the Moko should do the rest of the job. Manu finds the angle, and he takes down Prodigy, leaving it all in the capable hands of Johan. He does manage to revive Prodigy once again, but given away his position by using the vending machine. So now he's gonna be cornered as well.
Oh. I mean, Cropsy dashes in, but then he still gets taken out. Oh, it was good that Anubhav was there in the vicinity. Otherwise, it would have been goodbye for Cropsy. But still, though, it would have been a possibility to bring him back. KD God on him. The hit list has been triggered. So, definitely Team Hind officials' positioning would be up for grabs. And Team GDR, they have themselves collected 6 eliminations, and a very good start from Anubhav, Cropsy and Manu's side. Struggle is the one who have not contributed yet, but probably he would want to as well. But where is this circle gonna shift out to? Last day, it was towards the outskirts portion of Marble Works, where Reckoning Esports are hovering right now, but the fight have again started. It is Team Hind officials fighting against Fireeyes, and Bunny is the one who got taken down there, Cribs.
Yeah, so I think they can recover from this loss. But Team Hind, it's time to pack their bags and head towards the main island. And they have plenty of time, so they're going to take the longer rotation on from the Lumber Mill Bridge and then make their way through campsite to Brasilia. But the circle continues moving towards Brasilia. Now, this is where the teams will start to go real estate shopping. They need to pick one house where they're safe, but also they need to figure out whether or not that particular house will be there in the circle by the 4th zone or not. Because it's too early to predict where the circle will end up, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Arjun. My goodness. Free frag given to him. He had no idea that somebody from Reckoning Esports will be around the corner. And while he does get one player, instantly Sabo retaliates. And that's the Arjun. Oh, wait. Arjun brought back? Ash drove right past his opponent. Hello? He knows that there's somebody towards the vending machine. They find Sabo. They deploy the time turner, hoping to dance around that bubble. And Ash has to break his ankles, turns 180 degree. And after a long and difficult, labored fight, they finally take down Ayush.
Wow. I mean, they were dancing for a moment there, but then finally some retaliation being showcased. So good to see some counter-attacking gameplay coming in, but then Reckoning Esports got that under control because they had the numbers game in their favor. Still no teams eliminated, so probably we are again moving slowly, just like how things ended in Bermuda, the last game. Sabo is moving in where EMZ is, and Mr. Rani have taken shots. So definitely Reckoning Esports would not want to hold back right now. Legend's position would be a very, very crucial, right? Because he can capitalize on the situation, but then there's no cover for him for the time being. He would want to spectate this fight. If this happens, he would definitely want to steal some points for his team.
Oh, now Reckoning Esports circling around Aerobotz like a bunch of sharks looking for their next prey. EMZ also in the vicinity. So they better wipe out this team very, very quickly. Otherwise, they will just not make it. Mac getting pushed by Hemu. Can Mr. Ani find the angle? They both are just trying to jump above the queue walls and find the angles. But then Wild Fox and Sabo working in tandem, using that Cassie electrotherapy to heal themselves while they take down the IGL. Now have to focus on Hemu, who lost that 1v1. And finally, they exact revenge by executing Mac and reviving Hemu. Reckoning Esports quietly wiping out their enemies, but do they know that Legend is also over here? Yes, they do. They leave no stone unchecked, no corner unchecked. And there you have it. Legend gets taken down as well.
My god. You know, what a kind of a speedrun this is, right? You know, in the span of 5 to 6 seconds, they got some good amount of elimination, and Sabo have cranked up his number as well from 1 to 4. That is definitely the way he would want to, you know, start things in the last game. Of course, this is going to be the last time in week 1, to be honest, where we are going to witness Reckoning Esports. Definitely superb talent, superb players, you know, informed in the way they are going in. They would want to eye that grand final spot for themselves. Probably would want to qualify from day 1 itself. But right now, it is Team Hind officials who are locking horns against Team WindGod. They're out in the open. They just might get caught off guard. Django in no man's land. What is he trying? He throws himself down. He is taking a lot of damage with the melters. And Nim and Gokul have to fight this. KD now Gokul uses a dash. Time turner being connected also. Wolvin and Shoto. Now Sahil Chad also ends up in this situation. Gokul, he needs to win this. He wins it, but then gets traded out by Shoto. Kingston is the last man for WindGod. Will he be able to, you know, deal the situation or tackle this out? No, he won't be.
Wait, what?
Fireeyes!
Fireeyes!
Where did they come from?
They were always there, man, but now they decide to leave their compound and actually participate in this battle rather than just waiting for these teams to walk into the zone. Fireeyes Gaming taking matters into their own hands, but unfortunately for them, Team Hind have already healed themselves and recovered. Before KD God can get into the cover, they take him down. The IGL is on his knees. Shoto, the hard hitter, also struggling. Sahil Jha trying to connect those shots, finds the headshot onto Prince. Can he deliver any more? He's stuck in a 1v3 now. They will charge upon him and Team Hind will be taken down. Fireeyes Gaming don't wait for their opportunities. They manufacture them. And now they've found iQOO as well. How on earth do these people keep finding all these stragglers?
Yeah. I mean, all this while Fireeyes Gaming were sitting calmly and they waited for the perfect timing. You know, as they did in the previous game where, you know, they did manage to get in some good number of eliminations, and in the 4th game where, you know, we saw how they could convert the game into a booyah. So they know how to finish things off. So definitely you would not want to give them the momentum they would want to, because we know that if they are given the opportunity, they will crank things up. For now, Orand Esports quickly want to heal themselves up. Yoviji there, utilizing the healing gun to an advantage. But RNX right in front of them, the Aerobotz are just slowly coming in, and Johan right up front in the window definitely would have said hi, and yeah, here you go. Raichu gets taken out. It is Hassan who finds one, but nothing is going in favor for 4ends. This is the last game, but they're healing right now and they have not been allowed by Aerobotz to become comfortable, taken down. And here comes the end for them, Crips.
Yeah, 4Ns Esports brought to an end, and not a very pretty one, not a happy ending for them at all. Manu, discovered by Hemu, still trying to be sneaky. Manu's trying to take shots at somebody else, but they break his glue wall. Luckily, this zone doesn't keep him too far away from the action, but he is kind of pinned down over there. And the moment he gets out, that will be the end of God's reign for the day. Nate tossed in his direction. Sabo finds him. Wait a second though. Hemu took way too long to lock in. And now Fireeyes has his number. Reckoning Esports reduced to a two-man roster need to take control of the underside of this bridge. Otherwise Fireeyes Gaming will wipe them out. This is actually a pretty damn good position. But they find Ash's feet from under that bridge and he's forced to use the glue wall and the time turner. None of them help him stay alive. Jack invades that bubble and puts him to sleep. Jack with the double elimination, destroying the Wolves, destroying Reckoning Esports, and that's the end of the day for them.
But there's another wolf in the lobby, right, Crips, and that is Team Revenant XSpark. They have, gained momentum at the right timing, probably looking for another booyah. Just not only one elimination, probably we forgot about them. There are still 3 teams in the lobby, which we haven't seen them fighting, right? We have seen the Aerobotz, we have seen the Reckoning Esports fighting, and here comes Aerobotz Esports. They got eliminated and trolled from far away. Third-partied in that situation, and RNX sitting inside that compound would be saying thank you, but not for long. Look at Jack, look at one more guy, and that is Bunny probably, who have closed in the distance between them and RNX. But iQOO Total Gaming and iQOO OGxTSG, these guys, and also RNTX have been sitting quiet for a while. Not the playstyle these teams usually, pick on.
Yeah, it is surprising to see that from Revenant XSpark, but with iQOO Total Gaming, I think they want to prioritize the zone first. I'm sorry, iQOO OGxTHW, they want to prioritize the zone first. And even Total Gaming, now that they've discovered that they are no longer in the zone, they will now start to focus on the teams who are moving there early. Revenant XSpark try to take the high road, try to fly into the zone and hopefully establish that spot for themselves before anyone else can claim it. But now they find themselves in the crosses of Total Gaming and they are falling like flies. Mafia and Shanky open up the killing floor and they wipe out Revenant XSpark for moving too early. And they will continue staying on the high ground over here, or at least Mafia alone will, while the rest of Total Gaming will take the right hand side and take Fireeyes Gaming head on. Mafia providing cover fire from afar, takes down Troll, and that's the cue for the rest of Total Gaming to full send it inside. Shanky kicking down the door, takes down Jack. Troll and Bunny caught outside the zone, while RNX also pounces on top of them. And now they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Prince trying his level best to shoot his way out of trouble, but Arman is just too sharp. Prince gets inside of the he gets into the monster truck. Somehow finds the knock onto Hassan. He pops out and somehow keeps the team alive just for a few more eliminations, but eventually succumbs. Total Gaming take the booyah for themselves as they time their attack perfectly.
Yep, they end the day perfectly, Crips, with the booyah, and here comes Mafia. He claps around, he shows, we have got it covered, because the way they were playing, they were controlling things in this game. We knew it, that they were looking for booyah. They were not wanting to, push in such situation where they could not complete the fight. The plan of keeping Mafia on that rooftop was, definitely working for them. And he was the one who gave them the information that, probably you guys should wait because Fireeyes Gaming are also making the charge onto the RNX. And that's where you saw, Shanky and Delete making a sway away from that situation, keeping Aztec in the vicinity, showcasing that probably, let these two teams fight and then we can again start fighting. So smart out of these players and Mafia and these players, given the roles, the kind of information they exchange among each other is invaluable, Crips.
Absolutely invaluable. Total Gaming proving why they are the defending champions. We doubted them all day. We did criticize them for not living up to the standards they set for themselves, but they shut everybody up in the end and proved that nobody can take away the crown from them.
Probably this was the only game in Purgatory that did not showcase any kind of hardship. It kept on moving towards Brasilia and the center, and no teams had problems. RNX, RNTX, these guys were sitting right there, but then it was iQOO Total Gaming who hold their nerves. who did not want to you can look at it, right? It was Shanky who had the last blow probably. So in this situation, it was RNX and Fireeyes Gaming fighting. In probably Springs in that situation would have thought that this is a hero moment for him, but he gave up at the moment. I think it was Aztec's freeze nade that caught that elimination point. And you can see the numbers again in favor of Fireeyes Gaming, even though iQOO Total Gaming got the booyah because they did not have the numbers, the bigger number in the elimination corner, because Fireeyes had 18 and because of which they had 25. They ended up with 25 points.
Yeah, man. Fireeyes Gaming were actually on fire. They lived up to their name. When with 25 points in the last game, I think they've done just enough to scrape past that barrier. And this is a good way to go out, right?
Yeah.
They still have some opportunities left, but like, why not end it all today? Why not build up that buffer today itself? Why wait for the remaining Group C matches? So this is very, very impressive from Fireeyes Gaming. They get a head start by getting 2 booyahs on the same day. And that's how you know that these guys are not here to fool around.
Yep. And I think probably they would have walked on the same path what Reckoning Esports did yesterday, right? Crips, they also got 2 booyahs and crossed the 100 mark. So definitely Fireeyes Gaming would have spotted that, they would have eyed that, that probably if we would want to end up in the top 12 spots and would want to get a chance in the day 1 of week 2. So definitely we'll talk about that later. But right now it is Mafia, who got the most valuable player tag for himself, and I think he is pretty much comfortable getting that because the way he took the responsibility upon himself, where he, I think, solo handled and manhandled Revenant XSpark there. They could not survive his AWM shots over there with 4 elimination points, even though the damage number has been cranked up and the number of eliminations he got was a little on the lesser side, but still he got the job done right.
Yeah, he got the job done. Mafia stayed behind on top of that house and provided cover fire for his teammates who were kicking the door down and punching everybody in the face with their shotguns.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. And this is a good way to show how iQOO Total Gaming use their 3-1 split to their advantage and get all the possible angles onto their opponent. So no single clue wall, no single chrono time turner can actually keep their opponent safe.
Correct.
And I mean, Mafia is one of the most decorated snipers in the country. I would not be surprised if he did not deliver. Delete this time, as you can see, he's got quite a lot of focus on survivability as well as a little bit of offense. He's got the R1 for scouting, Chrono and Thiva as well as Joseph to keep his team alive alongside the team booster. And the only real surprise over here is Aztec using the Beastin and Alvaro. Usually the IGL would prefer to be in the heat of the action, but this time he decides to use the A124 instead of something along the lines of a healer or maybe like a Cassie or something like that. So not playing the hard support over here, but doing really well as a Grenadier.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the numbers as well. Mafia got 7 knockouts, right? And he could only convert 4. So the conversion ratio is a little off for him, but then still he delivered, right? So that's where I think on the most important thing, because you mentioned, right, he was given the role to support his team, and where the rest 3 would go in and crank up, and create problems for the teammate opponents in the shorter range. Probably Delete is not having the best of his days. Only 1 elimination point for him. And Shanky, I think these boys will catch up soon because they have the talent, right? When they have in multiple times.
On the contrary, you see how Aztec has only 1 knockout and 2 eliminations, which means he's stolen some eliminations from somebody else. And you see, these are the numbers which accurately reflect the eliminations they have. They have like triple-digit damage numbers. And just 1 or 2 eliminations to show. Unlike some other teams who had like thousands worth of damage and barely any eliminations to their names. So this is the more realistic number that we expect from iQOO Total Gaming. But as you can see, they took their early compounds in Brasilia and then they decided to just keep everybody away. They didn't leave that house until the circle forced them to. And even then, they stuck to the edge. When they had to, no choice and send it in, they still used the 3-1 split. Mafia tanked a little bit of the zone damage and provided cover fires to his teammates until he was confident that, yeah, they can handle the heat without me.
You can see, right, iQOO Total Gaming, the journey. They did not have any elimination points in second, third, and the fourth circle. The maximum number of eliminations they got was in the last circle itself, which was the sixth one, and they had only one elimination in the first circle. So they were actually sitting with one elimination point. Just showcases that they were not playing for eliminations in this game. They just wanted a good end to today's matches. They wanted the booyah so badly that they wanted to hold their spot, and I think that's where the game changed for them. Probably what RNTX did in the last game where they got their booyah. So all these big names where they did not have the best of the starts, right, Crips? I think towards the end, they ended up catching up.
Yeah, and it's a very orthodox, very structured approach from iQOO Total Gaming.
Yep.
No brave pushes, no unnecessary risk.
Correct.
They know that they don't need to start taking these risks just now. They have another day to do so. So now they're just focusing on stability more, trying to get a feel of the lobby. And yeah, they get the booyah with not too many eliminations. But let's be honest, they're not in danger just yet.
Yeah.
And this is not the most threatening week. It's not a group of death or anything like that. So they can just chill out and just play their game, focus on their own position rather than trying to ruin the games of anyone else, which is what Fireeyes Gaming had in mind, right? Fireeyes Gaming were like, oh, you know what, we're just gonna disrupt everybody else, third party over here, third party over there, and two very drastically different approaches from Fireeyes as well as Total Gaming, and that shows you the duality of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But here comes the team of the day, right, Crips? We spoke about this right in the front, and this is Fireeyes Gaming. They will grab on 10,000 Indian rupees, but definitely we need to speak about their performance and the kind of mentality they had. They did not get two booyahs, they had only one to go with, but then they had the elimination numbers. They cranked up there, the damage, 47,930. Just shows what Troll, Bunny, Prinks, and Jack proved. Even though Steven, he did not contribute in today's matches though, but then he was definitely supporting his team, because Fireeyes Gaming, definitely the kind of journey they have witnessed, or considering the fact they qualified from FFC mode and becoming the team of the day in the knockout stages, is a hell of a ride, right, Crips? These guys have witnessed right here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams who came in from the FFC mode are struggling to stay alive in the first half of the game. Meanwhile, these guys, they picked up fights in the first half of the game and then continued to roll everybody down in the tail end of the game as well. So Fireeyes Gaming, true underdogs, and they're fighting like they've got nothing to lose. 73 eliminations, 110 total points in just a single day. Keep in mind that there are teams who struggle to reach 100 points even after 2 days. So that is very impressive for them, pulling off this feat in just one single day. And this is just their first day. They got 110 points today. What are they going to do tomorrow? Are they going to cross 200? Seems quite likely. So congratulations to Fireeyes Gaming for becoming the team of the day. They will walk away 10,000 rupees richer.
Since you already mentioned about the 200 point, right? Who have crossed that for today? Probably Team Hind. Oh no, it's not Team Hind. It's Aerobotz Esports, Crips, with 206 points. Imagine the kind of advantage they would get by just crossing 200 points, with 131 eliminations, with 75 placements, and with 2 booyahs. They just showcased in sheer dominance, and the kind of month, or probably the kind of week these guys are having. They recently ended up winning a big, probably a third-party event, and I think they, just carried the momentum here in the knockout stages and just showcased that even though we might not have the big names, but we have the zeal and the power, and we can deliver.
Yeah, and that power is truly in full display over here. Aerobotz Esports is becoming the only team to cross the 200-point marker at the end of their day 2. That is super impressive. But that does mark the end of the journey of Aerobotz Esports in this particular week. Same with Team Hind, Reckoning Esports, as well as RNX. These guys have done enough to keep themselves afloat, although I am a little concerned about RNX Esports finishing at only 157 points. I mean, in our discussion with the other Hindi talent today, we kind of agreed that the cutoff points should be somewhere around the 180 points mark.
Yeah.
So I am a little concerned about the safety of RNX Esports. They may or may not make it into the top 12. But I am even more concerned about WindGodxTHW. Barely north of 100 points at the end of their second day. That is extremely concerning.
Absolutely. Probably we would get to know what happens when we see the rest of the matches left out for Group A and Group C, because they have only played 6 games each. And look at what Fireeyes Gaming have done. Like, with 6 games, they have already got 110 points. So that just makes their life easy. You know, that is what I think teams are focusing on right now. Whenever they're playing their first days, they're just playing it in a manner so that it becomes much more easier for them in the second day, where they do not have to focus about they need to get this much amount of points so that they can just survive barely. So that is where I think things have changed for probably a team like iQOO, OGxTSG as well. I think it was a very, very good day for them with 99 points and 1 booyah. They started things off superbly. I think in 2 games they had crossed 50 points, so definitely good work done by iQOO, OGxTSG, because nobody gave them a chance, because everybody were talking about them that, oh, they have just qualified, it was a fluke, probably they might not end up in the grand finals. But they have showcased and proved everybody wrong for now, that they have gotten in themselves.
Yeah, 99 points in a single day is definitely no small feat. I'm still very impressed by iQOO, OGxTSG, and their stability in the knockout stage seems to be much better than the ones in the group stage matches that we saw, right? I mean, it's kind of like when the caliber and the quality of the lobby improves, iQOO, OGxTSG's performance also improves, because now there's no random people rushing them down without thinking about it twice.
Exactly.
So it's very impressive for them. Although, if you take a look at the other teams like Godlike Esports, God's Reign, GG Instinct, all of them also have like 90-ish points, which is again pretty impressive for just one day. Now, my concern over here is going to be iQOO Total Gaming. 89 points seems like a lot, and maybe tomorrow they will be able to bounce back and actually finish inside the top 12. But what if they don't? That would mean that the defending champions will have to play in week number 2 on one of those replacement bases. What's even more concerning is that Fireeyes Esports, at the end of their 2 days, have only scored 87 points. I think it's safe to write them off. I think it's safe to say that they are not going to make it into the top 12, because they're not even in the top 12 now. And there's still many more teams yet to overtake them. So, their journey in week 1 is probably going to come to an end over here. I can say the same for Team Tamilas and EMZ Esports. Even though they have games remaining tomorrow, the chances of them making it into the top 12 are extremely low.
Exactly.
At least Revenant XSpark had like a glimmer of hope when they won that booyah today. But even with that one booyah, they're only at 56 points, which means the other 5 games that they played today were very lackluster.
Absolutely. And I mean, since you spoke about iQOO Total Gaming and Revenant XSpark and their performance, imagine if you minus the booyahs, right? They don't have anything to, showcase right now. And that is where these booyahs, gave them that kickstart probably for iQOO Total Gaming in the last game, where they got 22 points, and I think that gave them the jump. Otherwise, they also would have been lurking towards the bottom end, and it would have been very, very big problems for them tomorrow, where they would have needed plus 100 plus points to end up in the top 12 spots, because that is where you would only get to play in the day number 1 of week 2. So everybody would want to end up there, but then only 12 can do that. But if not top 12, be at least inside the top 16. Otherwise, you just might not get a chance to play in the week 2 itself.
Yeah, so that's going to be very, very concerning for a lot of these teams. And I think this is a good note to end the second day of this week on, because now the tension is building up already. A lot of these teams have plenty of stuff to do tomorrow, while the others are just going to be sitting back and chilling, and they're like, yeah, we've done enough on the first day. Now we can afford to relax on the next day. Meanwhile, the other teams are just going to be scrambling for points left, right and center. And when such a duality exists in the game, where one team is playing super passively, just playing to stay alive, and the other team is trying desperately to score points, when there's such a disparity in the mindset of these players, that's when the most entertaining games are seen on stream. You can feel the desperation of these teams sometimes, like even while casting, you can tell that, under normal circumstances, these teams wouldn't be this aggressive, they wouldn't make this move, but because they are desperate, you can see how aggressively they're pushing, and that desperation is always palpable.
I think that has happened because teams like Fireeyes, teams have like Reckoning Esports, have showcased extravagant talent, and I think that's where this year's TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring have changed things for the underdogs, right? And they are the ones who are literally calling the shots right now, and the big names are not able to deliver, have not done it yet. Because every other tier 1 team, or probably the bigger names who we expect, or probably they have the fan base and the talent, have struggled and have not been able to get the momentum. Probably it was SHUL only who caught a flying start, and they also got eliminated in a flying style. So you can just understand the tournament is where driving towards right now. And probably I think I would want to hear from Fireeyes today, because we will see an interview coming in real soon, where our friends at the Hindi desk would definitely want to speak, because the way these players are playing, and I would want to know that what kind of mindset these guys have right now going into the next day, which is of course the last day for week 1.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't even need to worry about them, changing their mindset on the second day. We saw that shift in mindset today itself. Like, there was a different playstyle that they were using in the first 3 games, and then in the second half of the day, when we took over as casters, they just, I don't know, something happened to them. And there was a tiny break in between those, the first 3 games and the last 3 games. So I think something must have gone down. They must have realized that, hey, we need to be a lot more aggressive, because that's just our natural playstyle. If we try to deviate from our natural playstyle, we probably will fail, because the first 3 games, they didn't really accomplish much. They activated their kill switch in the last 3 games. And I think it's nice of them to have this realization halfway through the day. Most of the teams don't realize this until the very last game, and by that time there's very little time left to actually make a change. So I'm actually happy that Fireeyes Gaming were able to shift that mentality in the 3rd game itself. In fact, I'm hoping that our friends over on the Hindi desk will ask a question like this, which will probably give us a better insight into their minds. So let's go.
हमें देखने को मिलेंगे। और आज के दिन जी हाँ जैक, आप हमारे समक्ष मौजूद हैं। कैसे हैं आप जैक? और सबसे पहले तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा बहुत बहुत कांग्रेचुलेशंस आपको आज के दिन की एक जबरदस्त प्ले स्टाइल और टीम ऑफ द डे के लिए।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन यार जैक, वो जो आपके पास गन थी, क्या वो आप मुझे बनाना सिखाएंगे? क्योंकि काफी कूल लग रही थी वो। अभी भी रखी है आपके पास?
हाँ रखी है सर, ये रखी।
जो बुया आपने लगाया था उसके बाद जो एक गन आई थी वो मजा आ गया था। बट खैर, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि यू आर द ओनली स्क्वाड जो कि अपनी पोजीशन टॉप 6 के अंदर मेंटेन रख पा रहे हैं ओनली विद 6 मैचेस। अगले दिन क्या स्ट्रेटेजी रहेगी? क्या किसी को टारगेट करने के लिए जाएंगे, या फिर आप
नहीं सर
ओरिजिनल गेम खेलेंगे?
नहीं, बस अपना ओरिजिनली गेम खेलेंगे, किसी को टारगेट नहीं करेंगे। बस अपना खेलो, अपने रोटेशन पे जाओ, ना किसी को फालतू तंग करना, ना कोई हमें तंग करेगा।
ये काफी अच्छे तरीके से आपने बताया। और जैक, मैं एक और चीज आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा। देखिए, आज के दिन आपने काफी अच्छा गेम खेला है, आप टीम ऑफ द डे भी बने हैं, और मेरी एक सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल यही रहेगा आज के दिन का आपसे कि आपको ऐसा कौन सा टीम लगता है जो आपके लिए सबसे ज्यादा टफेस्ट कंटेंडर है, या फिर आपको लगता है कि सभी टीम्स इजी हैं आपके लिए?
नहीं सर, अभी के लिए तो ऐसा कोई टीम लगता नहीं है कि नहीं मार पाएंगे किसी को। अगर गलतियां नहीं करेंगे तो सबको मार सकते हैं, ऐसा कोई है नहीं जिसको नहीं मार सकते। बाकी फुल मैप है, लूट और पोजीशन मैटर करती है, दोनों चीज। अगर कोई टीम जोन के अंदर है और हम जोन के बाहर है तो वो हमको इजीली वाइप आउट कर देंगे। अगर हम जोन के अंदर है, वो लोग बाहर है, तो हम उनको वाइप आउट कर देंगे। ऐसा कुछ है नहीं।
आज की आपकी क्या स्ट्रेटेजी थी? मतलब आप क्या सोच के आए थे कि पर मैच इतने पॉइंट्स निकालने वाले हैं, या फिर कुछ ऐसे ही जो गो विद द फ्लो वाला?
ऐसा तो कुछ था नहीं सर, बस अपना एवरेज खेलने के लिए आए थे, वही किया है। शुरुआती के 1-2 गेम बिगड़े, लेकिन संभाल लिया फिर बाद में। थोड़ा सा टीम ने भी सपोर्ट किया, बस हो गया।
और मेरा एक जाते जाते एक आखिरी सवाल ये भी रहेगा आपसे कि देखिए, आपकी आज के दिन की माइंडसेट क्या थी? देखिए, आपने अपने 6 गेम्स खेले हैं और जिस तरीके से आपने परफॉर्म किया है वो एक काबिल तारीफ रहेगा। बिकॉज आपको पता है कि ग्रुप बी की जो टीम्स थी उनकी ये आखिरी 6 गेम्स थे और वो ऑलरेडी एक काफी अच्छे एग्रेशन में देखने को मिल रही थी। पर मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि जो परफॉर्मेंस आपका आज है वो काफी अच्छा। तो आपने शुरू से ही सोच रखा था कि आपको ऑल इन खेलना है, या फिर ये बीच में कुछ चेंजेस आए थे?
नहीं सर, टॉप 1 के लिए ही आए थे, जो कि हो गया। माइंड बना लिया था आज टॉप 1 करना है।
तो बिल्कुल देखिए काफ़ी अच्छे यहाँ पर से क्रेजी फाइट्स भी आपने निकाली, काफ़ी एग्रेसिव भी खेला, वो बूया भी निकलता हुआ नजर आया। बट लेट्स सी, फिलहाल आपने काफ़ी ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव गेम खेला। आफ्टर फर्स्ट 3 गेम्स आप थोड़ा सा अपना मोड शिफ्ट कर दिए थे, तो व्हाट वाज द डिस्कशन दैट हैपेंड बिफोर दैट? मतलब पहले की गेम्स आपके अच्छे नहीं गए, तो फिर क्या सिचुएशंस थी वहाँ पर से जो आपने कैरी ऑन करी, और क्या सोचा कि यहाँ पर से अब कैसे कैचअप कर सकते हैं?
हाँ चिरायु भाई, थोड़े से क्लैश बिगड़ गए थे शुरुआती के गेम्स, लेकिन लास्ट में पता चला कि मारना पड़ेगा, ऐसे नहीं होगा जोन पकड़ने से, तो थोड़ा अग्रेशन दिखाया, बस यही कहना चाहूँगा।
क्या बात है, थैंक यू सो मच जैक हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड ऐसे ही बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर फ्यूचर गेम्स। कल भी आप काफ़ी एग्रेसिव खेले, एंड मिलते हैं आपसे कल के दिन।
जी भाई।
बिल्कुल देखिए काफी अच्छा मैं कहूँगा परफॉर्मेंस आया है इन खिलाड़ी।
Did you see the kind of contrast, right, Crips?
Yeah.
The way Reckoning Esports Savo spoke yesterday was a very different character, and the way he was speaking is a very different character. He looks much more mature, and he looked, much more in control. Probably he knows what he is saying right now, and he said that we would not want to target anybody, and anybody would not want to target us. We would want to mind our own business.
Yeah, I mean, forget comparing him to Sabo. He looks different from the guy we saw just 2 games ago,
Yeah, exactly.
Like after he won that booyah, you saw how he made that origami paper gun.
Yeah,
and
correct.
He had the glasses and all. I'm like, oh damn! I was like, damn, that's a boss move, bro.
Correct.
That looks stylish. And over here, he's like a good boy. Like, we're gonna play our own game. We're gonna mind our own business. We're not gonna do much. I'm like, huh? What happened to the guy who was wearing those shades? Is it like an alter ego or something?
Correct.
Yeah, it feels like an alter ego, right? Anyway, I hope that he will give us a better response tomorrow if he becomes the team of the day tomorrow as well. I think he probably got a little shy because this was his first time on camera, and it's a big moment in any player's life, to be a team that comes in from the FFC mode, somebody that nobody was even aware of,
Correct.
nobody knew him before this tournament, and now suddenly after you qualified through the FFC mode, you start getting invited to all these other tier 1 tournaments, you start getting invited to all these tier 1 scrims, and you start getting all this attention.
Correct.
It overwhelms a new player. So I hope the limelight doesn't spoil his brain. I hope the limelight doesn't deter him from focusing on his goals.
Yep, absolutely. And that's it for Group B. Now we are left out with Group A and Group C, where they will face off against each other tomorrow in the last 6 games, right? And this is going to be the last 6 games of week 1 as well, Crips. So that's going to be really, really exciting to watch out for, because who's going to end up actually at the top 12 is going to be the question that we're going to find out tomorrow.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, final day of week number 1, we have Groups A and C playing. Some of the best teams in the country are going to be duking it out in a last-ditch effort to make themselves in a better spot for week 2. Well, that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at the same time and the same place. We will see you again. Have a great night.
Back, you ain't fitting for it cause you all cap like, hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up, I'm really about to run this go up, you know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy, we on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say, tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back, try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax, stop assuming, what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing, cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger. Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much, ay, I can never let up even if you had enough, ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. When they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. Yeah, friend Bentley, Lego. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The game's in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. They sleeping on me, this is perjury. You make it, nobody has heard of you. Tell them that the pregnant beat for the surgery. Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up. Do it myself, I'm drilling it. How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool, can walk on my shoes, I'm kicking it. Wanna jump in cause they see that it's working. Grow from the L's, they see wins on the surface. Flaunting my wins, I do it on purpose. Praying with you till you cry to the circus. One time for the underdogs, 2 times that they doubted me. You know I did it for my mama now. Only people know who proud of me. Now I'm getting where I gotta be. Everybody want me take off. You brought the beast from inside of me. I bet on myself and it paid off. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. Been running this since I popped in. Y'all know me, I'm locked in. One hand on the game, one hand on the street. Gotta get it out the mud, no pride under me. Keep on rocking, tell them this is heavy metal. My baby's watching, let them know I never settle. And you know I got the keys to the wheel, hands on the wheel when I'm driving this. I spend a couple bands on my wrist, just to show them that my time ain't free, it's a kill. Show them that I'm clocked in, I know that they watch it. Thank God I bet it on me, cause I ain't had much options. I gotta go ahead, show 'em. I cannot miss and I aim for the top of my brothers. I know that I gotta go get it by any means. I cannot lose, that's word of my mother. Give me respect and give me a check. I'm about to put on and get back to the bro. Cause if I'm winning, then they winning too. That is the law, can't switch on the code. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. And I ain't missing none of my shots, don't leave me open. They ain't stop me, now I got some motion. I got some motion. They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. They ain't stop me, now I got some motion. I got some motion, okay.
I've been MIA. They can't take my spot before they take me to the grave. Swear it's been too long, yeah, I can't recall your name. I've been working so hard, I'm just trying to get away. Tell me what you doing, won't you tell me where you been? If you got an issue, we can go and solve it then. I've been making M's, got this money I'ma spend. Ain't seen you at the start, you ain't coming to the end. Yeah, we've been going way up, yeah, we like the view. Riding in the Benz, I might drop the roof, drop the roof, drop the roof, drop. Now we making moves.